Fine.
Okay, welcome to the February 11th Board of Selectmen meeting. Call the meeting to order. First order of business is minutes from the previous meeting.
I'll move the minutes.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. New business. Confirm appointment of Joseph Crocker as Raymond Rec Director. Who's,
I'm doing it.
okay.
Thank you, Rolf. And so I'm very pleased to introduce, welcome, and recommend Joseph A. Crocker for appointment as Raymond's first Recreation Director, which is very exciting news for us. Joseph is a very experienced professional with advanced educational credentials in recreation management. He worked previously in progressively more responsible positions, starting in Saco, then Kennebunk, Auburn, and Lewiston. He's a graduate of St. Joseph's College and also with a BS in exercise science, and also earned an MBA in sport and recreation management from New England College. He was chosen, and this is really something, from an extraordinarily strong field of candidates. We had a significant turnout, and it was difficult to winnow those candidates down to a reasonable number for conducting interviews. We did manage to get it down to, I think, 5 or 6, and so Joseph emerged from that field, and so I'm very pleased that we were able to come to an agreement, and I'm excited, as can be, for him to come to the town. And I should tell you that in our back and forth emails, I get the feeling that you are as well, which is really nice.
Very
and
excited, yes.
you live in Wyndham, over in Colonial Park, is that correct?
Correct. Yeah.
And you're a Tassel Top season pass holder for a couple of years.
Yes.
And so we're excited. And I think it's going to be a great challenge, but a challenge that we're all up to. And so we'll talk about an agenda and a work plan and this recreation department and program going forward. We're going to be counting on you, but there are a lot of people around that are willing to help. I've had a number of professional rec directors and others who have stepped up and said, you know, they have ideas. Everybody has ideas and input they want to give. So you'll have a plethora of ideas and input. So that's always nice. Starting salary would be $57,000 after successful completion of the probationary period. I think we decided on 60. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so that's where it's at, and we will look forward to you coming, pending Board of Selectmen appointment, on the 18th. So coming right up.
Yep.
And I say, Lewiston's loss, our gain. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
I should.
No, any questions and comments?
No, just a comment. Everybody, a lot of people are looking forward to having you in town. They really are, and they're looking forward to seeing what you can do and stuff like that, and pulling. You're kind of going to be like the glue pulling together a lot of groups. That's what it is. So welcome.
Yes, it seems like everyone's, I mean, just from some of the people who've reached out, and it's been very warm welcome, and that's exactly what I think anyone wants to, have when they accept a new position. So it seems like a lot of people have worked hard to provide programs and services without having a recreation department. So really looking forward to learning about that as well.
Yeah.
We're really looking forward to having you here, even though you're from Wyndham.
I do live 30 feet away from Raymond at the conservation land, so
Taxes to Wyndham.
I can walk over the line. Thank you.
And I think it's, you mentioned it, but I think it's important to reiterate the town has had a very strong base of
Yes.
volunteers in the rec department, and this is by no means asking any of them to step away. In fact, it's giving them some more support in the things that they do. So, we're really looking forward to that moving forward and getting things for both the kids and the seniors and everyone in between. So.
It seems like a very active community from 0 to 100, so it's going to be very exciting to meet everyone and start learning what's already here and how I can help.
Is there a motion to?
Motion to appoint Joseph Crocker as our new Raymond Rec Director.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Welcome aboard.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
everyone.
And don't hesitate going to Lorraine. She puts in some great articles.
You're welcome to
When
stay.
she's ready.
You're welcome to stay, and I also know you have a young child, so you're also
She's
invited if you want to go home and spend some time with your family and do that too.
Yes,
Keep it
I love these things and want to stay, but not everybody. It's not for everybody.
Well, quick ladies are pretty exciting.
That's right.
When you talk
Depending on
about
which side you're on,
Lorraine, be aware that she's also from Wyndham.
I've met Lorraine. She's made some articles before.
So do you want to get a picture? I know she talked about
Yes,
that.
we got pictures.
Oh, you got pictures, good, okay,
They're
good.
good ones too.
All right,
Can
very
do a
good.
selfie with the two of you.
Okay, who-
Where are we going now?
Well, where we're going now is, once he starts, he's going to be, I guess, in the town office initially. We don't have an overabundance, as you may know, of space, but we're going to put him in the back office, the office with Kayla at first, and of course, that's one day a week that we have Kurt, so I'll have to shuffle you to a different office within the town office on that day. We have a desktop set up. You can remote access any desktop in the office. Kevin, our tech guy, will set that up. We have a laptop ordered. As we discussed, we're going to provide a take-home, vehicle, which would be a work vehicle. Normally it's with Raymond only, but you're right on the border of Raymond. My first priority will be to get with you and to talk about a work plan that envisions, maybe a 6-month increment and then a 1-year increment at least. But first and foremost, it's going to be starting up Tasseltop successfully, the beach, and making sure that we have the staffing that we need for that and the operational plan. And that's going to require, it's going to require some help from a former employee that has come back for several years, and so I think he'd be willing to help. Nathan's going to be integral to that. Nathan White, our Public Works Director. We're going to have to get with the people on the committee who know about it, and try to figure out exactly what it's going to take to get that operational. We'll do that. That's probably the top and first priority. But I think to have I would say having some benchmarks and some plans, and to get you out to meet all of the different recreation user groups. You'll be spending time out of the office, I would expect, doing that. You should also expect probably some evenings, significant evenings in the beginning, to getting to know the different, program leaders. And, I'd like to talk with the neighboring towns. I mean, these are down the road things. Talk with the school, talk with the Raymond Age Friendly Group, talk to all the different potential user groups, all the different stakeholders who might benefit from recreation, and that's a lot of stakeholders. And of course, first and foremost, I'd probably say, what do you think we should do first, having heard those priorities? Because you're the professional and you're the guy who I'll look to help me to develop a plan for the board and for anybody else who needs to pass on that.
Yeah. Definitely have some ideas. And
But my major thing, though, is to keep the volunteers. We have active volunteers, engaged volunteers. I want to keep that program rolling.
I believe I said in the article, we need to grow organically, so shouldn't force anything. And definitely, I think once I have a pretty good picture, but once I start meeting these potential user groups, then I can really formulate that strategic plan going forward.
And we did, Rita and I did take the invitation. I think we also referenced to you that we met with a retired rec director who had started a department in New Hampshire, and we took copious notes, and he was very interesting, and he lives in a neighboring town, retired town manager now, went from rec director to town manager, but he said one of the things that we have to be most cognizant of is not to overload you all at once with a work plan that's undoable.
Right.
So you have to break it into reasonable increments, and so that's why I think a step-by-step progression as we work into this. But
Right.
I figured we would talk about that and figure something out.
Well, Steve Crockett too. He's the chair was the chair
Yes.
of Tasseltop.
Right.
So he's a big wealth of information.
Yeah.
And
Right.
Russia was on the board too. So
Right.
Yeah, there are people around who know the operations, and so that's what we'll do.
Thank you, Don.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Consideration of issuing quitclaim deeds. Who's going to run that one?
So we have a quitclaim deed for Colleen Odom, is that correct? Colleen Odom? Drew Colleen Odom? Drew and Colleen Odom, okay. So all taxes, interest penalties have been paid in full, and it's time to release our interest in this particular property pending your approval and signature. Quitclaim deed, release deed.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
The motion on the floor is to approve quitclaim deed as described in map 6, lot 032, for Drew Colleen Odom. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.
Good evening.
Good night.
Next item is.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
And also, if I didn't say so before, thank you to the committee. I know you guys put some time in a blizzard. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, next item is consideration of funding source for emergency furnace repair in the public safety building. Bruce?
Bruce can give an outline of the problem, and Kathy and I will give an outline of the solution possible.
Right.
Sounds like a plan. All right, so, real brief outline. In November, we started by having our first heating unit failure, one of the attic units, and on an emergency basis replaced that from budget. When the gentleman came through the door and he looked at everything, he said, you better start planning to replace the others, and boy, he wasn't kidding. He said, these things are only good for about 15 years, they're 17, 18 now, and they're on borrowed time. Being commercial stuff, that's, I guess, the life cycle, which I was not aware of, unfortunately. So we started to put together a CIP budget and had that included in this year's budget package. Unfortunately, since then, 2 more of the 4 total units, the air handler heat units, have failed. One of them is being held together with Band-Aids right now, and the new one's in the basement waiting to go in. The other one's totally been replaced with a crack heat exchanger. So that left us looking for funding and how to do this on an emergency basis. In the winter, we had to have heat, so being responsive, this company initially came right out, like the day we notified him, got the stuff here and replaced the furnace the next day, which was great. That was the first unit in the attic. When the others went, he was also very responsive and came out very quickly, and in fact had his wife pick one of the units up on our way through Scarborough as he was en route from coming in from, I think, Harrison, and kind of converged on our station, and were able to throw this other unit in because he knew what was wrong with it at that point. So that's where we're at, and unfortunately, unexpectedly, we have to replace these things, and they're tied with coils, with air conditioning compressors, everything all kind of works together and into a different refrigerant now, so that's what we have to do, is change all of this out at the same time. And that's where we are.
Can I ask a question? I guess you said there's 2 running, but there's 3 that need to be repaired, right?
Yeah.
Am,
Well-
am I missing one of the prices?
So initially, there was the one that we replaced out of budget, thinking we had to do something right now, so
Yeah.
that one's already done and out of the way. So there's 3 units that will be replaced.
Well, and that's what I thought, but I only
Yes.
saw 2 prices here. That's what I was wondering.
When I was looking at
There is
the
a,
quotes, it seemed like it was kind of a little
an addendum
all over
to
the
it.
place. I mean, there was one that was 17, one that was 10, one that was, you know.
Yeah, the total is,
No, you have to total those
You have
together.
to
total
take, you
together.
have to take the 78 plus the 10.
Yeah.
So you get from the one,
That's
the other one
right, that's 17.
had both units.
correct.
So there, you know, there's about $250 difference between the two.
Yeah.
If I'm reading correctly.
That's about, yeah, about right, without having them right in front of me to go with.
We decided to go with the quote that we selected, even though it was slightly higher, because they are a provider now. They were more responsive right now, and we're able to do an emergency repair right now. And so, despite this small difference, I guess, or on account of the small difference, we think that was the right move.
Well, I think they.
We didn't have another choice, I guess.
Well, I mean, they demonstrated they were able to get in there and get the thing done, so, I mean, you know, essentially, all things being considered, you had equal quotes. I mean, you know,
Yes.
on something of that magnitude, a difference of a couple $100 is not a difference. So.
Correct, correct.
So, has he now then, because, what do we have for units left that have not failed?
There's the one that's held together by Band-Aids and baling twine. That's gonna be out, I think it's this week. That one's out
Right.
of the basement and replaced. The last one will be the attic unit that's on the far end, and that's just something we gotta coordinate. It's running right now.
Okay,
But we gotta
that's gonna,
coordinate
you're
that.
gonna factor that one into the CIP for this budget?
That one's in those figures there as a will be failing. We know it will be. So
Well,
it's one of those 3 that's in your
This
quotes.
this 17K here,
Yes, yeah.
this is separate, but you've got another unit, that's what I'm saying, that other unit's gonna go into the CIP?
They're all included in that 17.
They're all in the
Yeah,
17.
they're all in there,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, now I'm confused.
Yeah, because I'm counting 3, but only 2 prices, that,
Yeah, I'm counting 4,
That's-
but only seeing
Yeah,
3.
so one quote
Wait,
should
wait, no,
list,
let me say it my
Sorry.
way and see if
Okay.
I'm right.
Sorry.
okay,
One is in the barn, paid for, done.
yes,
We've got 3 more units, 17,000.
correct.
Takes care of all those.
Takes
But-
care of all three.
But where did you get that money is that gonna cut you short for something
I
else?
took
Well, that's the second part of it, which we're gonna talk about.
We took it for building maintenance just because it was,
It's amazing.
remembering the dates, it was right around Thanksgiving and this thing failed and it was going to be sub-zero pretty close
Yeah.
that week, right at zeros, which is unusual in November, but we were headed there and so I pulled the trigger and we just did it and got it
But you've
done.
kind of borrowed from one account or something else. The other
We hadn't
question,
planned on it, you're right.
what about this building down here then?
This building, when it was rehabbed, we went with a condensing boiler, and this unit isn't 10 years old yet. And so it's a different style heating unit. And
Okay.
shouldn't, but we're gonna follow through because I have just a larger one of those for the radiant heat in the floor at this station. Again, fairly new though, we've upgraded both of those in
Okay.
the recent past, if that makes sense.
Rolf had contacted me, and I've spoken with Nathan.
Mm-hmm.
Nathan, generally takes care of all the furnaces, and he said that he would put together an inventory and tell us where we're at. We can probably work with Kathy on that so we can schedule out.
Yeah.
But I think that it was just a misunderstanding of the longevity of these units, where I guess
Yes.
you did find that out when the first one failed.
When the first
Some
one
people
failed.
thought they, had a longer useful life apparently, but I think otherwise, I mean, Nathan has done a good job of checking on the boilers and, gauging their condition and replacing them. I think they're in good shape otherwise. The others are all,
Yeah,
but
we-
I say that, but time passes, so, I mean, it may be,
We have
maybe
regular
maybe we've got
maintenance
some that
done
are
on
15
them,
years
so-
old now, but,
Yeah.
but they're not what was here
Right.
when I came, which were,
No.
basically all ancient units. They're all modern units.
But as far as I understand too, these new units have a higher efficiency and
Yes.
a longer life expectancy.
They have a higher efficiency. I'm also told though to plan on 15 years, but if you get more out of them, just have the money available just in case. I guess with the hot air units, the air handler style units, that's their life expectancy. Now, we gotta remember now, even though they're not heating in the summertime, they're your air conditioning
Right.
and they're moving air throughout a building constantly, 24/7. So they are always running.
Good.
So it's a kind of a combination system.
Do you know how much that other one was that took out of your other budget? Sorry.
That was the cheapest of all because the outside condenser had already been replaced. So that was, I think, I want to say 4,400
Oh, wow.
ish.
Who was
it? Who
That first one, and that was Donnelly's. Donnelly's.
Oh, it was 4 something.
Four,
yeah.
four and change, middle 4 and change. Yeah.
So do you want to talk funding?
Yeah, let's talk about, essentially we've got there's three potential avenues.
Yep. Let me go in?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the three potential avenues that we've identified are the contingency, which is whole right now at 75K. We can borrow from our current year Public Safety Department CIP and replenish in the FY 2021 budget, or we could take from the TIF where we have $42,229 available.
Okay, so I'm assuming if you go the TIF route, you're calling that acquisition and construction of municipal equipment and facilities?
Are we calling it that, Kathy?
I thought we'd call it public safety, but either one would fit.
Well, I mean, just looking at the allowable uses we
Yeah.
quoted in the TIF, that would be, it's public safety equipment and municipal facilities.
Yes.
So
Yep.
that would,
That would
Yeah, that
fit.
would
that's,
cover.
that's you'd qualify it as that.
I know we're splitting hairs here, but my opinion is, I don't think it belongs in the TIF, nor do I think it belongs in the CIP because it's not new equipment. It's repairs and replacements. So I think it should go into just whatever's in the piggy bank, and that's the end of that.
Are you talking contingency, or
Yes.
That's
The
what I would say
contingency.
too.
it's an unanticipated emergency repair?
Exactly.
That's
If it
what
was
it's
new
for,
equipment
yeah,
or
yeah.
if we're adding on to equipment, fine. Now you've got a capital improvement that you can depreciate out if you want to, but
Will you
that's
put-
not the case here. It's a replacement of an existing equipment, so.
But you put the ambulances when you switch them out in the trucks in the CIP.
Correct.
Yeah, to me,
Yeah.
that's not the same thing either.
No.
Yeah.
So essentially, essentially what I'm hearing, we got the three, what I'm hearing is there's more favor towards using our emergency reserve
Yeah.
funds, which is what we're authorized up to 75,000 for, so.
I think the first question is, do we go forward with the expense? And I think the answer to that is yes.
Well, I've already,
Didn't see a motion, but anyway. And then the second part of that is where do we get the money, and the money
Yeah.
comes out of the emergency
yeah, I mean,
fund.
the fact of the matter is, you know, do you go forward with it? Well, you have
You
the
have
choice
to
of
go
having no heat or heat, so
Right.
I think
We made that decision.
I think the logic is we have heat.
Because of the off-budget nature of this, I did consult with Rolf, and, you know, I'm with Rolf's assessment, which is, they're all the same age, it makes sense to do them all.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, the options we had there was we could have tried to repair them,
No.
and you repair them and you have a 15-year-old thing that's been repaired. Or you replace it with the new ones, which is incrementally a little bit more, but now you have a new unit instead of a repaired 15-year-old unit with a higher efficiency and whatnot, so. I mean, it's one of those that, from any economic standpoint,
Absolutely.
Can I throw a third
makes,
question in there?
makes, that's the logical step to take.
Can I throw a third question in there?
You can throw in as many you want.
Well, and I keep going back to the other thing, but do you have that money earmarked, the building maintenance, for other things? So if we're gonna take it out of contingency, then do we reimburse him for that 4,001 also then?
Good.
Because he's already got his budget done, he's got his budget earmarked right now for certain things. So meanwhile, you just dip down whatever that amount is, and if we're gonna take it out for, I say take it out for all three.
Did you make any adjustments to FY '21 budget for this event?
I had put in the capital plan for it.
So you would remove that if we just.
That would be removed from
Fine.
it, yes, correct.
I mean, your other option there is instead of, you take the 17, we approve that out of contingency now.
Right.
If we had to come back at some other time because he had, something else, or if he did some shifting there, that's kind of part and parcel of what CIP does too. If you moved money out of something else in your CIP and shifted that, you just rebuild that back in, so you still haven't lost. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, but I think.
That's all you've done
That was
is
slow.
you shifted a priority, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the
I mean, you really, it's,
trade one, trade
Yeah.
another, yeah.
yeah.
So,
I mean, the fact is, I think where Teresa's concern is, are you shortchanging yourself on something that's gonna be a that you
Right.
need for this year?
yes.
Right,
You know,
yes.
and if that's the case, then that's, we look at one, if it's okay, all we're gonna do is, we're just moving money from one year to the other. That's slightly different. That says, okay, that's what the CIP exists for.
So you're gonna need a motion to take it out of for all of us to take it out of the contingency.
Correct.
So I make a motion to take the emergency money out of the contingency.
The full amount,
Well,
all 4 units.
That's what the second question was gonna be, as for what the amount is.
Okay. So then what you're moving then would be
21,000 something.
yeah,
The 10,900,
17.
7,850.
50
This is
plus.
a good long article here.
We keep you entertained.
So 21,850.
21,850?
Move 21,850.
So what you're doing is you're moving to allow this
21,850 coming out of the contingency
21,850.
for the emergency
Budget.
repairs.
Is there a second?
I second.
The motion on the table is to use 21,850 out of contingency for the heating repairs. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bruce.
thank you.
God, when he said that went, that was like really low temperatures. Yeah,
you're not
I
kidding.
remember seeing that.
Okay, item number D is consideration of financial implications related to the change in Cumberland County's fiscal year. Don.
It's so nicely put.
Well, I have a memo here from our finance director, which I could read, or I could give you the Reader's Digest version.
Reader's Digest is.
Reader's Digest version. They're changing their
Use the
fiscal
bank.
year, and so they're going to need an additional 6-month assessment. It isn't going to affect us in this budget year, but next budget year, we have the option to pay it off all at once over 5 years. Your choice.
It's not the 21, it's not the
No,
budget
that's
we're
what I said.
working on.
It's not the one we're working on, not this year's or next year's. It's the year after.
Right. And I did, in my memo, but what they want to know, I have it.
Okay.
What they want to know is, by November, is how are we going to do this? Are we going to pay all 6 months, or they'll give us up to 5 years to pay it off? But they want to know in November so that they can crunch the numbers and see who's willing to actually make that budget. So I did, if we paid it all at once, it would be about 38 cents on the mill rate. If we went over 5 years, it would be 8 cents. If we went over 4 years, it would be 10 cents. Over 3 years, it would be 13 cents per year. And then over 2 years, it would be 19 cents per year.
What's the total dollar amount we're talking about? 400,000?
Almost, yeah, basically. I mean, that budget for the 6-month period has not been set yet.
But
So-
they're
No,
not
I understand,
penalizing
but
us
it'll
for
be
the
around
payment
those.
plan as
Right.
far as we know.
And there's
Right.
the issue is, if we go the 5-year plan, there's no interest, there's no additional
That's
fees
the
on
answer
there.
then.
So I
That's
mean,
all.
so the logic would say, why would you
Yes.
pay it all up front when you can spread it out over 5 years?
Exactly.
Yeah.
When does this decision need to be made?
It says November. They
But
want to
when
know
do
by,
when do we need to make the decision here?
I don't know.
I'd make it
Does
now
it
so
need
we
to
have
be a
it.
town meeting decision?
No,
If it's
No.
part of the
No.
budget?
no, because it's then gonna get
Use their money.
integrated into the budget. What you'll have going forward is you'll have the county budget plus a supplemental.
Okay.
So you'll have a total amount that you're approving for the county tax, but it'll consist of 2 elements. Because you have the current, you'll have that existing year's budget plus that,
So if it's just a select, I mean, you could make it tonight and just be done with it.
Yeah.
And then I'll email them
I think
tomorrow.
if staff had a recommendation, I think we would say no interest 5 years.
Absolutely.
I would agree with that, but I would like to postpone this decision for 30 days.
Okay.
Why?
It'll become apparent.
okay, so your motion is to table the.
I would like to table this for 30 days, right, but I agree with the 5-year plan.
I second that motion. It's table for 5.
Is there, all those in favor of tabling? Opposed? The motion is, the article is tabled until next meeting.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
It may be slightly more than 30 days,
Whatever the next
next meeting.
table to the next meeting. Thank you.
All right. Next item is RSU 14 Withdrawal Committee update, which is, the update at this point is there is a meeting scheduled for later this week between our negotiating team and their negotiating team to hammer out the final few minor items in the separation agreement. We then will, once we have that, then we'll bring the committee back together and start hammering through and getting the rest things set up so that we can start getting ready for public meetings and things like that on costs and things like that, and Marshall's group is working on getting a budget pulled together. And when's your technology meeting? Has that been set yet?
I'm not sure what you
The
are
one-
asking. The 2 technology directors have met.
They have, okay.
Yes,
So they did get together. Okay,
yes.
good. 'Cause that was kind of a holdup, is that you weren't able to get them together.
The skies are sunny and the airplane is lifted off.
Ah, excellent. So once the negotiating teams come back, then we'll schedule the next meeting, and that will be publicized. I haven't seen any new updates from the survey that's on the web, but that still is out there for anyone that has not participated in that, to go in and put in your comments. And on that survey, there's a link right off the town website under the RSU 14 Withdrawal Committee button. Public comment. Selectmen comment.
We have another month. I would like to have some names for the Spirit of America Award. If anybody has any, they can funnel them through Sue, if she wouldn't mind receiving those. I would like to close that out by the end of March. There are 2 possibilities at this point.
When are the scholarship applications due in?
April 30th,
April 30th, so we won't see that, that'll be a May
yes.
meeting, okay. Other comments? Town manager report.
Okay, confirming dates for upcoming regular meetings, March 10th and April 21st. And that's also the date to review the town meeting warrant. Good with those?
Yes?
So reminder of upcoming holiday schedule, Monday, February 17th, President's Day. Reminder of upcoming election schedule, February 27th. Deadline to request absentee ballots, March 3rd. Presidential primary and special referendum election. Reminder of upcoming budget schedule, February 25th. Town manager submits budget to select board, March 3rd. First budget review session, March 17th. Second budget review session.
On that February 25th, that submitting the budget to the select board as well as the budget committee?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Yes. And budget committee.
What is your deadline for gathering information?
Oh, the deadline for gathering information is probably open, I would say open and flexible, but it's passed, but we're open and flexible. If there's something that needs to happen, it can still happen, but
Okay.
it's passed.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
But this happens every year too, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
One piece on the election that I left out is our local election, and nomination papers will be available March 3rd.
March 3rd? Okay. And when do they have to be in?
That's a very good question.
That'll
Off
be
the top,
45
I don't
days after
know.
that.
45 days
Yeah.
later, yes.
April
For
3rd.
what election?
For the municipal officers?
Local elections.
Local officers,
Yes,
the select board, budget, finance,
Yeah.
and school board.
and school board.
I reminded him to run these up for election.
Okay. Treasurer's warrant. Sam?
Wake them up.
You have to,
Oh, he just
You have
jumped.
to move it first.
Here you go. Move it?
Yeah, no. Move it in the amount of, no. You're making a motion to accept the treasurer's warrant
Oh,
at
that's-
$116,569.09.
That was,
That's what I just
that was
heard you say,
Sam's
right?
voice.
Yeah, I just said that.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Pass it down to a veteran.
You're gonna sit in the upper chair, Sam, you gotta do this responsibilities now.
No.
That's right.
I know I heard you say that.
I'm gonna be Nancy Pelosi.
That sign.
Yeah,
Next,
nothing's gonna get done down at this.
next item is a motion to go into executive session. You can make that, Marshall.
I don't have the,
Motion to go into executive session pursuant to MRSA Section 4056A, consideration of personnel issue.
second, thank you.
All those in favor? Okay. We are in executive session, so we'll ask. Okay, can I have a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, results of executive session is we were asking Marcia to continue working on the budget as he is doing. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, February 12th, 2020 Planning Board meeting of the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum, and we'll start with roll call.
Mike D'Arcangelo,
Ed Kranich.
Greg Foster,
Robert O'Neill,
Bruce Sanford,
Kyle Bancroft.
Kevin Woodbury?
and for today's application, Will Haskell will be working as our town planner. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda, and we will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of minutes from the November and January meetings, and then a public hearing for the Port Harbor Holdings applications, and then some ordinance workshops. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including a representative of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application, either for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address the chairman. Any conversation must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeal rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file such an appeal, you must be certain that the board's records evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis of your opposition.
And if I may step in, the reason we asked you to go to the microphone is that this is being broadcast and recorded, and that's the only way it ends up on the recording or getting broadcast. It has nothing to do with hearing in here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. All right, first order of business is the minutes for the November 19th meeting.
Move to accept as printed.
Second.
Before we vote, Mary, were we, and I guess this better for Scott, were we supposed to put a blurb in here that we're using the video as our official?
Yeah, we usually, well, I didn't.
Did I not put it on that one?
I didn't see it. Did I miss it?
Yep, it may be that I did not put it on that one. I will fix that.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor? Yeah, opposed? No one? Next, the January 20 minutes.
Move to approve the minutes as submitted.
For a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? And opposed? No one's opposed. Kevin, you? That's the
one I was absent.
Oh, gotcha. So you're one abstention. Okay. Just give me a second. So I'm assuming everybody's here for the public hearing. You're not just here, just kind of, yeah, that's what I thought. So our normal board procedure is Will Haskell will introduce the project as to where it stands right now. That will be, then we'll follow that with the applicant, who will then present their side of what is being proposed. The board will ask some general, probably just very general questions to start with, and then we'll open up the public hearing. And then, as Mary said, we would ask that you just proceed to the podium to state your name and address and your affiliation, and then if you could keep your comments, relatively short but to the point, I would appreciate it. And I think that's it. I missed anything? No? All right. So I think the first order of business we need is it was a sketch plan review from last meeting, so we need a motion deeming the application complete.
So moved.
Second.
Second. All those in favor? Okay. To you, Will.
Okay, thank you. So the application that's before us is the expansion, dock expansion for Jordan Bay Marina. So we received an application There's been some back and forth with the fire department, and then I submitted a technical review memo, and I think there was a recent submission either yesterday or today that was forwarded to the board, but I don't imagine everybody's had a chance to
They
review.
have not. We have not.
I've not completed it yet.
Okay.
What is your name?
Will Haskell.
Thank you, Will. Thank you.
So I guess just to go down and summarize the project, I think with the original application and some of the new information that was submitted, there was a little bit of confusion in terms of the number of new slips and things like that. I think I'll try and summarize what the latest submission says relative to the number of
fine.
slips, because I think the original application was a little bit off there. So, so there's 59 new boats, 59 new boat slips, and 77 existing slips. Wait a minute. I'm getting myself confused now. So, I thought I had printed off the new version.
I thought you had.
So, yeah, originally they had submitted, it was 126 total slips, but I believe that's been changed to 116 at this point.
What?
Total
Total
slips after the new slips have been added. So these are down off the end of the point. If you're familiar with the site and have driven down into the site, we've got existing boat slips that run down along the access drive there, and then the new slips will be built off the end. There'll be some piles driven for the floats, and then there'll be finger slips built off each side of the docks to provide the new boat slips. Really, I mean, it's all about what's happening in the water. I mean, there's really not a lot of earthwork or anything that's happening on site, on the ground. So they're delineating some parking spaces going down the access drive, and I think that's one of the questions that needs to be considered by the board is. The town ordinance doesn't provide a parking generation rate for marinas. So the applicant and their engineer have submitted some documentation in terms of other kind of published information out there on parking generation rates for marina use. That was one of our questions in our technical review memo, is kind of documenting that number. So I think they've settled on a number of 0.6 spaces per wet slip and 0.2 spaces per dry slip. There's a number of what we call valet spaces here that the boats are stored in a building, and then they're pulled out and launched when the user comes in.
And those are the 10 slips?
Nope, there's more than 10 there. Again, this is a number that I think there was some confusion on in the original.
It says 80 on your.
There were a couple different numbers on the original application. It may be best to have
Okay.
them summarize what the total number of dry slips is, so I don't misstate it. So I think that's one question that needs to be resolved is what is the applicable parking generation rate? There really isn't any. We typically go to what's called the Institution of Transportation Engineers Parking Generation Manual for this type of a thing. They do provide some numbers for marina use, but there's like one study that they have pulled those numbers from, so it doesn't have a whole lot of backup behind it.
Okay.
In the most recent submission that the applicant has made, they've provided a number of resources that they've pulled from the internet and other sources that kind of document or provide their justification for the 0.6 for the wet slip and the 0.2 for the dry slip. Okay. So I think So the parking generation was kind of the key item that we focused in on, especially given that there really isn't any earthwork on the dry land portion of this. So there really isn't any change to stormwater or anything like that. I think another item that came up with Scott's review of prior applications and prior projects here at this site revolved around the septic capacity, and I think,
Yeah,
I don't know if you wanna-
we had talked about having it may be a condition of approval that they have contact the site evaluator to make sure that it matches, that they're compliant with this expansion. It's kind of, there's a little bit of several different permits in there for different things over the years, and it's really hard to decipher exactly what is in the ground there. There was one system back in '86 and possibly a couple holding tanks. And just want to make sure that where they're going to expand, that they become compliant with the subsurface wastewater rules for regarding a marina.
Okay. Are there specific numbers?
Yes.
Okay.
I think there was some back and forth with the fire department in terms of providing adequate fire access down to the end of the driveway, and some discussion back and forth about the fire suppression systems out on the docks, which I don't know if you want to mention anything about that. but-
Yes, from my most recent memo of January 14th, those issues have all been addressed, other than the technical details for approval. For example, the technical details of the standpipe system and the dry hydrant. But the concepts, as far as meeting the fire protection requirements, they have done.
Okay, okay, good.
See here. Did make a comment about ADA accessible parking spaces, which I believe they've addressed in the in the most recent submission, which you haven't reviewed yet, but I think that's been accommodated. Again, the technical memo kind of goes down through the various site plan review standards, the shoreline zone standards. And again, given that there really isn't any earthwork on the site.
So there's nothing really applicable,
It's
right?
really kind of all about the parking as
Yep.
far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
So.
All right.
That's really all I had to say about it at this point.
Okay, thanks, Will. Is the applicant?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Rob McSorley with Sebago Technics here. We're representing Port Harbor Marine, who is doing the expansion at or proposing their expansion at the Jordan Bay Marina here in town. We were before you with a sketch plan. The plan that you see is remarkably the same as that, with more detail. We have had the benefit of going and working through a lot of the comments already. They were pretty straightforward. We had some clarification and stuff relative to fire, but I think we got all those worked out. Relative to the project, they are proposing an additional 49 slips, 49 net slips. They have 67 wet slips right now that are for lease and use. There are 10 slips that are there just for the valet service. They're not used for any boats to be parked at. Only when people come and want to take them out, those are used. So with the 67 leased or used slips, 10 of those will be taken away as part of the expansion at the end. We'll be adding 59, which means a net more of 49. So we'll have 116 that will be leased or used, and then we have the other 10 slips, which are the valet slips. So sorry for the confusion on that and whatnot. Relative to the number of dry slips, there is a building there that, there's a note on there that indicates that there are 80 dry slips there. In the calculation, we used 100 dry slips. The reason is, in the main building up front, there is some capability for storage under that. So we took into account the potential for additional storage in the front building. That's why you see 80 labeled on the plan for the one boat storage building, but the calculation is based on 100. So we wanted to be as accurate as we could. As Will had mentioned, IT manual, parking generation manual, has one study for this, not all that conclusive. So what we did is we did some research, and there's not a lot out there. The biggest one in publication in the United States is California, and a lot of other states refer back to that. There's some other foreign ones also. We mentioned in our notes back that the Australian standards, which pretty much mirror what the standards from California and which are being used within the United States, and that's 0.6 per wet slip, 0.2 to 0.4 on a dry slip. They have a half a space for marina employee. What we did relative to that, we used the higher end for the wet slip. Based upon our experience with this facility and other facilities that Port Harbor Marine manages, the 0.2 to 0.4, we used the lower end. We used the 0.2. We'll be totally honest with you, because that's what's more applicative of what occurs here. Relative to the number of employees, we didn't use the rate that we found online. We used the town rate, which was a little higher, which was 1.2. That all being said, with that calculation done out, I think we have about 10 extra spaces as it is laid out right now. But one of the things we did is, when we looked at spaces, we didn't consider 9-foot spaces. Because it's gravel, we considered 10-foot spaces, because nobody's going to be parking between lines and whatnot. So we were trying to be a little bit more conservative in that nature and whatnot. We have addressed the ADA standards. We do have 2 or 3 ramps where we have access over to the one dock, which we have fire access there. Seems an excellent position to put handicap spaces on either side of that fire access, and that works as their set down area that's in a handicap ramp. Relative to other permitting, we are in the process with MDEP. We got one set of comments from them that were pretty minor. We've responded to those. They, of course, send out our documents to several other agencies, and we have been answering questions, minor questions from IF&W and the Maine Department of Agricultural Conservation and Forestry. They are the ones who are responsible for submerged land leases. We actually contacted them up front of this project to find out what the requirements would be. This does not require a submerged land lease because of the depth of the furthest dock doesn't exceed 10.5 feet from the control elevation. There's an elevation that they set based upon the natural elevation of Sebago Lake is where the submerged land lease starts from, and we don't meet that. We also we confirmed that on the phone just 2 weeks ago, because they wanted to call back and make sure that was the case, and so we talked to them, and so they have reviewed the plan on this. Also, as part of the submissions, we have gone to the Maine Historical Preservation Commission and IFW, and there have been no concerns from both of those agencies relative to the project. We believe MDEP's in the final process of getting their permit together, and we expect them to issue relatively shortly. Relative to the septic system, Scott and I talked about it on the phone this morning. He had alerted us to that, and we've done a little digging on our own, trying to understand what is there and what was permitted and whatnot. Not all the records are available on that. What we believe, based upon the letter that Scott had mentioned to me this morning, that there was a restriction for 19 slips, and we believe those were based on slips that would be overnight slips. Hence, the installation of a shower and bathroom facility there. This marina doesn't act as that type of marina. It's a day marina. There is no boats that have been staying with people who stay overnight. In fact, we don't have a very high usage and flow, we believe, going to the septic system right now. And we're trying to quantify that based upon looking at Portland Water District records, separating those water out and whatnot. We know that we've only pumped the two 1,000 gallon septic tanks once in 4 years. So we know there's not getting a lot of use. What we propose is that going forward, there would be a condition of approval, and we work with the CEO to monitor and understand what flows are going to that and make the appropriate modifications if there's a deficiency in the system. So with that, we have found everything to pretty straightforward. What I'd like to do is go up there and just turn that map around, because it really concentrates on the main plan, if I could. You probably see better there that the existing dock kind of wraps around the point, and there are fingers that go off from that dock. Those fingers that extend outward towards the lake will be taken off, and then we're proposing the two main dock extensions with the berths or slips off from that. I've kind of highlighted there the extension of the property lines for the property. That kind of defines what's the Division of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry look at when they look at the submerged land lease. They're looking at what your littoral area is in front of your project, and then from that, those sidelines that you create, you need to be at least 25 feet in from that with any structure. So you can see we've put a dashed line in from those sidelines to indicate where that 25-foot setback is. We're about 30 to 35 feet off that sideline that the Division of Agricultural, Conservation, and Forestry define as part of the submerged land lease rules. And of course, they would be applicable to our neighbors to the north and to the south. Any structure they put, they would have to be at least 25 feet away also. So with that, I will be more than happy to answer any questions. I think Will did a very good job, and I think we move
Okay.
forward.
Since you're standing, Rob, we have to keep it this way because the camera shines and it's being recorded, but I think, would you mind just spinning that, at least for a little bit, so the audience could, they have no idea, they can't see it. I see the map in the back.
Do you want me to turn?
Yeah, would you please? And then I know it's going to go up the air, but at least everyone get a better, yeah. Well, yeah, let's unblock. It's okay.
Sorry. You're allowed to head out.
Thank you, Rob. Are there any specific questions?
I got a quick question.
Go ahead, Tom.
On the dry dock or the dry slips that you're talking about, you'd assigned a lower generation rate to those, and I'd like to know why, because it seems that that would generate more traffic where people are coming in, they're dropping the boat, and then you can have you know, I don't know what the marina does for business in there, but I can assume that that one slip could have, you know, 5, 6, 8, 10 boats a day dropped in there. And those 10 slips, you know, multiply that, seems like there should be a higher generation rate for that, because it's not just one boat occupying those 10 spots.
We looked at the whole scope of what the parking needed to be. Of course, the town ordinance doesn't specifically address marina, so we went out there to find the best information we could. And also with that, we relied on our client relative to what our experience is at other marine facilities. And what we did was we tried to be a little bit conservative too. And that's why when I say, you know, we went and we looked at 10-foot spaces versus 9-foot spaces. You know, we can cram more cars in there, yeah, but, you know, be a little bit more conservative. And relative to the difference that you would see from point 2 to point 4, it's 20 cars, and right now we have it extra 10 spaces. So with that, and with the fact that we're doing bigger spaces, and that we used a larger or a higher generation rate, not generation rate, but a parking space rate for the employees versus what they told us in the marina type standards, we doubled that. We thought we were being very conservative relative to the amount of parking provided.
Do you guys have any idea what your internal numbers are? I mean, you guys, or the marina's been running for quite a few years. Do you have any idea what kind of use in the high season each one of those slips would get? Because I know that they've been doing it for a long time. It's super convenient. That's why it's been great down there. You come in, you drop the boat, but how many people are gonna have their boat dropped in that same slip? And how many cars are gonna, do you have any idea, or is there any kind of study internally done to see what kind of numbers you guys are servicing currently with those 10 slips?
We did not look at that, no, we didn't, so, but
Same thing, are these generation rates based on peaks or averages?
those are what they consider their worst condition.
So that's
peak.
That's a peak generation rate.
That's your, what's the big boating day? July 4th. That's what they mentioned in the
So
stuff.
assuming that you hit the peak or whatever and it exceeds that, is there a overflow plan where people could park? Because that's what the condition, you know, that we worry about. Obviously, if it's filled, where are they gonna go? Are they gonna go try to park on 302? They're gonna park in people's driveways? Or are they gonna park maybe across the street in your lot over there? Or is there a plan for that?
Well, typically, when we look at parking, of course, we look at a required rate, and the way we are in this day and age, very conscious that we don't put more parking in than necessary. You know, what is the magical number? You know, that's why, because of the fact that IT's parking generation study doesn't have enough information, that's why we went out and looked and got, you know, what we thought would be the best. And then, once again, being conservative on the size of the parking space that we consider, and try to be under on what we need versus what's required, so that we do have a little extra.
But even then, I would think there would be an overflow plan just in case, because that's when the accidents occur and people get hurt or whatever.
Congestion for the fire
Congestion for the fire department. I mean, it doesn't hurt to have a plan that's saying, okay, if we exceed there, then we start parking people across the street or something.
Well, I guess the ordinance doesn't speak to that type of plan, so that's not really been considered. You know, we can look at other areas on the site, of course, for additional parking and whatnot. But
I guess another question I have, why are we using this source that has one study instead of having you guys look internally at what you're doing on those 10 docks specifically? Why would we, you know, we're looking at this and we're saying, hey, this has only been one study. You guys have been down there a number of years. You should have a general idea of who uses those 10 spaces on a continuous basis. And we're not seeing any of that. And that red flag for me.
Okay.
So,
two things. One, we didn't use the one study. The one study is the reason why we went out and looking for other information.
okay.
So we didn't use one study. We used stuff that came out of California, an organization out of Florida, who deals with marinas, the Australian government, relative to what they do for marinas.
It just seems like
So-
it would be relatively easy to pull your internal numbers and get a judge of what you guys are doing rather than comparing it to whether it be this, and that. I mean, you guys have been in business long enough where I would assume that you would know what kind of action those 10 spaces produce in the busy season.
And if I brought that argument before most boards, they would say, prove it. So we usually don't use our own information unless we have something that we can back it up, concrete, like water records. But we don't have parking records for the site. We have a general feel. So with that, we need to go by what is published and what is out there and what you can rely on to approve our project, if that makes sense.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm not gonna, I don't agree with that. I think that we could look at this and come up with a site-specific idea on what we're looking at. But that's my opinion, and you answered the question, so thank you.
Yes.
I think the point's well taken, though, that a company that's been in business that generates revenue from movement of boats in and out of boat slips must have billing records that tell what boat went in and out of what slip and what they charge. Otherwise, they'd have no way to track their revenue. So there must be a way, if they wanted to dig into those records and come up with some kind of a better idea of actual traffic generation based upon revenue and movement in and out of boat slips over time.
We may have some records on what, Mike Susi, Port Harbor Marine, we may have some records on what we've put in and put out, but that, we don't have records on if they stayed there. So lots of these boats get put in, someone gets dropped off, they take it to their camp, or they take it somewhere out to Fry Island, and then the car goes away. So we wouldn't know if there's a car still parked there.
They don't report into you when they come in and out of the slip on a
They do,
daily
but
or
they don't
weekly
tell me I'm
basis or
parking
whatever.
here.
They just use the slip and they rent it and they leave their boat and they might
That's
take
right.
it somewhere for
I
a
mean, a
week
ton
and
of
come
these
back and leave
people
it for a week.
may take their boats and take their car. We don't have record of that. You know, in my experience, there's more than enough parking, because compared to my other marinas, but, you know, I gotta go by the ordinance or whatever he says, you know. If you say, do it on your experience, I look at a webcam up there on 4th of July, and I'm like, where is everybody? And then I look at my webcam in South Portland, and it's packed. You know, you can't find a parking spot. That's
apples and oranges.
I understand, that's my
Wait,
experience.
we can't have a discussion. Thanks.
I do have some questions and comments since we're getting into some technical stuff here.
Why don't we hold the technical
You want to
questions?
hold that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got one more thing on your point. The valet, it just gets used a lot less, because they gotta rely on us putting the boat in the water. If you own a slip, you can, you know, go there at 6 o'clock in the morning, get your boat. They get used a lot more. That's why that rating is lower. They don't get used nearly as much as when you have a wet slip.
If there's no real urgent question, I think I'd like to open the public hearing, and then we'll come back to the board questions.
If I could
on the
just ask
details.
one quick question
Sure.
regarding the slips and the boats, et cetera. Would it, is there some sort of, I'm just concerned a little bit about septic, so would it, is it the marinas policy that they wouldn't allow anyone to stay there overnight in a boat?
They can stay overnight, it's just, there's not many boats that you can stay overnight on. I mean, these are 25-foot slips, so they're gonna be bow riders and pontoon boats. At the beginning, and that's where I think the 19 boats came from, there's some bigger 28-foot slips. But, I mean, I probably, once again, like down in South Portland, I have people that stay all summer. There, most people get there, you know, at 10 o'clock, and they go out boating for 5-6 hours, they come back and they leave. I might have 2 or 3, he said no boats, but there might be a couple of, maybe 3 or 4 people that spend the night there, I don't know. Not many though, because the boats just, they're too small to comfortably stay the night.
Thanks.
Look like you want to say something.
I just, a couple things to consider, I guess, relative to parking. Generally, business owners want to have enough parking or more parking than what's reasonable usually, because they like to have the people come in and use the spaces. So, you know, the comment about the overflow, I mean, it's a valid comment, I guess, but to me, it's something that if there becomes an issue out there, I mean, I think there could be something worded into the approval or similar to the septic in terms of monitor it, and if you start seeing people that are parking out on Route 302 or parking in other people's driveways, I mean, then all of a sudden it's like, time out, something's got to change here, and we got to figure out what is the real parking rate. Another option, which I guess I'm not really recommending at this point. I mean, given the research that they've done, I mean, with the other parking spaces, and yes, they could go to the higher rate on the valet slip, but you know, it is possible to do like a parking study on something like this, but it's not possible to do it right now because it's not, you know, it's not in use. So that would push that way off into, you know, the summer season when people are using the boat slips out there. I think in general, though, I mean, my thought is that, you know, they want enough parking spaces there for their customers, because if customers can't park, then they're not going to rent a boat slip from them, usually is the case. So I guess just a couple things to consider in your thoughts relative to parking. So.
Okay, thank you, Will. Okay, we have a bunch of probably lots of little technical questions yet to go, but I'd like to just kind of open the public hearing now. So that if you would like, remember you need to speak from the podium. You need to state your name and your address. And if you were, and I guess that's it. And then your comments. Would anyone like to go first?
I don't mind.
You're up.
All right, I'll try to be brief here and not take up too much time. My name's David Bernard. I reside at 71 Indian Point Road. And on that map there, what you can't see is what's around it. You see these docks, these extra long docks going out into the water. If you're looking at that map, to the left of those docks, there's a row of rocks. They've been there forever. It's a little sandbar with a row of rocks, and like a lot of wildlife, ducks, Canadian geese, they lay eggs there. It's a beautiful place to take a kayak out to and swim. Where I live is perfectly east of where the docks will be. So my direct view into the water will be those docks now. Every day, what I do is I get up, I kayak out to the rocks, and I swim. And, you know, I'm disabled, and my doctor has said swimming is really, really good for me. With these docks here, that is the area that I swim in. I will literally be swimming into their boats, where this is set up to go right now. What you can't see also is they're right up against those rocks. Beyond those rocks is an entire protected species area. We can't do anything. We can't cut a tree. We can't do anything at all. They're looking at dumping another 20 plus boats right there. Now, something that has been brought up, if you look at where their docks begin, there's a long dock that the two fingers come off. That was actually added either 2 years ago or last year. We, of course, at Indian Point didn't know anything about it. Our beach is right there. Where those docks end 35 feet away is a beach that's been used since the 1960s. That beach is virtually unusable now due to fuel spill from the boats, the rental boats that are parked there currently. I didn't hear anyone speak about the new rental program that they have over there, where folks pay a fee, I believe is it $4,000 or $5,000 a season, to be able to use, is it 10 boats that you have available or more? 5 boats. Those 5 boats are parked right there at the edge of the beach.
I've personally witnessed over and over and over again, and had full intent of going and speaking with Port Harbor this spring. They have young fellas that work there, and what they do is they fuel the boats after people use them during the day. The rental folks, they use the boat, it gets fueled, then they valet that boat over to this dock. Well, there's a good amount of spillage that takes place because they're topping the boats off, and there just is. Then what happens is they have a no wake zone that leads out to about where you see the end of those docks. These young folks drive very, very fast out to the end, spin the boat around, and then drive very, very fast into the docks. And when they get to the docks, they throw it into reverse to stop it, and then they park it. They're very efficient at their job. The problem is I've been out there swimming and almost been hit, because the area where you swim, where those docks will now be, is exactly where they've been going to get to those 5 spots. Now, I mean, that won't be as much of a safety issue there, but there's a whole new safety issue that's now going to happen. With these docks being there, you can't see it, but about 100 feet beyond those docks is the entrance to the Panther Run River, where Panther Marina is on one side, and on the other side, Indian Point Campground. Many boats come up and down that river, but as far as I know, nobody's asked to add any slips over on Panther Run side. We haven't asked to add any slips. It would become a safety issue if we asked, we'd like to add 15 more slips. That would add more boats in the river and create a safety issue. What's going to happen here, and you're going to be dealing with this after the fact, all these boats coming in and all of these boats trying to park, just a big collision of boats all taking place within 100 to 200 feet of each other. And also, if this continues with the rental program where people are racing out of a no-wake zone, you know, again, no wake zone, they all converge right exactly at the same place just beyond these docks. That's that part. The environmental part, you're talking about adding boats, and it's natural. You go out for a day of boating. You pull in, you fuel the boat. You go out, you park your boat. If there's overage, where it went over a little bit, just a little bit, enough to get into the water, you go and you park it, it continues to drip into the water. Now you have all these other boats that are dripping fuel. The way that the current runs, it runs into Indian Point, the Indian Point area and the conservation area. That's going to be a good amount of fuel. I have no idea how they got this past the DEP. Every one of us here from Indian Point, we have had no idea until just recently that this was happening. It wasn't presented to us, wasn't presented to anyone. We had no chance to speak to the DEP about it. We will be speaking to the DEP about it, but we haven't really had a chance to do that. And that's really, that's all I have to say. Tried to be as quick as I could, but this is a big deal. This is a massive impact on the environment of that area. Traffic-wise, I'm hearing that there won't be an issue with traffic and boats in and out of there. If anyone who lives around here has seen the backup from Route 85 on 302 straight back to Jordan Bay Marina, currently you have people with boats trying to get out of there at the busiest time of the day when people are also coming from Raymond Beach. It's quite a traffic situation. I mean, I've personally seen people who, when they were full, have just parked on 302 with their truck and boat. I got to admit, it doesn't happen very much, but it's happened. Add all these other cars, show us some video, peak time, where there's all these extra parking spots to accommodate that. If they come up with the idea of, let's take all the boats we have for sale that are across the street on 302 by Mosquitoes and let people park there, now you're looking at people walking back and forth across Route 302. Somebody's going to get hit. I can't find any way that this project can go through and not have it be a disaster one way or another. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Allison Allen. I live in Cumberland Center and at Indian Point Campground. I just found out about this yesterday. I've been at Indian Point Campground for 30 years. I'm not much of a public speaker, but I was an original Hull Flyers person when the campground went from being a transient campground to being a condo campground. I was part of that group. When we did the project in the late 80s, we tried to put slips over, well, it would be on Indian Point property, it wouldn't be over on Marina property. And we were told, and we were not allowed to do that because of environmental
Excuse me one second.
impact.
You can spin it if you want to get it back on the camera. Again, you're okay? Okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We were not allowed to do that because of environmental impact. We were not allowed to even put the road, which you still have on that map that never existed, because we weren't allowed to put the road that went over close to the loon preserve. Too much environmental impact. The loons, the frogs, whatever. So we had to just put our slips on Panther Run. Well, that was fine, and we have our beach. What you can't see from that is our cove has a small beach area, and it's right there by those docks. Now, when we went to the town back in the late 80s, Jack Cooper was the code enforcement officer. And we went to meetings every month for a year, and to get all of this straightened away with DEP, EPA, the bugs and bunnies of the world, I don't know. But Jack Cooper had that all written, and he had the tapes on it. This was 30 years ago. I don't have that. I wasn't a secretary or anything. I was just a grunt moving rocks and planting grass. But at one point, Jack Cooper had some sort of problem with his job or something that he had done to fall out of favor. And that's another whole story. But right during that time frame, all of those records on Hull Flyers, all of the written records and all of the tapes were lost, so that no one could prove whatever it was that Jack Cooper had done. Maybe hearsay, but I was there through the, for all of this. So, but my biggest problem is this isn't my first rodeo, and I've talked to people for the last 30 years. Oh yeah, I just dump my tanks wherever I want, dump the poop in the lair, the fish will eat it. Well, you know what people are like, and they're going to do what they're going to do. People don't follow rules. There's not enough pump out stations in the area. People are throwing garbage. That aside, that is visually right by our beach. We've been at this beach for the last 30 years. Go down, watch the sunset, have our kids play in the water, people with a couple of kayaks. We got a world-class swimmer here who's in the water all the time. And it's going to destroy that. For what? So, I know that the whole Jack Cooper story and all of that holds no weight. So all I can say is that it's going to devalue all of our properties at Indian Point to a huge amount, because we no longer can. We had another little beach over on Panther Run, and because people weren't keeping up with it, it's now overgrown, can't be used. Nobody really used it there anyway, except for bring their dog down a little bit and let the kids dig in the sand. Because why? Because there's boat slips, oil, gas, God only knows what else in the water over there, to say nothing of milfoil now. But anyway, so I guess my main concern is visual and environmental and quality of life. And it's not all about the almighty dollar. And I understand about boats, My husband, rest his soul, always had sailboats, and I've sailed on this lake my whole life. So I'm not against boats, I'm just against this project, because I have never seen somebody want to build a project right in front of someone's beach like that. So, I guess
Thank you.
that's all.
Allison Sarna. I'm at 13 Flying Hulls Way over at Indian Point, property owner. Also echoing what people have mentioned about this not showing the full space, and that cove that we have on the other side that comes off of Panther Run. This effectively creates a tighter basin in that space, so affecting, water flow through that space, which already will create greater erosion on the beach, which we've noticed over the last year this project was put in. And also this plan doesn't show anything about channel markers. So right now there's one set of channel markers which would flow directly out of that channel, but what do people do for the opposite side that they'll be encroaching across our swimming area? And I have a slew of other environmental issues, but I think they've already been addressed by the people.
Thank you, Allison. Yes, sir.
Alan Doherty, 19 Boaters Way, Indian Point. I'm totally against this. I've been at Indian Point for 22 years, going on 23 years, and we've always had our beach down there. That beach has been there for a long time. Okay, when they put the walkway in last summer, or the summer before, I should say, I knew something was going on, but I didn't know what. And I was wondering why the town never notified any of us about what was going on when that catwalk was put in down there at that point, and why the town didn't notify us, 52 families, of what's been going on with this being in. This isn't just started yesterday. This has been going on for a couple of years now, if not longer. And we have no idea. We had no idea about it.
The project just started. This project just came to the board 1 month ago.
Okay, well, we've had no one has told us anything about it.
Well, you're here, so you must have been told.
Well, I got told yesterday.
Well,
I never got a letter in the mail from the town. We're abutters to, Loon Echo Preserve is between Indian Point.
1 second. Indian Point, did we send out,
I sent what was run for me, is everybody within 300 feet of the project. I'll have to check with Kayla if there was some mistake.
See,
But that's what-
look, can I explain something? Indian Point, the people own their lots, the people own their parking driveways, but the rest of the grounds is common area. We all own it. We all own that land.
What did happen was that we were not updated on the mailing address for the general
Individual.
property. It was sent to somebody who is long gone, and we were not informed of that, so supposedly we will be given a new address, which is a post office box.
Yeah.
But I don't know if we've seen that yet.
Okay. Okay.
So anyways, to get back to the situation, I was wondering if the planning board has done a site walk to go down there and actually walk around down there.
You're all familiar with that area. We've
You're
discussed
familiar
that.
with it, but have you all been down there and seen how close that's gonna be? That docking system's to the left, how close it's gonna be to the Loon Echo Preserve? You know, and like, this young man said right here about the gasoline in the water, and when they back out those boats, they're 25, 30 feet from our beach. You know, there's children playing, there's children in the water.
We've got that, Alan. If you
I
have
know, but
something new to-
it's a health safety issue.
Yes, sir. And if you have something new to add, we would love to hear it, but
Okay.
if it's just going to be the same thing over again, it doesn't really help us at this point.
How much of a buffer do they have to have between those docks, or that dock right there, and the Loon Echo Preserve? How much of an easement do they have to have?
Between
The Loon Echo Preserve.
Right, the wetland space?
And the wetlands, that's called Loon Echo Preserve.
So you're asking how much buffer is required from their property to the next property?
Absolutely,
Maybe
I
about
am.
30 I would think around 30 feet, right? Unless it's water. Are we talking about water?
That's what they're talking about,
Yeah.
water, which.
So there is no buffer.
There is no
on-
buffer to that preserve?
No.
I don't understand that one.
Well,
Now, we'll get to the DEP. We'll do the DEP. We'll go with the DEP.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
is there some additional?
My name is Barry McKay.
I'm sorry, Barry?
Barry McKay. And I live on 22 Indian Point, which is on the outside of the campground, and I also own inside the campground number 29 Indian Point. I just want to go on record that I am opposed to the project for a number of reasons.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I'll be very brief.
All right.
Safety,
Yep.
but my number one is obstructed view. You've already heard it, but obstructed view, it's horrible. Diminished property value, and that's it. Thank you.
Just a point of interest. If you would
You
look
have to
at-
go back up there, I'm sorry.
Okay. Allison Allen again. There's 50 of us who pay taxes to the town, so you know who we are, and you have our addresses. So notify us.
Is there anybody else that has some different, yes, sir?
Hi, William Groves. I'm in 15 Allens Way in Indian Point. The only thing they talked about around the beach and stuff like that, we do have a roped off area for the swim area. We've had for years. It's always been roped off. We have a float. And what I'm concerned about is the boats backing in from the docks near the beach, backing in, either coming in or backing up and cutting our rope. You know, seeing that our beach ropes are near there. Also, that lake gets really rough, and those slips are out in the rough area, and people coming in with boats. Now, there's people that come in sober, and people come in drunk as, really drunk. And coming into those docks when it's rough is tough when you're sober. So, I mean, we have our beach right there, and the people use that beach. It's not an unused beach. So that's all I wanted to say for that part of it.
Thank you, William. Anybody
Can I
else?
speak for just a brief moment, sir?
Yep, go ahead, David.
More, minute and a half.
All right, you got it.
Okay.
90 seconds, I'm counting.
90 seconds, just two things that were brought up
All
about
right.
these particular boat slips, and then they're 25 and below. So it was said that the chances of people sleeping overnight on those boats are very slim. That's inaccurate. There are plenty of boat styles out there that are cuddy cabin that you can sleep on the boat at night, which will increase the sewage, of course, when they're using the bathrooms in the facility. Secondly, a 25-foot boat, many of those have bathrooms, on the boat. Those do need to be disposed of. I'm unfamiliar with the current process, at Jordan Bay of how they get that from the boat someplace else. But you add another 25 boats, that's 25 boats more waste, and, that's an issue. I don't know what the next step is with this process, if you vote at the next meeting or how this works. I just ask that as a community, we have the opportunity to get with the DEP and do a site walk with the DEP and let the DEP measure these type things. When he speaks of the loon conservation land, the loon conservation land begins where those rocks are. And those rocks are going to be probably 20 feet from where people are pulling a boat up and then backing a boat in. And I don't know, maybe, I'm guessing 300 to 400 feet from the marshland where all of these nesting birds are putting their eggs down. And I mean, that's why we can't drive a motorboat in that area, because of we can't do anything. We can't put docks, we can't do, anything at all. And of course, we will provide you with an updated address to Indian Point. And A question for Jordan Bay. Is it a policy at Jordan Bay that you are not allowed to take your own gas can and fuel your dock, fuel your boat on your docks? Is that a policy?
Well, you
Is
have
that
to-
a policy? The question, you can't answer.
I know, but we don't have side discussions back and forth.
Yes, sir.
So we will get that answer for you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
My name is Rachel Sarna. I live at, I camp at 13 Flying Hulls Way. I've been there for 30 years. As someone mentioned earlier, I swim that beach almost every day that I'm at camp. I've noticed a considerable environmental concerns, with lack of fish, turtles, in that area. And also I snorkel. I've picked up empty beer cans, broken glass that have been left on our beach, especially, in the spring, and it has increased over time. I'm really concerned about the water quality for my grandchildren in the future. I've been coming to Sebago Lake since I was 11 and 12 years old. And I went to a symposium at St. Joe's College talking about the water quality at Sebago Lake. And I'm not sure if anyone here is aware that it's the cleanest lake in the state of Maine. How can we keep it that way? And we have a list of other questions that we'd like to leave with the town of Raymond to have answers for us in the future. I did receive a postcard in the mail, and I'm part of the reason why all these people are here tonight. Thank you.
Well, good. Well, thank you for getting them here. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Okay, I am going to close the public hearing for right now. So to be honest with you, I'm a little, we're in uncharted area here. I understand all of your concerns, and I'm sure every member of the board here is sympathetic to the safety, the environmental impact, the safety impact, the visual, which may be something we could do. But we, as a board, must make decisions based upon our ordinances, and those ordinances approved by you guys. And we do not have really a marina ordinance, as Will kind of talked about. So what Will was basically saying is what the project for us, which has come down to, is really parking, which is the only thing that we have in our ordinances that we can use to make a decision on. I will open it back up again for you. But so as of right now, you've asked how we are going to proceed. I don't know. There's mention in the ordinance on a visual impact, but that's for house construction. I don't know if we can apply it. There is impact certainly on environmental, but again, it's not for this type of structure. Anybody want to throw in some help?
Well, yeah, I do have some comments. The thing we struggle with as a board is how do we balance the right of a landowner to develop his property within the limits of what's allowed by the ordinances, whether some of the activity passes the smell test or not, and how do we balance that versus legitimate concerns of people who live in the area. From what I've heard here, it has raised some issues in my mind about the context that we've been given in looking at the surrounding area that's not shown versus what is shown on the plan. When I look at Will's review letter back on the next to last page, above staff recommendations and actions, there's a paragraph that says the planning board shall also review the following submission standards as identified in section 16D of the shoreland zoning provisions. 1, will maintain safe and healthful conditions. 2, will not result in water pollution, erosion, or sedimentation to surface waters. 3, will adequately provide for the disposal of all wastewater. 4, will not have an adverse impact on spawning grounds, fish, aquatic life, birds, or other wildlife habitat. 5, will conserve shore cover and visual as well as actual points of access to inland waters. From what I've heard from people who live in the area, there certainly seems to be an open question as to whether we can adequately state that all of those first 5 items are actually going to be met. And it seems to me that we would be derelict in the planning board if we didn't consider the context of the footprint of this plan with the surrounding, where Panther Pond Inlet stream is, where the Indian Point Campground is, the adjacent beach area. If we don't have parking standards, it seems very difficult to me to approve a project that if it turns out the parking is inadequate, we then have to go back in after the fact and try to arm wrestle the owner to do something that's going to meet a better standard. Even if it means putting the project off for a year, it would seem to me that it would be a better course of action to actually have a seasonal traffic study so that we know what the impact is going to be before we approve the project. I can't speak for the board. That's just what my thinking is evolving in. As far as the actual plans go, I do have a couple of points. Both Will and the applicant state in their submitted paperwork that there's not going to be any disturbance of vegetation or cutting of trees or excavation work, and yet the plan clearly shows about a 150-foot length of HDPE pipe that's going to be put in to join the standpipes together from one area of the dock to the new area of the dock. That pipe runs right through an area that is outlined as being vegetated. First question, is that mature tree cover? Is it knee-high scrub growth? What are we cutting through here for that 150-foot trench?
Those are trees with scrub growth underneath, and what it would be and it's been said that they will field locate that line to minimize disturbance. It will be cleared back in or filled back in, and it will be reverted
So
back
it's just scrub right now? It won't
Correct.
Scrub.
We're
Okay,
not
the
taking
question
any-
I have for Will, there are erosion and sedimentation details on the detail sheet in the plans. There are no erosion and sedimentation controls shown around the perimeter of this trench. Are we saying that the scrub growth by itself is going to be adequate as it stands for excavation of 150 feet with stockpiling of excavated earth? I assume the pipe is going to have to go to frost depth. So 150-foot trench, 4 feet deep, plus the height of the pipe and the bedding, that's going to be a significant amount of area of earth that's going to be stockpiled and has to set somewhere.
So first of all, that trench wasn't shown on the original submission.
Okay.
That is on the newer plans.
Right.
So I did not comment on that.
Okay,
in
so
my
you
original
will
technical
have to
memo.
comment on that. Yep.
At least based on the original plans that I have in front of me.
Oh, you printed them. Did you print them? Did you print the new plans?
That's just what I got in the
envelope?
mailed to me. There's 150-foot trench right here on sheet 2 of 6. It's shown. So it seems to me that if we either need to ascertain that no erosion and sedimentation control is required for that trench, or if it is, it needs to be shown on the plan as to what is required for erosion and sedimentation control.
Absolutely. That, again, it wasn't on the original plan set that I reviewed, so
Okay.
I see that now on, and again, I know there were different plans.
I'll just bring it up, okay, that's a point. There's no cross-section of the trench. It shows the bedding of the pipe, the warning tape at the top, all that. I think we're certainly gonna need that.
Yep.
I believe you mentioned there were gonna be a couple of 3 ADA ramps somewhere from
They're
parking
ADA
to the-
parking.
Pardon?
We are providing ADA parking.
Well, I know you're providing ADA parking. I thought you said there were also gonna be a couple of ADA ramps.
No,
Maybe I
no, the
misunderstood.
ramps are existing.
Pardon?
The ramps are existing. We are providing ADA parking.
They're not shown on the plan.
The ADA parking? It's on the revised set, based upon the comments from Will.
Shouldn't they be shown in relation to the ADA parking locations?
What?
You said you had some ADA ramps that
I
exist.
did not say that. I said there's some ramps that are down to the dock, and that's where we put the ADA spaces, adjacent to those ramps.
So they're directly abutting them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think, well, Scott, are you comfortable with making that an in-house CEO review as far as the placement of the ramps relative to the parking spaces and that they're properly laid out and the slopes are right and all that? We don't need to get into that on the planning board.
No, that'd be something that we would look at on site to make sure that it meets.
All right. And just a general question I have is, what happens if the pile driver hits ledge in the bottom of the lake before he gets down to adequate pile depth? If he can't sink the pile through the ledge, then that ruins the layout unless they get out there with the pile driving on a marine collar or a pile driving boat out there, which completely upsets the apple cart of what we're dealing with here for pile installation. So that's an open question. What happens if that happens?
I don't know, sir, but based upon our experience in the piles that we put in to date, moorings, we put in moorings versus piles.
But we have no borings or any information of what's down there at the bottom of the lake. It's just based on what happened 50 or 100 feet away in a different part of the lake.
Well,
do we need any exploration of
We can
a marine
install it with
boring down into the
moorings.
seabed there?
No, we wouldn't have to drive anything. We'd just drop granite blocks or, you know, a lot of marinas are held with just moorings, not piles. You wouldn't need to drive anything. Moorings and chain.
Do we need any information as far as the planning board goes of such an alternative layout or alternative construction method? Or is that a CEO determination?
That's submerged, that's not even my jurisdiction because it's underwater. My jurisdiction ends at the shoreline.
So that would just be a DEP question.
How does the planning board wrestle with that one?
That would be a DEP question.
Yeah, I guess. Well, can the applicant or the engineer explain what type of DEP permits you're getting on this project?
Yeah. As part of this submittal, we're getting an individual NERPA or Natural Resource Protection Action permit. Because we're in the Great Pond of Sebago Lake, this, in the nature of the project we have, it's a full permit. There's not a tier 1, tier 2. If you're familiar with the lesser permits that the DEP deals with. As part of this, they are reviewing the impacts for the docks relative to the environment, wetlands, including both the lake and adjacent wetlands. As part of our project, we have mapped the edge of the wetlands around the project, which include into that preserve or adjacent to that preserve. And they're looking at all that. In addition, they go and submit out to the different agencies of the state, including IF&W, who look at it for fisheries and for endangered species, plants and animals. So it's a little bit more comprehensive than, you know, just being thrown out there. So
What is the permitting process? Where does it stand right now?
we're waiting for permit issuance. We've got one set of comments. We replied to those. I believe DEP was still waiting for response from a couple of the state agencies. The ones that we know about, IF&W, have responded back. They have no problem. The Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, relative submerged land lease and whatnot, they have no problem. So We're just waiting for a permit to be issued.
Does the planning board have any jurisdiction over the DE as far as review of DE permitting process out on the water? Do we have a right to review their report and question it, or if they issue a permit and say it's okay, that we have nothing to say about it?
So typically, when one of those permits gets submitted by an applicant, there should be a copy that got submitted to the town. That's available for public review, but there really isn't any jurisdiction that I'm aware of that the planning board has to go in and make comment on that.
Does the public have a right to review the DEP report before the permitting process?
So typically, the public has a right to comment on the application, the DEP application. There's a certain procedure.
They have to attend a hearing or
Typically,
whatever?
they get notified, so there would be, again, a notification, a butter notification process. That's part of that DEP submission. And then, as part of that notification, there's a standard form or standard letter that gets submitted with that fact sheet that basically describes what the rights are of the abutter to make comments, request a public hearing. The public hearing isn't something that happens automatically, but it can be requested usually, I believe, and that would get submitted with those abutter.
If the permitting process is underway, then has the notification to abutters theoretically already happened?
Yes.
Yes.
Has anybody been notified?
No.
I can't speak as to what legally you might consider, but if you feel you have a case of not being notified as an abutter, I suggest you contact your state representative and state senator and ask them to look into the situation on your behalf.
Well, before you
That
get
would
there,
seem
have
to
we-
me
have
to
we
be
received
something
a
to do.
copy? Have we received a copy of the,
Not for a comment. Usually I get one in the mail saying that it's open for comment.
and we have not received that
I
yet?
haven't received any. We have not received anything.
Well, there
yet.
seemed to
I
be
don't
an
know.
open question as to whether the proper procedures are being followed relative to public notification of the application.
Well, I don't know exactly when they filed it. I mean, I do have something similar that happened a few months ago, and its commenting period is just ending and actually ended today. But it's off a different one, but that was several months ago. Like I said, usually I'm notified by mail, and then we stick them up at the code office when it's open.
Rob, do you,
Yeah, in the package that the town received a copy of, we put in there the addresses and names of the direct abutters. Those who we are required to notify. We send out certified return receipt mail to all those abutters. In addition to that, we need to publicize this in a paper, a local paper that we're proposing in doing this project. That's the same with the planning board.
Right.
That's to let the people who are not direct abutters know about the project. Beyond that, we don't have to notify the entire town. We
No,
do
have
it.
you- has any of that been done?
But that's all been done.
That has been done?
Yeah, and in fact, the package there should have the copies of the receipts at the end of it. Not yours, but the DEP package.
Can you cite
Oh, the
where that
DEP
is
package.
in the report?
I didn't think I saw it.
Yeah,
So but we don't have the DEP package.
you have a copy of it.
Number 4.
The board doesn't, the town has a copy.
The town has a copy.
Yes.
Just,
It's separate from the application that was
Right.
submitted to the town. It's a DEP NERPA application that a copy should have been delivered to the town.
by the applicant or by DEP?
I believe that's how we typically do it, is the applicant sends it to the town as part of the
Correct.
application.
So you've sent it to the town?
Yep, yep.
Scott?
Yeah, I think I'm looking at it currently right here. If this is the current one.
That's the only
Yeah,
one we
that's
received.
December.
That's the only one
Yeah.
we received.
Okay.
I would respectfully suggest that you folks get a copy of this and go through it and read the letters from the state and see if you have different opinions as to what some of their conclusions are on the application.
And where would we get that, sir?
Should be available.
You
now.
have mine.
We,
But the copies.
let's not get side conversations going, please. Let's just, I want to follow this through this one first, and then we can talk about other stuff. Scott, do you have the
I believe I have that here, yes.
and do you have the list of who's been notified?
That's what I'm trying to look for
Okay.
right now.
All right.
It's in a loose,
Okay,
just give me a, yeah.
Just to clarify, is that the only DEP report?
Town only gets one copy of the DEP application typically.
But I mean, there's only one report that would be generated by DEP.
This is just the application that the applicant submitted to DEP. It's not DEP's conclusion on the application.
Which we don't have yet.
correct, correct.
That's a certification that says that we published it, and then the right butters,
Butters, yeah.
and the return receipts.
Okay. Yeah, because it was like Indian Point is sent to the association.
So who,
To the association,
so is that the list?
yes.
Would you pass it over to somebody from Indian Point and let them take a look at it? Is there somebody like an officer from Indian Point by chance? Treasurer, perfect. Could you take a look at that, please, sir? And
Yeah, that Scott Fox hadn't been around for ages.
25 years.
This is an import, that's our address now.
well, did they come back? It's return receipt, right? Isn't that where you send them out certified, or not return?
Actually, he might be in jail too.
Yeah, he is in prison.
So we might have gotten it then.
Yeah, but if it's return receipt, it's gonna come back.
Right.
No, it's not returned, it's certified.
It's just certified.
Yeah, certified, sorry. And that's the address on the, as listed in the tax assessor site for the property owner. That's what we always go by.
Mm-hmm.
So who's at 6 Friar Lane?
That's where he used
That was where he lived
That's where
30
he used
years
to live.
ago.
Who lives there now?
Scott Fox lived there 30.
Who lives there?
Fox has got a different address right now.
No, no,
No, who lives at 6?
somebody is there though, right? That's six?
That's not an address we know.
Oh, it's not? Oh,
That's in Cumberland Center,
Oh, yeah.
or Falmouth or something.
Yeah, Cumberland.
okay.
I bill everybody, I know all that. Not by heart, but.
So that's what Scott Fox looked before he went to jail.
Did we ever have a sidewalk? No. On this project?
We didn't have a specific sidewalk, we just all know the marina. So you don't know the marina? Oh, I think we've all been there.
I don't know, maybe if I wasn't on the board then I
You
was
never
off
there
for a
either?
year.
I just have a question. Please be
Uh,
aware that
1 second, I will do that,
you're
I
not on the
promise.
microphone, it's not being recorded or broadcast.
Right, okay. That's why I didn't want all this tight discussion, all right? All right, so next, have we got, where are we right now? You are,
I'm pretty much done with my comments and questions.
okay, Will.
I have a question, I guess, given that I don't do this all the time with this board. What is the board's process relative to DEP approvals? Some boards don't give final approval on a project until they actually receive the DEP approvals.
And recently, that has been the way we have gone.
Okay.
We have waited for approval,
So I wanted to just make sure I
What if we
understood what that
disagree with an
process was.
approval? Do we have to approve anyway if the DEP approves, or if we have other grounds for refusal, then that's our right?
Right. If you have other grounds for refusal, sure. You'd have to have those grounds in the ordinance. But yeah.
Well, in a way we do, because 1 through 5 of section 16D.
Yes, yes,
is
what
our
you- right,
site.
yes, depending
Yeah.
on those interpretations. Okay, Rob, can I ask you to step down for a second?
Yes, sir.
I have promised, so I'm gonna open up the public hearing one more time. This was gonna be a short meeting.
So again, Allison Sarna from Indian Point. Just a couple questions. If this is related to parking, does this plan, does it involve increased parking area? And does that move it closer to the wetlands to accommodate these additional spots? I have
No.
concern about that? No?
Yes and no, no, it does not.
Okay. So it's existing
Yes.
footprint. And then also, if these applications are public record, where can we find them? I've spent 3 hours trying to find things on the internet, and there was no information about any submissions for permits for this or the previous work. And just wanted to say we did not receive any certified mail.
Okay. Did you want to say, have something else to say?
I just wondered, Allison Allen, I wondered if St. Ebo's is in a butter,
Yes.
direct a butter, and were they notified? Do you know,
Yes.
do you know who was notified?
Let's see, this is at number 10.
There was no one on that list who's anything to do with us. That list you're asking for? There's no one on that list that was anything to do with us. None of us.
No, I'm looking at St. Ebo's.
On the other side.
I'm just wondering why Steve Mullen or Mary Lee or somebody's not here going, okay.
cannot hear.
No, that's all right. No, you're okay, Allison, you're all right. We'll get your answer.
Answer.
Yes, please.
Right. It was delivered to Ralph Bartholomew, P.O. Box 304, Raymond, Maine, under St. Ebo's Cove Incorporated.
Go ahead.
Box what now?
Box 304, Raymond, Maine.
Ron Giroux, 77 Indian Point Road. One question about parking. I remember before they had dry storage and before they were adding on the end, 60 years ago I used to go down there go fishing. And I never found a parking space down there because all the parking spaces on the left, they had dry boats on parked there. And if you go down in the summertime, you see they have all boats there. The second question is, when Indian Point went after all their licenses, they had restrictions of horsepower on some of their slips. Are you people going to put restrictions of horsepower on any of their slips?
We have no authorization to be able to put a horsepower restriction.
Not sure why they did it to us, but they did it to us.
Well, I can't say if the town did.
But it just seems like, I think the whole group ought to do a lot more homework before they just vote to pass this. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I think we all got to do a little bit more homework. Because
Thank
we're all a little bit in the dark. Thank you.
1 second.
Go ahead.
Okay. Alan Doherty, 19 Boaters Way. I'm asking the board to table this. I'm asking the board to table this and give us a chance to research. None of us were notified, so I just found out about it yesterday, you know. So I'm asking the planning board to table this for now and give us a chance to research and find out what our legal rights are and what have you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I am going to close the public hearing. I think we're covered.
I have a question.
Sure.
The documents that we have in our packet, are they public record?
Yes.
Then any member can go down to the town office and get a complete packet.
Well,
for their,
I would have to make copies and charge for them.
Right.
I do not have extra copies to give out.
but you can print one, and if
I would
the
have to charge
association
them
wants
for
to
it.
pay the printing fee or
Yes.
whatever, they could do so. I would rather retain my copy as a member of the
Well, you
planning
just gave
board,
it
but
away.
I think you should probably do that.
You just gave it away.
Took
Maybe
it back.
you didn't give it.
Yeah, but they have other.
Bruce, how much do you want for it?
Just speaking only for myself, not to go into lengthy reiteration, but without a seasonal traffic study, without plans that show greater context of the surrounding area and their relation to the development, and without a planning board complete site walk, not only of this complete site, but some of the surrounding areas, so we can get a visual context of some of the concerns that have been raised. I can't vote for any continuation of the project at this point. That's my 2 cents.
I would agree with
I
that.
agree with that too. I've never been down there. I'd like to have a site walk.
If you do want a full packet, it would be beneficial to let Mary know like a day or two ahead of time, so she has time to run the copy off and put it together. Just don't show up at her front gate there.
Mary,
Demand the copy.
On the CD you sent us, do we have the full packet?
Yes.
So I could give my copy away because I have the copy of the CD, and I can put that on my computer, and I have no problem.
Yes, I scanned the entire thing in and
Okay.
put it on the CD.
I mean, it should be noted that they still can come down and take a look at it.
Oh, yeah, you're certainly welcome to go down and look.
Is there a way to download it ourselves?
No.
No. All right.
I make a motion to table.
Well, we have,
Mayor, if you want more discussion ahead of that, that's fine.
well, if we have other questions that need to get answers, then I think, I don't, do you have anything else that are you?
No, I think I voiced my concern.
I agree with Bruce. I need more context, definitely.
How about you guys on the other end?
Yeah, I'd like to see the status of the DEP permit and the application. If there's a comment period, we should be able to make comments. I think it would be important to understand the DEP permit in order to evaluate the first 5 conditions of the shoreline zoning provisions that are on our list here.
And I would agree with all comments that the board's made this evening about delaying this approval for the various reasons that have been stated.
Yeah, well, we wouldn't have gone to approval today anyway, but that's. Okay.
I'm good.
You're good. Visual, can we apply that?
How do you mean visual?
Well, you know how we talk about landscape, a house goes in, and it's gonna ruin the view.
I mean, I think you're, the,
Number 5 does reference visual.
It does say, but I'm not but I
It's
we
hard to
never.
quantify it,
Yeah, we've never had it in this context. But I'd be curious if the beach becomes a visual impact.
yeah, let me just,
Is the beach part of your property?
Yes.
It is.
Oh, cold.
I believe the beach relative to the nearest dock, the dock right now, the end of the dock that's existing that we're going off from, that's about 100 feet from our property corner, which is the joint property corner. And if you look at their plat, there's the retained area, which is now called the conservation area. It's about 70 feet to almost 80 feet from that point, from that corner, to the beach parcel. So it's a little bit more away than 35 feet, but
It's not
Right, yes.
so I think, based on your site plan review standards, the standards all kind of are related to landscaping.
Right.
Under shoreland zone, again, the shoreland zone standards, which I outline in item 3 of the technical review memo, really doesn't touch on that, so I think the place where that would come into play potentially is section 16D that Bruce read off, which are, there are 9 different standards there. The 5th one talks about conservation, or will conserve shore cover and visual as well as actual points of access to inland waters. And have to look at that a little bit more in terms of what there may be more in the ordinance, and I didn't bring my ordinance book with me, but in terms of what that actually says. I don't believe that, and Rob, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe you actually went through and addressed those in your application relative to the shoreland zone. You touched on the the site plan review standards, but I don't believe you formally addressed the shoreland zone standards, even though I kind of went down through them in my technical memo.
Okay. All right, before we move on, Rob, I owe David an answer on the fueling policy at the marina. Could someone speak to that, please?
Mike Susi, Port Harbor Marine. I
Thanks, Mike.
believe, I can check for sure, but I believe in their dockage contract, that's not allowed.
It's not allowed?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So you all know what you need to do and what stuff you need to get? Yes, ma'am.
I just want to ask, how can we be sure we get our notice for the butters at the correct address?
If you get those addresses to, actually, it's not Mary, it's who did they go?
Caleb. Assessor's office.
The assessment's office.
If they look at the tax bill?
You know, we should be on the phone, but you know, they're with the associations, and I know this firsthand, with the associations, they never, those two things don't mesh. So they have the town has a list of all the associations and contacts for those associations, and they have the tax bills, and they don't always jive, because I just know that I was for a long time president of our association, and I mean, I would get some of those things, and then I would not get, you know, when I was no longer president, it just kept on coming until you tell somebody to change. So you've got to do it.
We'll get that corrected.
Yeah.
And the gentleman at St. Ebos has been dead for 20 years. 10 years.
Oh.
10 years.
Obituary. Again, unless we are told, we don't
Yeah.
know.
We'll get you that too, folks.
Okay.
We'll be in contact with them, working with them. We'll get that to you.
All right. All right, so I think we are in total agreement here, right?
I had another question, just
Yep.
as our jurisdiction in talking about this, with the safety, that bring up the point of having extra boats and stuff, who has jurisdiction over water safety?
Well, it was.
Inland fisheries, I would guess.
Yeah.
Sheriffs have a boat.
I would guess inland fisheries. I mean, certainly in the Coast Guard, that's,
I mean, they determine wakes.
Does
We
that get
don't have a
addressed though?
harbor.
I mean, congestion of boats like that
I mean, I don't know what they use for their criteria as far as what they look at. I can't really answer that one because I don't know how they do it.
I think that would be, and they brought that up, and I would think that would be a concern.
Well, I mean, that was part of theirs, that when they
But
reached out to them, and said that that's what they were.
It's not going to be addressed as part of a NERPA application, though. I mean, the communication between DEP and inland fisheries or any of those agencies relative to the Natural Resource Protection Act is related to wetlands, fisheries, erosion, those types of things.
Can I speak, sir? Up there or right here?
no. Well, you,
Good choice. It's directly answering his question.
yes, go ahead.
Okay.
No, you have to go,
Yes,
yeah.
sir. Okay, with regards to exactly what you just said, you're absolutely right. The sheriff's department who patrols the waters, they have nothing in bearing to do with what you have. Neither does the game warden service. But they can provide an affidavit to the DEP citing what their opinion is on what traffic situation this will cause, endangering boater safety. That's where it's relevant.
Well, thank you.
Our public safety has a boat that patrols, and I don't know, they may have, you know, the fire department may have some input on that too. I don't know if they have any jurisdiction, but they definitely work with
Wayne?
public safety on that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what was the comment or question?
The comment is wondering if the fire department has a boat that patrols the water for safety.
We don't go out on routine patrols. That always was the sheriff's department that went out on marine safety patrols. If our boat is out and we see issues, we'll definitely try to correct them, but we don't do an active patrol.
But you don't have any input on something like that that might cause you to have responses because of the congestion? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I don't know how I'd base that other than supposition. follow
Because
what
you
I'm
do
saying?
on land, you do have,
Yeah, definitely. I got standards
and
that
if you
I
have to
can
get at
measure
somebody
things
out in
by.
the water and there's, 20 boats there and you can't get at them, it's similar to being on land with congestion.
And what we were addressing with with regard to this project was the fire life safety issues relative to the remoteness of those docks. But as far as being on the water, there's really not a standard that I have to measure that, where the game wardens, where the sheriff's department that's been out there doing patrols, they have some basis to make assessments. I mean, not trying to avoid
Oh, no,
it.
it's just a question of wondering. I mean, I wonder what they do down, if you're down on the ocean and some of these big marinas, do they have standards for congestion of boats in the water coming into a slip?
And without having looked at that particular item, I'm sure there's standards for the design of the docks, the slips, how much space is required based on the size of boats that are going to be moored there. But I can't speak to that specifically right now.
I mean, it's not like there's a harbor master with traffic control or anything like that,
Right.
but
Yeah, that's usually where you get that kind of stuff from, is a harbor master, the game wardens,
Okay, back
police
to-
agencies.
Back to the applicant. Rob, do you know what the board is looking for now? The information that we are, so that you,
HDP permit, 16B standards, adjacent properties, we'll do a bigger map, trench detail and erosion control adjacent to the trench. Is there anything else?
no, I guess that's, great. I think that covers,
One more thing, Portland Water District.
yeah.
I've had meetings with the Portland Water District at this, prior to this. They expressed that they, as far as water quality, they did not have an issue with it, but if they felt that if we found something then that would bother, but that we felt would bother us, that they would help us. But as they said, they had no concerns as far as the water quality.
Okay. Everyone all set then? All right, everyone knows where we're going. Okay, is there a motion?
I move we table.
Second.
Motion is to table the Port Harbor Holdings application. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. So, so it will come back up at the next meeting. Okay, so that if you are, and there will not be another public hearing. We only have one public hearing unless there is a major change to the project. So you will not get notified of this next meeting, right? But the next meeting will be, we will always meet at the same time. It's the second Wednesday of the month, 7 o'clock, here we are. And you are welcome to attend. Now, I cannot guarantee that you will have a voice, but yes, you can hear what's going on, you can see the latest of what's been submitted. Okay, and then it'll be everyone. I'm sorry, David?
Could you have a larger building to accommodate 100+ people?
No, we locked the door after 20. You guys just made it in.
Is it all right if they're outside?
Yes, I mean, but honestly, everybody is certainly welcome to come. If there's going to be a huge crowd, you might want to let the town know ahead of time.
We'll do that.
But if there's 2 of you here or there's 100 of you here, it's going to basically proceed the same way.
We had 5 hours notice and this is what we collected. Give us a little bit of time, we can collect many more.
No, what I'm saying is, yes, you could, there could be 2 of you here or there could be 100 of you here. The meeting will proceed in the same manner, whether or not you are here or not here, right? But, it would be nice, I think, if the board has questions, that there is somebody that could answer them.
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
I have a question there. If the homeowners in the area file legal briefs or challenges to the project, would that be considered a major change to the project beyond which we would have to schedule another public hearing to discuss that? I don't know.
No, I think a major change to the project would be actually.
Would be from the
Yes,
SL.
right. Yes, sir.
So, we don't know, but what if the DEP, we don't have any more information from DEP by the next meeting? Is that, you're gonna still hold that meeting?
We'll still hold the meeting because we're gonna have, it'll be actually be a public hearing for other projects, but we'll just continue to table the project. So we won't drag you down here.
Not just, I'm
I
not
know.
worried about me.
Yeah, that is a
Just
good,
wanna make
right, that is a good question.
that clear
So,
for everybody.
for bringing everything in here, if there is nothing new, and the board, you know what the board is waiting on now. We're waiting on the DEP, we're waiting on the applicant to bring in the information that we asked for. If all of that stuff is not in, particularly the DEP, which the board will be waiting for, we will probably just wind up just tabling it and not doing anything, okay? It'll just stay on the table. If the information is all in, then we will be doing something. Yes, sir.
The gentleman to your right, Bruce, we listened to him bring up at least, I'm sorry. The gentleman to your left, my right. Here, he brought up at least, sorry, I didn't realize it was open to the public still.
That's not, but go ahead.
The gentleman to your left brought up between 5 and 7 issues with the initial paperwork that was presented on this project.
Yes.
Would you believe that that is a change enough to
No.
open it back up?
That's more an application of the ordinance to the application.
Okay.
A major change to the application would be they're changing the number of slips that they're asking for. They're changing, they're gonna level the building and build parking lot. They're gonna expand the building. A major change to the application itself.
Okay.
Not any major changes to,
For example, if the DEP required that they have 5 less slips in their plan, would that be, how many, sir, would be
well,
enough?
that is a board determining factor.
Could
So
you
it would be a
determine
vote.
that? Because we're in
Yes.
front of the board.
No, actually, we would,
No.
it would be that we would have to view the change. The board would take a vote to say, yes, this has been a major change. If the vote is yes, it's a major change, then the whole
Okay.
process starts
I
again.
understand. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Phew.
Where do we find the recording of this?
Ah,
It's on the website, and it's also playing on, it'll be playing intermittently over the local channel. But it will be, I'll get it tonight and I'll put it on. I try to get it next day. So just go and you can see the link, go video archives, pick the, planning board, click on it, and it takes you right to YouTube. It's right there.
Can the board determine this evening, I didn't know anything about a beach, and I didn't know anything about proximity of the docks to that sort of issue. I would love to have a sidewalk.
yeah, we're gonna go down and look at the beach.
Okay.
Yeah, what's our next stop, so when, Saturday? In the snow? Well, can we get access to the beach?
Yeah, you can walk right in the park.
And so it's,
I'm there full time, right outside.
You can drive right in and park right in the yard in front of the gate.
Walk anytime you want.
Barry's
Okay.
house is right there.
would somebody give Mary or Scott a contact point? Because if we do the sidewalk, well, why don't we decide the sidewalk? When would you like to go do it? We'd like to see the beach. You want to do it this weekend?
Through the gate banger, right?
We'll have you.
Put the wrong beach.
Because we're gonna get 3 to 6 tonight.
Yeah.
So,
Do you have it
So
plowed?
they're telling us the second Wednesday of next month, so.
No.
Can we get good visual context of the area from the beach?
Yes. No doubt
The
about it.
lagoon area and
Everything.
the whole thing.
You can walk right over to it.
Okay.
I have a,
Information, I'm there full time.
Thank you.
and this is what I wanted to drop off, we have that in situation of everything and a list of questions that we have.
Okay.
So do we leave that with?
Yes.
What time will the sidewalk be?
We haven't even gotten the day yet, though, Rob.
Okay.
Do I hear any preferences? You want to wait?
Saturday? This kind of quick to Saturday, yeah.
You want to go next Saturday?
That'd be better for me.
A week from this Saturday?
Sure. Yeah.
What time?
What time? About, well, it's 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 9? 9 o'clock a week from this Saturday. Whatever day that might be.
13th, 14th, 15th, it'd be 22nd, right?
22nd.
22nd, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
22nd at 9 o'clock. And we're going to meet where? At the beach?
There's a parking lot on 22 Indian Point if you're gonna use your GPS.
22 Indian Point.
There'll be ample parking.
There'll be ample parking, okay.
Can we just Google Indian Point Campground on Google Maps and we'll be able to find the beach right there?
Will there be refreshments and all that stuff there? Ice water? All right. So if somebody could be there.
I'll be there.
Okay, thank you. All right. Is that time and date okay with you?
9 o'clock.
On the 22nd? Yep. Okay. All right. We're done. Thank you for coming.
Thanks, Will. Oh, yeah.
Somebody want this packet?
We have one packet available if you want it.
One packet.
Auction it off.
Oh, you can sit where Will's sitting.
Yeah, exactly.
Out of here.
We can't be pros.
I was gonna say that one.
Oh, you will. You will indeed. You're welcome.
Okay, I'll have to have that in writing, please, because I don't remember everybody's. If I, so you need it in writing, I need it. You can call.
Best one I've had since I've been on.
I couldn't tell. That's almost like, it wasn't that one we had a couple, 3 years ago? Rainbow State.
Sorry?
Parking lot down in Rainbow State,
Yeah.
3 or 4 years ago. It was just about
Oh, yeah.
like Fry Island, similar. Normally
Mediations back in the day. They don't do that anymore.
Is it Rachel? Is that? Here, you, Allison, you can have that. It's on there.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect.
A lot of concerns. I mean, I just went,
Yeah.
probably, you know what from?
Yeah.
Although I think, as far as the ocean, we don't have, it didn't look to me like we have a lot of say in anything that's in the water.
Water.
So that's what you kind of feel bad about it. It's like, the visual is if you're in the water looking back at the land, is what we have to think about, right, is the land part.
The irony is, we went through, when we were doing Fallout from Fry Island, a group actually came in here about boat launches.
Yeah.
And
Remember
it was
that?
all about public boat launches.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with private. Everybody says, no one will ever touch the private. We're all set there.
Yep. I remember that.
Did those go through?
They just went through and they were for parking lot standards for boat launches, and I forgot which lake it was, but one of
It
those.
was great. It was on,
You gonna hand these out?
Yes. There was
Or did you
discussion
already?
about State boat launch and
Yep.
a lot of concern,
Okay.
so. All right.
all right. Well, that was fun.
So
Are they
being it's a
black and
late
white or
hour,
color?
what I,
Okay. Okay.
did you give him that packet?
That's what she's giving them on now.
Oh.
This is ordinance matter.
Make sure it's the same one.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. All right, so the first question is, will we be ready to go for public hearing next week?
Well, we'll find out tonight.
Okay.
She didn't give him that one. She gave him this one.
Thank you,
All
ma'am.
right, so I'm handing out.
So this supplants the one that came with our packet,
Okay, Mary, I have
correct, Mary?
And
This one supplants.
No, same day.
January 19th, January 29th. No, same day.
Same day.
Is it the same thing?
Well, you did a good job, right?
Damn, I'm good.
I guess so.
Okay, well, this is.
Thank you,
This
Scott.
is the one you just gave me,
Yeah, I was gonna.
I
but
know.
it doesn't have all the red
Damn, I'm
stuff.
good. I had no idea.
Okay,
I
well,
can have this one. I'll keep this one.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
You got it right there?
okay.
This is what you're getting from me, Scott is handing out to you now, is kind of a summary of the articles as they could appear when we go to public hearing.
Okay.
And I didn't give it to you because it'll be a very large packet of the red line strikeouts and everything. And if you still have the summary sheet from the last meeting we had, which I had in red, I tried to follow that as close as possible, but it may have drifted in and out. And I did put article numbers just because this will end up going to the town and they'll fill in the article numbers when we get to that point. But what we can do is just go through them as in the order that they're posted here. I think I need my glasses. starting with the first one, which was the one for the open space, which was, Bob, the one that you kind of generated, which was the road connectivity. And you guys have already gone through and we've worked that one through, but just briefly describing it, there's really 3 changes to Article 13A and 13B, which is the open space subdivisions in the land use ordinance. This is in the land use ordinance, not the subdivision ordinance, because that's where open space resides for some crazy reason. Would be a policy language change, and in that we have an article describing what the purposes of the road connectivity are, and then we also included some language in there talking about safety with regards to turning curves when adjoining lands or future right-of-ways, and offering, I said offering for possible road acceptance, because we wanted to make that statement that we're trying to promote that. However, it's not our jurisdiction to actually have the town accept those roads. So there's actually 3 changes to that first article. Second article that is on this list is the street standards, and these are with the state street standards as they relate to shoulders, and this also kind of came up through the road connectivity issue, but we put it under a separate article. In those roads, in lieu of doing sidewalks, we're going to do widened shoulders. And we address some of the grass shoulders and things like that. So that's what these 3 articles all deal with. And then the last one in there, the third item, is to deal with, talking with Nate, our pavement standards are grossly outdated as far as thicknesses based on changes to the DOT specifications. So that's to capture that in the same article. Next article, first one on the second page, has to deal with review criteria, and we put in the purpose, which is right in the front of the subdivision article, must be in compliance with the net residential area. In our process of looking through all these ordinances, it's really not clearly defined anywhere that all subdivisions must comply with the net residential area. So we put it right up front in the review criteria in Article 1 of the subdivision ordinance. So everybody goes through, knows right off the bat, you have to, for all subdivisions, you have to meet the net density requirement. So that's that change. That's a very simple one. Next one in the middle of the page is in the village residential. Has to deal with the one that Mike came up with helping us, that defines the densities, lot densities for single family, duplexes and multifamily. It was very confusely written, and we've kind of clarified that. We broke it, instead of 3 sections, we broke it into 2, much clearer language. You've all previously reviewed that, so that's what that article would be for. The last one on page 2 is Greg's, which has to deal with making sure we've got timber harvesting as an allowed use in all the applicable zones, village residential, rural, and rural residential. Going on to the next page, that article would be accessory apartments, and that one has to deal with accessory apartments for coming off of one single family would not require a lot density calculation. And that language has already been before you and you've okayed that. The one in the middle of the page has to deal with fines, and in our regular in our regular ordinance, the language is a little bit outdated. And what we've been advised by our attorney is to use the same language that's in the shoreline zoning, supplement that, and put it in the regular land use, because the shoreline zoning ordinance is actually more current than the land use is on that point. So consistency, use the same language is essentially what we're doing there. The last one on page 2 has to do with the peddlers, and the 2 revisions we made on that is we've added mobile unit as to one of the peddlers' descriptions, and the other one was to on the licensing, which is you have to submit 30 days prior to a regularly monthly scheduled Board of Selectmen meeting to have your license approved. The other one we did, oh sorry, there was 3 on that one. Previously, the peddler's license was for an area of 150 square feet. We just made it 200 square feet, which is the equivalent of 1 parking space. Makes some sense. The top one on page 3 is to deal with all the fire protection language. This one is a straight up, just really an update, right, Wayne?
Yeah.
As far as making sure the town is now utilizing NFPA 1 2018 edition. The previous was 15. Do we have any ordinance?
Yeah, yeah.
So all we're doing is just updating because they've adapted the new NFPA. The second one is the one that you may have some more questions on. We may want to talk into more detail, but this is just how the warrant could be programmed at this point. And that is striking out 10,000 square foot threshold and adding 4,800 square foot or larger for requirement of sprinklers for residential structures. And then the other piece of that is they had some other language in there describing exemptions to that rule, which was all redlined at the previous workshop. The last one, again, very simple. For some reason in the ordinance, they had a very specific note on there that the Board of Appeals had to be on the last Monday of the month. Now it just basically gives them the authority to routinely schedule or annually schedule. And the last one also comes back to the street ordinance at this time, which will fall under the road design, which is if the applicant is going to use LiDAR, satellite, or aerial topographic imagery, we want at least 3 separate locations that are field verified by land survey. We've had some difficulties and some breaks in those. And the last one on that same item is they must be provided a site benchmark in accordance with NAVD datum, 88 datum, and have 3 property monuments tied to Main State grid coordinates. That's to help with our GIS systems and to make sure we're all working on the same elevation datum. So those would be the changes. Now, going back to this other one, we still have some outstanding items that we can work through that I just haven't had time to finalize, and Scott's been waiting on the attorney. Those items are as follows: the sign ordinance, which I think when we get that language, it's just a matter of instituting it in. It's, Scott, you might have more.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about before, it's a result of a court decision that our sign ordinance is now not up to date, and it's just to bring it up to par with that court decision.
Is that like a freedom of speech?
Similar, like
Content,
something like that. Yeah,
something to do with content that's allowed on signs. And the other one is special events. And unfortunately, I just haven't had time, I was away, to get into that. And I know at the last meeting we had talked about it could turn into something more like a notification process, maybe more than a permit. I don't know if that's anything, if it's not an ordinance, just a notification, do we want to take that up, or do we just want to send that to the Board of Selectmen as a policy? I don't know. We kind of fall into a gray zone, and I know we've looked at a few towns that have it. Cumberland is the one that has the farm barn event ordinance, and then I think I gave you Kennybunk or Kennebunkport's, which was, had a lot of stuff in it, but it was kind of relevant stuff. We can go back, we can massage that one if you think that's one that you like. I just think that with some of the conversations we've had recently, or emails and things with barn events, that this one may need some more time to be worked on, personally. I don't know.
One of the things that Phil Sausher had mentioned is that you could do a special event, but you could cut out and explicitly prohibit wedding venues at a barn mass gathering in the structure like a barn. You can weed those out and still have this special permit, so you don't, because basically what we were concerned about is if we had this special event permit, they could, even though it's prohibited, but they could, in certain zones, but they could do a wedding venue, a one-time thing, and he said that you could have the ability to prohibit that as that would not fall under the special event.
I think there's kind of a white elephant in the room, which is barn events and then every other event. and barn events are obviously something that all towns are kind of, I'm not going to say struggling with, but they're new. And, I think concerns are starting to grow from them, the impacts that they have on residential neighborhoods, because typically they're in farm or residential neighborhoods, and depending on the size and the scope and routine event that could be happening monthly or weekly, all factors into how people coexist and live with it.
I got a suggestion. When we talked about this before and you'd given us samples from, I think, 3 different towns, some of those samples were very specific as far as size, number of people, parking, and others were just so vague they were almost anything goes.
Right.
What I would suggest is almost like a design build scope of work where you're proposing something to a client. Put your heads together and think about what really sounds right for Raymond, and come up with maybe 2 different approaches as far as specificity.
Yeah,
Okay.
numbers or a range
Yeah,
of
and
numbers.
then let us look them over with you and kind of see which direction makes the more sense by laying those 2, you know, competing proposals that you come up with side by side. And then we can kind of choose what path to go down.
And I think that may be something that we can do, but I think we're starting to get up against the deadline of time crunch here. I mean, we'll have next month where I think the ones that I've laid out in a warrant, we can clearly have a public hearing on those. These other ones may...
They may slide
They
till
may
next
slide,
year.
or we may have to do one in April, just before Board of Selectmen meets.
Well, we don't have a real issue yet, when we're trying to stay on the front
Exactly,
of the barn.
exactly.
So.
If it's on the back burner, that's not a huge deal.
That's what I'm saying, maybe
I
we...
think it might be better just to leave it on the back burner and work on it, get the specifics that we
Right.
want to put in it, and rather than rush it through and wind up
That's,
something.
that's kind of where I was coming from.
Yeah.
I don't think we have any applications forth, right?
No, I mean, it would be, the only thing we're kind of trying to gather is sometimes when they have these,
Party with a band and they invite people in
Yeah.
and charge them money, you know, that's.
Is that happening
that's-
now?
That's a special,
Well,
not that, no,
well, there's
no,
kind of
that's
one
getting
that
our foot out in
reoccurs
front.
on a yearly basis that he has, but, that's the only one that I'm aware of that would probably qualify for what we're doing or looking at.
But to your point, I think we'd be better off doing a little bit more in-depth research. All the towns are just starting to get into it, and they all do what we do. They get into it and they're like going, ooh.
Yeah.
I don't know, because you can get into really, to your
I'd
point,
rather
really
take more
refined
time and
specific.
get it right.
Yeah, more, and I guess we should really find out what the numbers are that trigger these issues. You know, is
Right.
it 50? Is it 100? Is it 250?
And what our objective is.
Yeah, and really, I mean, I think what's pretty clear what our objectives are. We're looking out for the environment, we're looking out for the sanity of the neighbors with noise and hours of operation, parking, wastewater, those are all the typical things, but how do we approach it so it doesn't become so cumbersome that anyone that just wants to have a once-a-year wedding can do it and not be overburdened with it, but then again, enough so that neighbors are protected from somebody who does want to maybe have a routine venue.
And we don't want to pass unenforceable, worthless ordinances.
Right.
You know.
Well, Greg does.
We have enough of those.
Some say
So with that said, you know, I mean, I kind of went through these relatively quick, but do you have any objections, any comments, any concerns with what we've gone through? I mean, you'll have some time. What we'll do is we'll post this article, and with it, we'll do the strikeouts and the actual ordinance language for each one of these. So it'll be a relatively, just because of the way the ordinance is done, it could be a relatively thick packet, and that's why
Right.
I only want to do it once. I guess what we'd look for tonight would be if you're comfortable with the way the article language is set up. Are there any you want to combine under one article or vice versa? We just need to know whether you're comfortable with us posting it for public hearing.
I think there's one more we could add, though. It was what came out of the zoning board of appeals. If we could, I mean, that's just a verbiage change.
So we could add that to the one that we've already got the verbiage
Right,
changed to, if it's that
yes.
simple.
Yeah,
What
it
was
is.
that one?
It was whether or not construction, was it back where construction, if the expansion in the waterfront was applicable for new construction as well as existing, thank you.
Yeah.
So it just wasn't specific, and if you just reading it, you could see it could apply both ways. I mean, it's
So-
obvious, it's obvious what it is for.
And so did the
But-
Board of Appeals make a determination as far as where they wanted that to go, or what is it you want us to do with that?
I want you just to add to clean it up by making it existing structures.
Okay,
And I think that's all that has to be added.
just
is
existing, okay,
structures.
gotcha.
Is that for what qualifies for setback variance?
Yeah.
Yes.
And what I may do is I may actually give these, just so we have some sanity with it, again, because I don't know where these articles end up in the whole overall town vote when it comes time for article numbering. But I may just put a temporary number on these for the public hearing, so when you go through it.
Yes,
Or
that would be
maybe I'll
nice.
put a letter to it, because the town puts a number, maybe I'll put A, B, C, or
Okay.
something like that. Just so that when you're going through it with the public hearing, you'll be able to follow each one instead of like this.
One of the things that didn't mention is that I did approach the selectmen as far as the change in the business license ordinances, as far as how they would look at it. One of the things that they kind of threw back as to one of the things that they might be interested in is you come in, it's a one-time permit, but yet it's reviewed, automatically reviewed every year. That way they don't have to, if they choose not to renew it that next year, they can without having, you don't have to resubmit a permit every year.
That makes sense.
And that way it also come back, if they have any, if the fire department has any issues with that, that could come into that renewal process that we could catch every year, and get them up to date, or at least keep them on their plan of correction.
So is that an ordinance change or a license change?
Should be, well, right now we have no ordinance.
Right.
So.
It would just be a license
Well.
change. Change the license policy, wouldn't it? I'm just wondering, is it that something that this board will handle, or is this actually something the Board of Selectmen will handle directly? Because we don't have an ordinance for that.
We have no
This
ordinance
board-
on license.
And you're not responsible for policy.
No, I'm just trying to think how other towns it is written up in the land use ordinance, but.
It'd be a strange place for a business, I would think.
But well, it just goes down to that it has to be
Except for-
reviewed and.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what, basically what I'm asking is, this is what they're saying to you, and what happens is I'm going back to the town attorney with some guidance, because he wanted to know too exactly how they wanted it, which way you guys wanted to go, and he's going to be working on that ordinance itself.
I would say if the selectmen want renewal, I don't think we have objection.
Okay.
Would we, any of us?
That may be one like the sign
Yeah.
language that we just need assistance from the town's attorney to
Yeah,
piece together.
Right.
And if they have it in, because we have to notify, I think for a public hearing, 15 days under the ordinance. I think it's 15 calendar days prior to the public hearing, we have to have public notice out.
Is it 15 or 30?
I saw in a document at the town today, I think it was 15, but
Okay.
it may have been antiquated, I don't know, but.
One of the other things was brought up, but they were deciding whether or not it would still be issued, would it go in front of the selectmen, or would it go in front of the town clerk? Don Willard, the town manager, expressed concern that it not go in front of the selectmen, that it be basically through the town clerk. And if by any reason that we feel that they're in violation or something and we deny it, they have the ability to appeal to the selectmen.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So from a timing perspective, if we go to public hearing next meeting and, we have any kind of public retort or anything like that, we may have to have maybe a special meeting in between. I don't know what the Board of Selectmen, typically around April, they start preparing those warrants. So
I don't think we're gonna have anything of major.
yeah, I
You?
don't expect either, especially if we kind of push back the special events. 'Cause
Yeah.
I think that would be the only one that may or may not, anybody may have any interest in. I think the rest of these are relatively clean up and there's a couple policy changes, but I don't think they have any major wild implications on any persons or project at this point, so.
Sprinklers might. Sprinklers.
Sprinklers might,
Yeah, as a
sprinklers.
matter of
But
fact,
again,
we
if we do, if we do and we decide we wanna, if it's something we can clean up relatively quick, we may have to have a special meeting, or we may have to just kind of push it through in April quickly and flip it to the Board of Selectmen.
Let's go to sprinklers, because I think a lot of people have questions. Go ahead.
Article, whatever that is, IX.
building additions?
No.
Well, I was looking at this, and I have a barn, and it's about 4,400 square feet.
Good question.
And if I built it so that I could put a roof on either side, like a lean-to. And if I put a lean-to on one side that's 12 feet wide and 60 feet long, it puts me well over 4,800 feet. So does that mean I put a sprinkler system in my barn, which has no power, no?
No,
I just don't see how it's clear that I don't have to do that in here.
it is in a different section of the fire
Is it because
protection.
it's taken out and there are other parts that apply? I mean, the structure of the ordinance, because it.
Well, is your barn a residential structure? Your barn's not residential.
Residential.
You're not you don't have it for occupancy
Yeah,
for residence.
Well, there's nothing before this that says it's residential.
The current fire protection ordinance addresses that concern that you're asking about, in that agricultural type buildings even if they meet the size requirement, don't have to be sprinklered. And we already have that in our ordinance. That's a separate standalone section in the fire protection ordinance.
That brings up a good point, though. Does this applies to all, and do we need to be specific
It
about
says any and all structures.
It does say all areas of new buildings. Should that be commercial and residential, or?
Yeah, we can clean that up.
Because I think that might address your point. If it's a storage facility or you know, or something that somebody's using for garage, then
It's right in the center.
Store junk.
it's private.
That's
I do.
Third page, second. And what about the 480 square feet? Are we okay? Is that, something came up on discussion on that?
Well, they just cleared it up a little bit. There was confusion as to originally if other towns had it for residential. And there's just a little bit of confusion on that, which, well, Wayne can probably do a better job than I can as far as explaining it, so.
Right. The 4,800 square feet mostly comes from either NFPA 1 or from the ISO. And specifically when we talk about the Insurance Services Office, ISO, they use the 4,800 square feet as, once you reach that threshold, then you have to start meeting commercial fire flow rates to be able to protect that structure. So that's where the 4,800 comes in. And the confusion probably came in at the last meeting where I talked about surrounding towns having the 4,000 square foot tripping mechanism. But I did mention that as far as residential 1 and 2 family dwellings, this would be new territory other than Gorham and Portland.
Bruce, you just here for moral support, or?
Yes.
If I trip up, he's got
Teamwork. Well, and I guess my thought would be is at what point, you know, we're only missing 0 to 4,800 for all structures at some point, and is that the way the future is going to be headed, or?
Why don't we make it retroactive to all houses, see how that goes over at the town meeting?
But the issue that brought this up is, like we discussed at last meeting, these large buildings that we just physically can't bring enough water and deliver it at the proper rate for those types of fires. So that's why we're looking at this for the larger residential structures. There's been no discussion amongst us on the fire department of all 1 and 2 family homes in Raymond. We want to just deal with the ones that we know that are a problem for us.
But we did talk about whether or not we could put in fire boundaries inside the structure?
Right, and that was added in for
That was
language.
added in, okay.
Yeah, I think you got it in 2-hour firewall rated exemptions for 1 and 2 family buildings or structures. Right, on page 2 of that.
All right.
So So they have some flexibility there, because I think you had discussed that if they put a fire-rated wall up there, then can you expand an existing structure and avoid the sprinkler? I think was the example you would use, say you were at, kind of like what Greg's up against, but if you had a 4,600 square foot home and you put another room on, you know, and you trip the 4,800, you know, but you can put a firewall rated between the two structures and.
So, Jim, in your last memo,
Yep.
we're dropping out item 9, special events licensing.
Yes.
We're dropping out item 11, business licensing.
Business and licensing was the one that we were just talking about with Scott.
So we're gonna keep that in. We're gonna-
I guess we gotta kind of hear from the town's attorney on that one.
Okay, so that's an it. All right. And
I thought that was pretty well written.
We've
Yep.
captured everything
we
else.
captured everything else.
Yep.
Okay.
So, I mean, that leaves us with, 10 or 11, or actually 12. Oh, and the one that I did want to discuss, which we actually already have in our ordinance, PDF and electronic versions. It's in the site plan ordinance, and I didn't give it to you here, but it's not in the subdivision. So I can draft up some language and make sure that that applies to subdivision as well as site plan. I can use the same
Same language.
language, so I can easily do that as well. And again, I think for a situation like you have tonight, we're all thankful that, we do get electronic versions, because it can save us all a lot of grief when a butters come in looking for something. If that information is available via PDF, it's easy to
find.
easy to send.
I have a question. 35 feet or more in height, does that include the height of a buried basement? I would think it would, because that's also part of the total volume of the
Oh, you're talking
building.
about the fire code.
That's grade, from grade.
From grade, okay.
We want to clarify.
Should we stipulate that in language in here?
And do you guys use the same thing as 'cause I know some towns, I don't know how you do it, Scott, but they use a mean grade too. Because if you have
yes.
one end of the house is here and the other's here, you use a mean grade.
State mean in the
Maybe we want to
definition of
refer to
height of
that,
structure.
to the mean grade.
Yeah.
Understand that 35 feet is existing, it's already in the ordinance. Do you want us to try to clean that up, or how we would apply that is either grade or the mean grade if we're looking at two different grades?
Yeah.
I think it should be consistent with.
That's our guiding principle.
I mean, I think it should be consistent with however you the building height, how you regulate the building height.
Yeah, that's how it's, I had to look at the definition exactly.
I think
how
if
it's
you get into
worded.
two different interpretations, you're just getting into
Well,
something.
because shoreland's different. Shoreland's measured from, height is measured from the lakeside.
Yeah.
Mean grade, not from.
Is it really? I didn't
Yeah.
know that. From the lakeside, the lake,
Yep.
that's a changing level.
Well, they don't, yeah, I mean, that's how they measure it. It just says from the downhill, well, it says downhill lakeside of the structure.
It's the ground level. It's just on the lake side of the building.
Oh, I
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
I thought you were talking about-
Just
Oh,
be-
yeah.
just because, no.
If you're on a cliff, that's not a good grade.
Or it could be out here.
All right, what else? Everybody happy?
So you want us to schedule for a
Let's do it.
hearing on
Do a public hearing next meeting.
March 10th, did I hear? Something like that? Whatever the next meeting date is, we'll make sure. We'll have to figure out how we want to do the notifications for those, because you got all these ordinances. I don't know how we've done it in the past, if we just done it as one block, or have we actually labeled out each ordinance that we're changing?
Okay, we don't put that in the public notice.
Okay, that's why I was just curious.
Yeah,
We just say we're public ordinance revisions, public hearing.
and
We
we'll
post it
also
online.
the Roadrunner newsletter. We'll
Yeah.
have it in that.
Just say that they're available at.
So what I'll do is then I will scan, once we get all the red lines and everything, I'll scan it so that you can post it.
That would be great.
So you have a PDF of it.
So, March 11th.
March 11th.
Is our public hearing. township meeting. All right? Everybody okay? Ready to go?
I have one other item.
Ooh, just in time.
Just in the nick of time. Findings of fact for the lot 4A that we did for the other Dustin lot down there. We need to sign the findings of fact, so I'll just hand those out. You quickly can read through it. Need one copy that needs to be signed. And that was one that was done. Bob, you abstained from that vote?
Yes.
I had that in the record, and I actually labeled it on there, but I think
Okay.
everybody else voted on that. This was going back to October. Unfortunately, I was out, so.
So I should not sign, right? For sure I sign.
You don't need to sign.
I don't need to
You
sign.
abstain from the vote, I would recommend that you.
Yep, you have it there.
We have enough board members here
Yep.
to make it viable, so.
This? I don't even have one.
When you get done with those, send
Say
them
one
back.
is supposed to sign here?
Say again?
Can you send one back, so, you should have had enough here, but.
You probably,
Still, there's one here.
there's an extra one here.
I referred to your memo.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Okay, just referred to it,
Yep.
okay.
So everything,
Okay,
all
thanks.
those conditions that were in your memo would be part of that.
Very good.
Why don't we pass this one back all the way down to Mike and let him sign it, and then it can pass this way. Those that need to sign, should sign. So Jim, you were here for most of that discussion on our previous,
Yes.
the Marina meeting. So the planning board really has no input into the DEP.
The town can, you get notified just like in the butter.
Right.
So the town officials can comment to the DEP.
The town officials, mean it being,
Code enforcement officer, engineer, whomever,
Okay.
will, on behalf of the town, because I've done this for other towns that
Right.
get applications, and they'll sometimes say, can you take a look at it, see if anything there, make a comment to DEP, and I have in the past in other towns, on behalf of the town, saying, you know, the town has a concern about X, Y, Z, or can you, is there any way you can include this concern? And they may or may not, depending on their jurisdiction. If it's something that's in their jurisdiction, they'll say, okay, we'll go back and take a closer look at that.
so procedurally, somewhere along the line, the town should get something from DEP concerning this, or has we already done?
The application you received, that Scott received from the
Right.
applicant, is really your first notification that it's time to comment.
So we should be sending something.
You should, if the town or Scott or Will, on behalf of the town, has concerns,
Right.
they should be addressing those to the DEP, because as Rob said, they're in the process of finalizing that.
Okay.
And I don't know what the exact window of comments, if it's come and gone, but can't hurt to still send it. You know, typically, you have a window of opportunity from the time the town receives it. And that's sometimes a disconnect, because sometimes these notifications in towns go to the clerk. Maybe don't go to the code enforcement. The clerk may have it, probably sends it over to Scott, but, you know, in the shuffle of paperwork and everything.
Okay.
That's just how the notification process works. But there is a time frame, and I can't remember if it's 30 days or something like that, that typically you have a review period that you can make comments to DEP.
Okay, so does that have, so the response back should be a detailed response as to what our concerns are?
Yeah, I mean, it can be general, it can be anything. I mean, it just be any correspondence you want to have with the DEP, any concerns you can raise, you can send them to the analyst of the DEP.
And at the same time requesting a public hearing?
I'm not sure which permit they were doing. Some of them, like if you do a site location, you have to hold your own public hearing outside of the town. For NRPA, I don't think you have to. I think the town's process is enough. But I think the process you guys, where you handle it was that you want that DEP approval before you make any decision. And to your point, just because you have the DEP order does not mean the town has to approve it. They're looking at it from a different criteria than the town. In some cases. Some cases they're the same.
But what authority would we have to go against the DEP approval?
Following your ordinances.
Following the ordinances?
Right, your ordinances.
Okay, 1 through...
1 through whatever,
Okay.
whatever those are, the shoreline zone, whatever.
Okay, so now, do you need something, so who's gonna send this back to DEP? And who is, I mean,
I mean,
what
you,
is
you
going to
can
be?
either authorize, I mean, like I said, I work in other towns, it can be either the consulting engineer, or it can be the code enforcement officer, it can be anybody. I mean, the town is like in a butter to this thing. It has a right to comment.
So the planning board can authorize you to?
Not me in this case, I have a conflict. But, I mean, no, but it'd be Will in this case. It would be Will.
Oh, it'd be Will?
Will Haskell.
Right,
Yeah,
yes.
yes.
Okay. So is that, what do you think, Scott? Is that do you want to do it, or should we authorize Will?
Yeah.
Will do it?
Or you can do it, I mean, way I usually do in other towns, I correspond with a code enforcement officer, and usually the code enforcement says, well, I think these are some items, you know, you look at them from a technical standpoint, you're more technically savvy than me.
Right.
Look at them, and if you think it's worth it, send the comments, correspond me into it, and send it to the DEP. And that can be via email, it can be in writing.
So I think it'd probably be better if Will
It
actually
absolutely
did
should
it.
be Will. In this case, he's representing
Right.
you as a board.
And he can liaison with Scott to find
Yes.
out that.
Yep.
Okay, so does that sound?
The only question I have, does DEP then, are they required to send us their response?
In the case that I've had, they have corresponded back that they received the comments, and then they'll either tell you whether, you know, any action that they may go forward with that. I don't know. In the case that I had, they actually incorporated one of the comments, and the other one said they was already addressed. So it's a case-by-case basis, basically, is all I can tell you with that.
Okay.
And as far as the other question you had, as far as jurisdiction on the water rights themselves, that is really quite interesting, because, I mean, if you were on the coast, it would be the harbor master or the Coast Guard.
Coast Guard, right.
Or navigable waters.
Yep.
I don't know, I assume it'd be the sheriff department, probably warden service. Again, we kind of jokingly talked about it, but the town does have somebody who's designated as a harbor master, which might be Dawn in this
It is
case.
Dawn.
So, I mean, but, you know, he's not out there patrolling on a
Right.
regular basis, so you're probably gonna look at the entity, which would probably be the sheriff department. I don't think anybody else would have any, there's no Coast Guard or anything like that on the Sebago Lake, so.
No, and I would be down.
I think it's gonna be between the warden service and the sheriff department as far as,
Traffic.
water safety.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the ones that enforcement. If you go out, and you don't have your life jackets, it's the sheriff, although usually it's the warden service that's looking at safety on the water.
Send the
Okay.
ferry boat over there.
Yeah.
Check it out.
So
All right, so I will make a motion that we direct Will, acting on behalf of the town, through liaison with Scott, sends a notice in response to the DEP application stating the board's concerns with the application. And those concerns, I mean, you've got them, right? I know, so Will taking notes. It would be the environmental impact, and it would be the,
You have to say, could they send an email to me?
yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
right.
I don't know, I mean, you have to call the DEP, see who's been assigned to the project. Like Christine Woodruff did the other one. She may be assigned to this one. She usually doesn't by region. I don't know. Usually what happens is DEP assigns an analyst for the project, and usually it's on a regional basis,
Oh,
so.
it's be
Could be,
Alexis.
yeah, it could be Alexis too, if it's an NRPA.
Yeah.
So you find out who that person is, and you can usually email them directly your concerns.
Okay.
And the town's weight is pretty heavy.
All right, that sounds, you guys okay with that?
Yep.
Is there a second?
Signing
Yeah, I'll
for the
second that.
October.
Second, any other discussion? All those in favor? All right, anyone opposed? So Scott, can we ask you to make that contact with Will?
Yep.
All right.
And as far as the notification process goes, having been in those shoes before, the applicant in that case can only go what's on record.
Oh, yeah, I
You know?
mean, that's-
And to your point, I mean, I feel bad that, oh, he's deceased, he's in jail, but to your point, they haven't changed the
Yeah. Right.
tax, the tax assessor, so that's what's on record, so, you know, as much as they're upset, obviously if they get the next round, they'll be notified, but.
Well, they got here for the public hearing, right?
Right.
Well, one person, I guess, did get the notice. It's a good thing they all didn't get notice. All right,
Do we have any other
Still on
applications?
there.
We don't have, at this point, we don't
is
really
there a
have.
motion to adjourn?
I'm just gonna give you a quick update before you do that.
Did you already do that?
I did, but I was
This
just,
is
I don't
the
think we,
second-
I don't think we have any other applications, is what I was gonna tell you.
Oh.
Ron's is still on the.
We've got the subdivision we did the site walk on, which is, we're still waiting, and then the only other one would be Aroma Joe's, and both of those are, we haven't seen anything.
Yeah, Roman Joe's is like on a hot.
Yeah, we had the traffic
movement.
movement permit back in November.
And then it just died.
And then it's just kind of been sitting status, and I think it came down to maybe some of the construction issues with the water line or something.
Well, that and being the time he didn't want to deal with it in the wintertime, they
Yeah.
felt it wasn't
Oh.
more.
So, you know,
Okay.
it'll come sometime. So,
All right.
that's all I got.
You sure?
I'm done.
There already motion, there's a motion. Second, all those in favor?
I'm Dunsky.
Done. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Good evening. Welcome to the March 3rd joint meeting of the Budget Finance Committee and Select Board in reviewing our upcoming budget. First order of business would be for the Budget Finance Committee to approve the minutes of September 24th.
Make a motion to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Unanimous. I'm going to follow this agenda right through. So we're going to start with provider agencies. I don't know which agencies are actually here right now. I recognize the Snowmobile Club, so I'm going to let you go first. Again, please announce your name.
Larry Wood from Raymond. Al Plummer from Fort Vista Road in Raymond.
And what are you looking for from the town of Raymond?
Just the same as we have been, trying to keep the trails open and safe and keep a good recreation program for the winter time and just continue with it.
You're requesting 2,000.
2,000. Do we have individual agency listed in here? Agencies?
At page 47. Yep, they started at page 37. That's where all the agency, the stuff that they all submitted.
Okay, thank you.
And the Rattlers is on page 47.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Any questions for the Snowmobile Club?
How much did they receive last year?
I don't think you've requested this year's yet, so we're gonna work on that.
Yeah, I think you submitted that, right?
I think it was 2,000.
Okay.
But don't we limit it to the amount of the registrations and the snowmobiles?
We do that.
And how much was that last year?
It was like a touch over 2,000.
Okay.
Yeah, if it were over, if it were under, then what?
So
they would be capped at that.
If I may.
Yes.
Is the wording in the budget proposal up to $2,000 as long as the registrations exceed $2,000?
Well, that's a good question.
No.
No? Don't you think that's the way it ought to be worded?
Well, it's actually, if the way it's done this year, it's underneath the rec department budget.
Oh. Okay. Which is a whole new budget.
Right.
I think the point that I make every year, so I might as well make it again very briefly, is that it's snowmobiles, but it's also the trails are open to people who would walk, cross-country, ski, snowshoe, dog sleds, you name it. So when I was doing the snowmobile thing when my son was younger, I saw all those activities and more. So there are people who are using it for winter recreation, using the trail system.
Oh, I have no problem with the $2,000. It's just the wording in the budget to
Well,
make
what I'm trying to
sure.
do is make a nexus with the idea of snowmobile registration.
Yeah.
There are other users that are not related to snowmobile registration.
Right.
That's
As a
all.
practical matter, that would be.
I thought we talked about this last year where the snowmobile registration income would wash to the expense.
Last year there was
Whatever that was.
$105 that was not.
But whatever it was, right. So
We
I-
can write the article for this year, however you choose to write it. That would be the selectmen's purview to write it the way that it's satisfactory to the people that are gonna be voting on it. So, I mean, those articles are not written yet, so certainly you could.
Would it be a separate article if you're putting it under the recreation department budget?
No. If you're gonna, if we're doing it inside, you know, because you've got, in the rec budget, you've got that, you also have, Raymond Rec, and you have.
Tasseltop?
And the baseball.
Right.
They're in there, so, you know, essentially, what you could do there is, you know, as far as, the town manager working with the rec director, saying that, you know, if that's not there, then that amount is going to be able to go. So he's going to have to authorize that out of his budget.
Right.
So that could be a direction, I would agree with that, from the Board of Selectmen to the town manager to the rec department.
Do we know how much we've collected so
What
far?
direction?
The limitation on the appropriation.
To go back and equate the income and expense as a
Correct.
wash item? Okay,
Right.
okay.
Do we know how much we have so far from them? Kathy?
We've gotten this year's. We won't get next year's until next January or so.
There's a year left.
But I mean, we were just over the 2,000 for this year, correct?
I believe so.
Any other questions?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, too.
I'm going to invite RTP. It's a representative from RTP. Thank you.
Oh, let me check that though.
Good evening. My name is Deb Fritzen, and this is my colleague, Belinda Hutchinson.
I'm from Westbrook. Probably should throw that out there, right?
Probably not, maybe not. I'm new to RTP. I've never been to Raymond before, so I'm glad to be here tonight. I'm the new accountant at RTP. I can appreciate how you all are working very hard to stretch your budget dollars. I get that. And thank you very much for your consideration for our application. We're here tonight to ask for support for the bus route that we call the Lakes Region Explorer. It's a bus that runs between Bridgeton and Portland, 4 round trips a day, every weekday. We've recently expanded the route to include the Bridgeton Hospital on the north end and an extra stop in Wyndham too. We make a stop in Raymond. We have regular riders that come from Raymond. We can't tell exactly where, when someone gets on the bus, we don't ask them what town they live in, but we've had over 1,000 boardings from Raymond, which is sort of indicative of how much we're serving the town. We have over 10,000 boardings in all on the bus route, and it's a growing route, like I mentioned, new stops. We also have a brand new bus in service, a bigger bus. Our new bus, it seats 24 passengers and has capacity for 2 wheelchairs. And it's very exciting, has free Wi-Fi on board, a bike rack that holds 2 bikes on the front of the bus. You've probably seen it going up and down the 302 corridor. And we're very excited about adding a Saturday service this summer between Memorial Day and Labor Day. The bus will make 3 round trips between Bridgeton and Portland every Saturday, and that hopefully will take some of the tourist traffic out of the 302 corridor. We're very excited about that. We've had a lot of positive feedback about that. It's a very comfortable ride. Our passengers have raved about being able to work on their laptops or sleep, and hopefully they wouldn't drive their own cars and sleep while they're driving, but we're hearing good feedback from that from our passengers too. Our drivers give out transfer tickets to anyone who wants to connect to the Metro and South Portland bus when they get to Portland. We also accept transfer tickets from the other bus routes when they get to, so in Portland, if a passenger gets on with a transfer ticket, they don't pay a fare, and we honor all of those transfers. I don't need to tell you all this, you know how it works. The local support that we get is critical to RTP. We use that to leverage other federal and state funds that we get to support the agency and this bus route in particular. We are asking for the same amount of support from all of the Lakes Region towns, Bridgeton, Casco, Naples, Wyndham, and Raymond. We're asking for $8,500 from each town, each of those towns. And, you know, in closing, I would just add that bus transportation is convenient, it's affordable, it's environmentally friendly, it takes traffic out of the 302 corridor, and we appreciate every dollar you can do to support us. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb.
Deb, yes.
Belinda. Any questions for the RTP guests?
What is your fare structure now? Is it still the same price whether you get on in Bridgeton or whether you get on in Portland?
Yes, the maximum fare is $3 from Bridgeton all the way to Portland. We have discounted fares for seniors and for students. Monthly passes are available too at discounted rates. We try to keep it affordable for everybody.
It's always been one of my problems with the fare structure is someone from Bridgeton, 25 miles away from here, pays the same $3 as you do going from Raymond. It just mathematically, you know, doesn't make sense. If you were to take an Uber, you'd be paying a lot more to go to Bridgeton than you would to come to Raymond.
I agree with that.
Yeah, Don.
The other thing on math, which is more Joe's thing probably than mine, but what occurs to me is the notion that there's a differential in size between the communities. You know, $8,500 to Wyndham is different than $8,500 to Raymond or Casco or Bridgeton, and there's a differential in the amount of ridership. Larger town, more riders; smaller town, fewer riders. So normally when you do municipal formulas, you factor in things like population, valuation, and use.
Fair point.
Do you know what the growth rate was for the ridership previous year to this year?
I don't have the previous year ridership
That's all right, I don't
with me
wanna-
tonight. I could get that for you
No,
and
no,
get back
no,
to
that's
you.
okay. We can look it up.
Total here.
Last year.
No. When I looked at it, it was up about 4 passengers.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Nope.
All set? Thank you very much.
Can I just add one quick note too?
Sure.
I have noticed that the brochure for the Lakes Region Explorer is on your website. Thank you very much for doing that. We have an updated brochure, so I want to make sure to connect with maybe you in the future to get the updated brochure on the website. Thank you.
The other thing I will say is that I've been attending the age-friendly, Raymond age-friendly meetings, and there has been, you know, presentations, and there's a connection between age-friendly and the bus, and so we're trying to figure out that last mile dilemma that we talked about, you know, getting people to the bus, and so there is, or appears to be, good support and for the bus from the age-friendly community, and, you know, trying to find solutions to get people in need to the bus, which is a problem, but we're working on it.
Yeah, Joe.
I just want to make sure I'm reading this correctly on your ridership. So let's take June of last year. You had 104 riders altogether. How many times do you go up and down? Four trips.
There are 4 round trips every weekday.
Okay. So that 104 riders, that breaks down to about 4 people from Raymond?
You're looking at June,
I just
the
picked
boardings.
Yeah,
So there were 104 boardings
in Raymond.
in June.
So in June, you assume like 22, 23 days a month because you only go Monday through Friday, right?
Right.
So that's about 4 people,
About
a day.
That makes sense.
A
Yep,
day.
I follow that logic. Yeah.
right? Is that correct?
You know, mathematically, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes, but like I said, we don't ask people when they go on the bus if they live in Raymond. You know, we imagine that some people who might get on in Raymond might come from a, you know, a further away town, come to the 302 corridor to get on here. You know, people get on and off in different places. Someone might travel from Bridgeton and get off in Wyndham. Someone might get on in Portland and get off in Raymond. You know, we don't ask them.
Okay, thank you.
Let me follow up with that. At what point in time do you charge the fee?
When they get on the bus.
When they get on the bus, and that is counted as a ride?
Yep. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So every ride, 104 rides is 3 times that, whatever that.
Unless they buy a pass.
Unless they buy a pass or unless they get a senior discount or student discount.
Any other questions?
I have just one quick one. Has something changed in the structure and the relationship? I recall GP-COG being involved and presenting in the past, is that right?
Well, GP-COG is still involved.
I was expecting to see our GP-COG friends here.
Rick Harbison.
Right.
He's on paternity leave.
He's on paternity leave. Rick and his wife have just had a baby, so he's
Okay.
on paternity leave, so you have an inferior substitute, I'm sorry.
I just seeing, because I knew that they had taken a role in that, and we weren't seeing them tonight, so that's all.
Yeah, that's why.
All right.
You'll see him in the future, I promise. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sure, yeah, thank you.
Do we have a representative from Raymond Baseball?
Hello, my name's Sarah Davis. I live at 85 Teddy Hill Road in Raymond, and I serve on the board for Raymond Baseball Softball. I'm here representing Joe. Our request for baseball softball is $4,000. It is the same as it's been at least for a couple of years. That was doubled a few years ago at this committee's direction, and we're happy with that. And we support hundreds of kids in the community. We have a growing program. We've started baseball, softball clinics as early as last week. We're offering new clinics to start people pitching and catching earlier in the season to get them more prepared. We will have a name change. You'll see that from us. We converted from Cal Ripken to Little League, so we will be changing our name to Raymond Baseball, Raymond Little League, instead of Raymond Baseball Softball, which actually isn't even our official name. It's just Raymond Baseball because in the 80s when we established it, women didn't play sports or something. I don't know. I have no idea why, but anyway, so yep, it's important to us. It helps us keep up the fields, keep them lined. We pay certainly umpires in certain instances. All of our coaches are obviously volunteers. We don't pay for anything like that. Equipment, uniforms, typical recreation expenses.
Sarah, we received a request for funds from Joe.
Yes.
And his amount that he was considering requesting was $2,000.
Oh, okay.
Raymond Rec is 4,000.
The Raymond Rec one, the Raymond Rec one's 4.
Okay. Well, it had been doubled at the discretion of this committee, and I apologize. I must have doubled that amount in my mind, so it's 2,000.
Oh, from the 1,000 to 2,000, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I must have been thinking about that wrong. I apologize. $2,000, yes, from Joe. And Joe asked that I speak on his behalf. Joe is the president, to be clear.
Sarah, is there a technical difference between the word Little League? Is that a licensed word, and does that have connotations that apply here?
Yes, it's a licensed word. It's it is the structure of the organization that you're under, kind of like PTA, PTO.
This is a nationwide organization.
Organizations, yes,
Okay.
as is Cal Ripken, don't get me wrong.
All
We
right.
just
That was my next
converted
question.
because we liked, we decided as a board that the Little League structure was better for us. We liked the teams that we were playing in that league. And so before last year, we converted from Cal Ripken to Little League. It offers a lot more opportunities. We think it offers a more exciting brand of play for the different ages we get to play at. And we go to new communities now. In addition to Wyndham, where the girls had already been playing, we travel to Buxton and Standish and more of those sort of surrounding towns. So it offers a lot more opportunities, and we were able to participate in a pretty amazing tournament last year that we hosted right down at Mill Street, and it was really successful.
Little League World Series is in Pennsylvania too.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yes, that's probably more well-known than Cal Ripken, but they're both, credible nationwide organizations. We just like the structure better of the Little League.
Okay. Sounds like a lot of traveling. Is this done by families going to where the games are, or is there transportation provided?
There is no transportation provided. Obviously, we play home games either at Mill Street or at the school. But yes, we do play away games and travel, and like any youth sports, either their family's responsible or other neighbors, friends. You know, I quite frequently take a number of kids to games.
Any other questions? Raymond Baseball.
And I guess I would add just one point of clarification. There were discussions going on with the Recreation Department about the possibility of merging Raymond Rec. Baseball, softball is not currently in those discussions, isn't because of how much goes into that. We have a huge board. It takes a lot of people to run it, and all the rules and things you have to sign up for. That's not a current discussion that's happening. So just to sort of distinguish the two programs.
I understand that they should be separate for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's like an agreement everyone
That's
has,
fine.
so.
That's fine.
But I just wanted to make sure everyone understood that that
Yeah.
might not be a line item under the rec budget as you were talking about before.
Actually, it is, yeah.
That's just where it's,
Just where it resides, where it lives in the budget, it doesn't mean anything by that.
Any other questions for Sarah?
Not under baseball.
On
but
baseball, yeah, on baseball.
Yeah.
On baseball?
No.
No.
Thank you for taking
Are
care
you
of
gonna take
baseball.
Raymond Rec before I sit down?
I don't know.
Okay.
Is it next?
Yep. Okay, Raymond Rec, right?
Raymond Rec. Please introduce yourself.
My name's Sarah Davis.
Only
I
kidding,
still
only
live at
kidding.
85 Tenny Hill Road, unless my husband's throwing me out. I am the president of Raymond Rec. I just took over presidency at the end of last year from Beth, who did an amazing job, and this community is incredibly lucky to have her. And she did a great job for a number of years, but was ready to be done. Raymond Rec, just to be clear on the programs that we support running, a running club, skiing, soccer, basketball, the karate program we assist with, it's not exactly under Raymond Rec, and the swimming program are all the programs we support. We are seeing incredible growth, particularly at the young ages. K1 is our biggest growth area. A few years ago, because of lack of volunteer participation, we had to cancel our K1, or well, K-2 basketball program, and so we saw some decline in numbers. We brought that all back up, and it is expanding every year. We serve a number of kids in this community. We've never actually pulled numbers on each program and how many participate in the multiple programs, so I can't tell you how many across the board we support, but it's well over 500 across all the programs. I just can't tell you how many of those kids are participating in each of those things. We use the money for lining the fields, for mowing the fields at Agawam is $2,000 of our request goes directly to that, and then the other $2,000 we use to offset our insurance expenses currently.
Any questions for Sarah?
And I will just say one other thing. Our biggest expenses come from the ski program through busing. That's a conversation we have a lot. You know, busing people up to Shawnee Peak can be expensive, and that just is what it is. And then in basketball, helping to offset the cost to use the gym. We have to pay gym fees, and that can be one of our bigger expenses. So I knew I'd get my removal people worked up.
Yeah, that using the school in your own town and having to pay for that is kind of hard to swallow. But I think too, is I'm hoping with this new rec director program that we can be able to merge in some way, so it saves you guys that $2,000 on insurance and it comes under the town. That is to me like a double dipping in people's pockets between it going on a budget, and that type of thing, and then and being able to help you guys with it too.
And I appreciate that. We pay our insurance. Our insurance comes up January 1st, which is actually terrible because you're trying to do the holidays and renew insurance. But so it runs through the end of the year. We had to pay those costs up front. They're annual policies. As Teresa is well aware, we are engaged as a board in discussing how we can work together with Raymond Rec or go under Raymond Rec or all those things. We haven't had an official vote. We've just been discussing it. We need to continue to meet with the town and have conversations. Obviously, our intent is to do the best thing for the children of Raymond and make sure that we maintain our programs. That's our number one goal. We're all volunteers. The only thing we pay, we pay a small stipend. I think it's $15 for refs in basketball, $15 for refs in soccer, things like that. Other than that, it's all equipment and uniform costs. We keep our costs generally in the $60 range for registration. We try to balance paying for all of our programs with keeping the costs low. Obviously, skiing is more than that because skiing is just a more expensive sport.
But I'm hoping to the same thing again, where we'll be able to come together and mitigate some of those costs.
Yes, yeah, and we figure about $15 per registration goes to insurance costs. So if we were able to come out into the town, that'd be a huge savings for everybody.
Don?
I just want to say that our intention as a town is to improve the breadth and depth of our services, and you'll hear more later from our new rec director, who's got a couple weeks under his belt now. But, so I think that by harnessing the energy of the volunteers we've always had and the resources, human resources, financial resources of the town, our goal is to improve what we offer. So we have the same mission.
Yeah, absolutely. And it still takes all of us, you still
You're
need
gonna
all
those
the coaches,
volunteers.
you need
He's
all
not
the.
going to be out running every game.
That's exactly. You still need all of that.
Or
So it's a
maybe-
partnership.
Yeah.
Is this a new request for $2,000 more? Because it
Nope.
used to be.
Last year we made that
Last
request
year
for the
was
first
last
time.
year.
Homes under something different.
Okay.
Soccer, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
last year was the first time that we doubled it, but
Okay.
we're coming back with that same request.
Okay.
They put things in different categories, I think, this year, yeah.
Any
Anything
other
else?
Raymond Rec questions?
I'm a little bit confused about the fee structure. If, for example, I have a child that wants to go on a ski trip, is there a cost to that?
To participate in our ski program on Fridays, yes. There
Okay.
is a registration cost that includes both the busing and the pass. If your kid chooses to engage in rentals, then obviously that's
Okay.
more. So
Okay,
it's set up.
So there is, if you want to go, you pay.
Absolutely, and that's a little more. I think it might be 150.
I picked
That
the
program's
expensive one, I know.
200. Okay,
Yeah.
200.
Okay.
My kids weren't able to participate this year, so I don't remember the exact cost.
Only because somebody just asked that recently, yeah.
Yeah, we do. We do a good job. We take a lot of time. We make each of our directors, so we have assigned directors under each program, and each director is responsible, like in any organization, for managing to their budget. And we use this money to offset some of those costs, but other than that, they have to operate within the budget to cover their portion of all these fees and then cover whatever their program is. And that's why the skiing program costs a little more than to play basketball.
Okay, and I know I picked that expensive one.
Yeah.
How much of that is bus?
How much of that is bus?
And how
It's-
much of that bus is, where is that money being spent for bus?
Well, okay, so I'll follow up with you, but we rent a bus through Custom Coach and Limousine.
That's all I need to know, right
Yeah,
there.
I just
Okay.
don't have the specific,
I don't
exactly
need to-
how much
I
it
don't need
is,
to
but
know
I can send
anything
it to
more.
you.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, it does not go to the school.
Okay, the fee for the pool would be also paper play, so to speak?
The swimming is out
Swimming is at the
Summer.
beach.
At the beach, okay. I
Yeah,
thought you were
so we
saying
don't
pool.
pay for
Okay,
it.
all right, okay.
I think it's just the lifeguard, yeah.
It's we have two swimming instructors, two certified swimming instructors, so
And that's at Crescent, or is that somewhere else?
it's the one off of 85 down here.
Crescent.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sarah.
You're very
Thank you
welcome.
yeah.
Anything further?
Trying to
Any other
save those
questions,
costs,
Oh,
yeah.
he's supposed to ask that.
There's a lot of money to get saved there.
Yeah.
Man.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next up, we invite the library to come forward.
It's those three, that's what's counting.
Good evening. I'm Paul Cullinan, Spiller Hill Road in Raymond. I'm the treasurer of the Raymond Village Library's Board of Trustees. And I welcome this opportunity to talk about our budget and with all of you. Tonight with me is Lee Walker, another trustee, and the library's director, Allison Griffin. Let me begin by expressing the RVL's board's appreciation for the support we've received from the town over the past several years. That steady support has been crucial to our growing imprint on the Raymond community and is greatly appreciated. Another aspect of the support you've given us is by appointing Teresa Sadek as your representative. She jumped in with both feet and has given us new ideas and a different perspective that have been very helpful. The library as a whole has been experiencing a good year this year. Each of our fundraisers has exceeded its budgeted target. Our senior hours continue to be more and more successful. Our collaborations with the Raymond Arts Alliance and Community Gardens have contributed significant benefits to the community. Our children's and adult programming has attracted thousands of participants in the last year. We continue to issue new library cards to dozens of residents. In order to build on these successes, we proposed a budget of $117,603, which is virtually identical to the one we proposed last year. Our actual spending for this year will be much lower than what we budgeted, what we had hoped for last year, partly because we had to constrain certain spending, and that we didn't expand our hours the way we had hoped to at that time. Minimum wage increases and increased prices of books and other materials continue to strain our finances. The proposed budget projects about a $5,000 deficit, which we are trying to eliminate through additional fundraising activities. Alternatively, we'd have to dip into our reserves to cover that shortfall. We're asking in our proposed budget the town increase its support by $6,000 for a total contribution of $66,000. We believe the increase will allow us to continue to provide critical and valuable services that the library delivers to this community. Before I end, I want to acknowledge the healthy financial position of the library. We now hold, at least until the recent financial situation, about $230,000 in reserves. Overall, the past 2 years, the RVL's board has been discussing among its members the need for additional space if we're continue to grow and flourish. And I emphasize the flourish aspect because our space is really causing us to have certain significant constraints on our activities. We're now looking into the possibility of an addition of a multi-purpose room for our programming and other activities. We're having some preliminary plans done through which we might be able to assess the potential costs of various sized expansions. If we do eventually expand our footprint on the current site, that building project would absorb a substantial amount of the capital reserves that we have set aside at this moment. So that that part of these reserves built up through an unexpected grant a couple of years ago that didn't have any particular constraints on it. So we started to think about those potential space adjustments that would help us greatly. So I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Paul. I must say, I did participate in the flower show this past year, and I was amazed at how much is going on at the community garden. Just driving by on Meadow Road, you don't really see how big and how used it is. And I was impressed by that.
It is really a thing to behold in the summer. There really are a lot of people who come in. I think it was a 250-pound donation to the community's food pantry this past year. So it's an activity that much of the community enjoys, and it has a fruitful outcome to it.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions for Paul? Yeah, Joe.
Paul, how many individual donors do you have in your annual appeal?
The guess is, or the approximation right now would be 250. We can get you a specific number if you'd like.
And what makes you so optimistic that you're going to get a 15% increase in your appeal?
We did very well last year. We reached 35,000 in last year's appeal. We sought a much bigger increase this year, in part because we had foresaw a larger potential hole in our budget, so we pushed the limit where it was obviously very optimistic. We didn't budget for that increase that we sent the appeal out for. When we sent the appeal note out this year, we requested that people donate such that we could reach $43,000. That was a real push. We haven't gotten there. But this year we did a much more extensive background on mailing lists and work to get a more up-to-date and more complete list of potential donors. So we would hope that we would do a little better than we've done so far, but you know, we're still open to contributions.
Go ahead, Teresa.
I talked to Paul the other night because one of my concerns was, because I want to make sure I understood it fully. With their reserves, if they go and build this addition on, I'm really concerned that it's going to take up their reserves and they're not going to have anywhere else to dip into if they need money. So like the rec program and like the baseball program, I would love to be able to see us come together, you know, with a space that we could all use for a community where their fundraising can go towards the products instead of the space and stuff like that. So which is my great time to put in a plug for, we're going to do the Festival of Trees this year as a fundraiser down at Camp Hines on Plains Road.
This
So-
was one of those ideas that I mentioned.
Yeah, and we're going to work with the crafters and the PTO. So everybody's going to be in like the one big building to benefit. So if anybody wants to do a tree, call the library or whatever, but it's one of the things we're hoping that it's something new this year. And that's one of the things I brought up, that, you know, maybe some new fundraisers for their money to be able to bring in some more community support. But I am concerned about the reserves being used for that addition, but that's something that they've got to decide to what to do.
Well, let me just, part of it is that some of these programs are really quite integral to the library's mission. The children's activities are wonderful. They've been very successful, but they're also quite boisterous hours. And it makes the rest of the library less inviting to other demographic groups. So in many of those activities, we have to spend some time, or I say we, the staff, spend some time moving these bookcases around so that the space is there for the activity. The problem with that is that half the time we block off a half to 2/3 of the bookshelves by turning them around, so we lose the access there. We have to constrain our participation in some of these activities, and we've had several of them that have long waiting lists, hoping that somebody will drop out, and we can't accommodate that. So we're looking into a potential multi-purpose room expansion. The size will be dependent in large part upon what the costs come in at, and we're trying to figure out what that is. We're still in the early stages of this, but we feel that we really are extraordinarily constrained by the space we have right now. The staff spent the month of January weeding the collection. And so it means that when you go in, some classic book, let's say you were interested in the Robert Caro series on Lyndon Johnson. Well, maybe because they haven't been taken out in a while, maybe the first 2 volumes of that had to be pulled out of the collection. Some of the mystery series, we have to pull out the first one. So if somebody gets interested in them, then we have to go back to interlibrary loan to get those. So we are extraordinarily constrained by our current space.
No, I know you are, and him and I talked to him last night about it because I just had some questions about it, but they do offer a lot in their small space, and I have moved those shelves, and I said a lot of bad words, moving those shelves and taking the books off, and yeah, so I get that.
Any other questions for Paul? Go ahead, Ralph.
Under your fundraising expenses, was that for getting the mailing list and updating that, or at one
Yep.
point I know that you had looked at kind of subbing out some of the fundraising, and you lose a percentage, but there's generally your probability on those if you're going to turn more. Look at all of that.
Yeah, some of this was the brochure might have been a little more involved this year than it has been in the past. I mean, we tried to invest a little money at the front end to hope we'd catch somebody's attention to maybe either contribute or be a little more generous this year than they had been in the past. But that's a note that our fundraising, that is one of the only areas, I think, in our budget where we went over our budget in terms of expenditures.
And did you see, are you seeing some payback from that as far, in the fundraiser, in the appeal you're doing this year, you're saying you're...
Right now, we are
you're
almost...
completing that,
Right now, we are almost at where we were last year. And we're going to send out another email appeal to try to bolster that in the coming weeks. So,
I mean, where I always have the concern is, if you do the expansion, now that's a sunken cost.
yeah.
If you don't have anything that's going to back it up as far as additional revenue that's going to come in to help offset that, all you've done is created more empty space. And that's not what your goal is. Your goal is to try and have something as a library and whatnot. And part and parcel of that is trying to pick up in the number of donating units that you have and things like that. If someone, if you have 250 people and they all just add $5, that's not going to get you a whole lot further down the road. It's going to get further down the road if you go from 250 to 500.
Yep, no, but we are looking at this, and we are looking again as to analyzing new donors versus the those who have been donating for years, and whether their patterns have changed any, and try to figure out some way to do that. Yes, if we do a building expansion, our utility costs will go up a little bit. I don't think we necessarily would need to change staffing, because for instance, the library, children's librarian would be over there with the children's programs and in the same hours. So, but we're cognizant of this is a problem going forward, and we're as Teresa said, we're trying to come up with more and more ideas as to how we can expand these revenue sources.
Joe?
Is the town still providing plowing services?
Yes.
So, where do you list that? You don't list it under your revenue or in-kind contributions anywhere.
That's a good point. I'm not sure.
Well, how do I want to put this? We try to do what we can do to assist the library, and so if they call us with an issue, and they've been very good about not calling us, they solve mostly their own problems, but at one point we had a budgeted appropriation,
additional $500.
Yeah, and so I mean, we try to do what we can do, and it's such a de minimis addition to what we do. It's not any big issue to us, and so I suppose though there should be some quid pro quo recognition or something of it, but on our end, it's not a very big deal.
I understand that, but I think you need to put it in here that the town is providing just more than money. It's, there is, plowing a commercial lot is a lot of money. So that there's a lot of value to that plowing and any maintenance that's done on the building by the town.
We can certainly provide a number, and then you can put that in there. Is that what
Yeah,
you're asking?
I just think you need to account for it.
All right.
We can do that.
We'll be in touch.
Don, do you want to follow that up with another question?
I had not a question, but a comment. What a surprise. My comment is getting involved this summer with the Raymond Arts Association down there with my son, and I don't think that you're going to have to worry about if you built a room. You will have to maintain it and operate it, but having it empty is not going to be an issue. There's a real shortage of space for programs like that, and when I saw the space that was involved in what we were trying to do, and it's very, very difficult. And the other thing I would say is that I want to see the Raymond Recreation Department, like the Raymond Arts Alliance, other groups in the community utilizing the library. I think they want that to be a hub of community activity, and so we're going to try to make provisions for recreation, but I would see us offering things there as well if that was something you were amenable to.
Absolutely.
So I think that's the key, though, is to tie the community into a number of different groups in the community, into the library, and keep expanding that, and you've done that significantly lately.
Yeah, I believe the library director and the recreation director have already scheduled a meeting to get to know each other and talk over things.
I think the broader the community, the greater the likelihood that you're going to meet and exceed your goals and so forth, yeah.
Go ahead, Marshall.
Two things. One, I was under the impression, and I might be wrong, but we're pretty much landlocked with that building. I'm not sure there's a whole bunch of expansion that can happen in that building.
It has been discussed with the building people that to find out what additional dimensions could be absorbed on that lot. It goes further toward Main Street than you might think. There's more land there than associated with the lot than you might think otherwise.
And the second thing is, my complaint is the same this year as it was last year, where we see no growth in hours for staff, and yet your reserves are increasing. Now you're claiming that 235,000 up from 214,000 last year. I mean, where do we start putting money into library functions and not reserve functions?
Well, part of it is the notion that we were looking to use a chunk of it for building expansion.
Okay, but
Now,
not to argue with you, Paul, but that's been a 3-year-old story. Where is the growth in the actual day-to-day operations of the library coming for personnel and hours and things like that? Where is that coming from?
Where is it going to
Where is your
come?
plan for that?
We'll get back to it. I mean, it sort of is one of these things where, in fact, you wouldn't believe how productive
Oh, I
the
have no doubt.
folks that we have are down there.
Highly qualified staff, I have no doubt, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point seems to be you continue to reserve and reserve and reserve, and you're not building up your core services. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Paul? Thank you, Paul.
I invite you all to come down and stop by. I'm sure we've got a book in the collection that would greatly benefit you. Your personal enjoyment.
Thanks, Paul.
Yep.
Raymond Casco Historical Society.
No, I'm not gonna. I guess I've agreed to do the best that I can with this. You may have heard there's an election today, and so it's a very small outfit, and apparently the people who would be representing the Historical Society are working the polls in Casco. Frank McDermott is still in Arizona, so and so it's a very, very, very small group. So, you know, we'll do the best, Kathy and I, that we can to answer any questions or to get any additional information that you might need. Of course, you're all aware of the catastrophic fire and the loss of their materials. They built or rebuilt a replica schoolhouse. They're seeking, you know, donations of new or additional materials and funds to replenish the collection. They lost over $100,000. You know, it's a great facility. I've visited it many times, and interesting collection. And so I'd encourage people to go see it. But if you look at the size of their budget overall and the dependence they have on the town appropriation, that tells a great deal of the story. They are trying to build an endowment for the future so that it can be, you know, more self-sustaining, or hopefully one day self-sustaining. And pardon me. Oh, why don't you go ahead? Instead of whispering in my ear.
Oh, well.
You threw off my momentum.
Sorry. Part of the insurance proceeds are gonna sit there and wait until items come up for sale to help replenish their collection, because they lost so much stuff in the
Right.
fire, so.
But anyhow, so, you know, for preserving our cultural and historic artifacts and working interlocally with our town in Casco, it's, in my view, a small investment, and, you know, they do a very good job curating and preserving these things, and so that's what it's all about, and I think future generations will appreciate the fact that we did that, and that these things exist and continue to exist moving forward. So on behalf of the Historical Society, I'm hoping that, you know, something that we can support.
For the matter of record, the
$1,800.
request amount is $1,800.
$1,800, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
Do you have any questions for the Historical
Is that
Society?
the same as last year?
Correct.
It is, yeah.
I know they also, they had an expense, he did mention that they had to repaint their mural. You may have noticed their mural on the side of the building, and that cost them some money in addition to they've had some extraordinary things happen, but that was something he mentioned to me. But if there's any questions or any additional information, we will get it.
Okay. Thank you. That's historical. Raymond Waterways, please.
Neil Jensen, 315 Meadow Road, president of Raymond Waterways.
And I'm Locke McDonald. I live on Cobb Road in Raymond. I'm on the board. Little bit of information for the courtesy boat inspections that we do. We start that up on Memorial Weekend, and we inspect all the way through to Labor Day weekend. Mostly it's Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and Sunday, and the holidays, the Mondays of, usually it's Memorial Day, usually it's something around the 4th of July, and usually it's something around Labor Day weekend. We do that at the 4 public boat launches that are available as long as we have the personnel to cover. Last year, we had 8 inspectors as well as 10 volunteer inspectors. The 8 inspectors got paid, and to fill in for times when we didn't have enough people, we asked the different lake associations to come up with a list of people that might want to volunteer and do some inspecting. So we trained all those people about how to inspect the boats and what to look for, and then we go through that. We also had an intern last year who was very, very helpful in terms of not only scheduling but filling in spots where people weren't around to inspect, and also did some other things, some counting and worked in a couple of other places for us. But we don't expect to do that again next year. We hope to have a supervisor as well as probably someplace between 8 and 10 inspectors to work the weekends. Last year, there were 1,328 hours of inspection time. There were 4,121 boats inspected, and there were 11 plants that we identified and pulled off of boats. None of those plants were invasive. You're all probably pretty aware of the issues that most of the lakes around us have. As a matter of fact, we have some issues in Sebago Lake that are being cleaned up with milfoil. But what this group is trying to do is to keep any of that from coming in from different lakes. Having worked at a couple of the shifts myself, I found it very encouraging that most of the people that come down to the lake with a boat to put it in are aware of what it is we do. They're aware of why it is we are doing it, and they usually are very, very helpful. The tough part is getting the non-motorized vehicles and trying to track them down and inspect. People that come down to the boat launches and pull the kayaks off there are fine, but it's tough to follow the people around the lake that just have their own place and put it in. Okay? So thank you in the past for your support, and we look for that to continue. Any questions?
How was your milfoil efforts last year? Do you have any facts on that? Thank you, Neil.
I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Let me start with the definition. Most of you are probably familiar with it. when we talk about the milfoil, we use the term maintenance condition, which means that the last time we went to a particular area, either we couldn't find any milfoil there, or we found some, but we removed it. So when we left, it was clean. But we know that we have to keep going back, because I can tell you that the first time through, we never get all of the roots and seeds and everything out of the muck. And most of these places are exposed to the open lake, so the floating fragments that come in from other towns, we'll pick on them, can drift in or be brought in on boats and settle in close to shore and grow in shallow water. So I've been actively involved with Raymond Waterways for maybe 10 or 12 years. And for that time, we've been working on 7 areas of milfoil, mostly in Sebago Lake, also in Panther Run or Jordan River, whichever you want to call it. At the end of last year, 2019, with the exception of a few hundred feet of the river and a couple of plants in Dingley Brook, those 7 areas were all in maintenance condition. We finally treated milfoil that's been there for probably 50 years in some cases. Opened those areas up to boating, swimming, fishing. So, as I say, we know we're going to have to keep going back on it, especially the most recently cleared areas. But last year, to give you an example, we removed over 400 corn bags, if you're familiar with those, of milfoil, and cleared over 7,500 feet estimated of bottom area of milfoil. So there are none of the old growth stands of milfoil are left. So this year, as I say, we know we have to go back this year and go over those areas, particularly the most recently cleared ones. And we should have plenty of work to do. Should have a good crew to do it this year. I just want to bring this up, just looking forward beyond 2020. As we go into 2021 and beyond, if we don't have an explosive growth of milfoil or one of the other invasive plants, we may reach a point where it just is not practical for us to support a dive crew for the summer. And at that point, it may be more cost effective for the town to contract with a milfoil service like Cliff Cabral's New England Milfoil, one of those. But you don't have to worry about that for this year. I just want to give you a heads up that it may be coming in a year or two. The point where I can't hire a dive crew for the summer and then tell them they have 3 weeks of work and that's it. I can't support all of that equipment for that much work. So it may make sense to shift to a different approach there. Going back to 2019, we consulted with 7 waterfront properties, the owners of 7 waterfront properties who were concerned either about suspicious plants or about erosion on their property that was taking soil into the water and potentially polluting the lakes with phosphorus. And we took water quality samples from Panther Pond because of their concern about the state of phosphorus in Panther Pond. And they don't have the special equipment to take deep phosphorus samples. We do. And we also provided someone to take Secchi drift samples, water quality readings in Raymond Pond to keep the flow of historical data intact for that pond now that they don't have an active lake association of their own. Along with Locke's business, that's what we've been up to. Questions?
Thank you, Neil. Your request this year is for $16,000.
Yes, it is.
Are there any questions for Neil? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you at the boat launch.
Yes. Gotta get a boat first.
Yeah. On your boat, right?
Come on down.
Next up, the Hawthorne Community Association.
Abel Bates, 55 Stark Cove Road, Raymond. I'm here as one of the trustees, as is Gil and Barbara Brown and Becky and Paul Tracy. Want to thank you for your past support and ask that you continue it for another year, $1,000. Should be quite useful this year. We're planning a major fundraiser. We have some pretty serious construction issues that are going to have to be addressed at the house. We are currently applying right now for 2 grants, and we have a number of other grants that we're considering applying for, and a lot of those grants are matching funds grants. And our limited treasury is going to have to grow in order that we can apply to these matching fund grants. So your continued help would be much appreciated.
Thank you, Abel.
Any questions?
Any questions? Go ahead, Don.
Did the Raymond Arts Association use the building this year?
Yes, they did, yeah. Used
So
it a
that was
couple,
a good
2 or 3
thing.
times, yeah. And they plan on using it again this year. We have a request from Maine Preservation, which is a nonprofit that's been in existence since 1972. They want to hold their annual meeting there this year. They are looking for buildings that pre-existed our statehood. And so in March, we're planning on that. We have some other events that we're planning.
I think like the library, the more you can get going there, the
Oh,
better.
absolutely. But if we don't address these
I know.
construction issues, then down the road, we won't be able to.
Go ahead, Rolf.
Where are you on addressing the whole septic issue? I mean, that's, you know, as far as trying to attract in groups or things like that.
Septic
that's-
issue?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I understood, you know, your holding tank doesn't hold that much.
It doesn't hold that much, just has to be pumped more often the more you use it.
Well, I mean, that's, if in trying to, is that in the long-term plan?
There's not enough land on that lot to put in a septic system. We could put in a bigger holding tank, but that's it.
Any other questions? Thank you very
Thank you.
much. I believe we've covered all the provider agencies. Is that true? I'm just checking to see if there are any other provider agencies here. Excellent. Next. Scott with Code Enforcement.
Hi, Scott DeVard, Code Enforcement Officer for Town of Raymond. I live in Bridgeton, Maine on Kilgore Road. There is a change in there that we were looking to hire a part-time person as we've looked at some of the complaints that we've had and see where we could improve. We had contemplated whether bringing Mary up would get rid of some of those complaints. We decided, looking back through what we were getting, that it was better to hire a part-time who could help Mary and I. That was one of the issues that we seemed to wanted to improve in.
So this would be somebody who does administration work and also field work.
Yep. Ideally, we'd like to find somebody that would be interested in or has current certifications. They would only work 2 days a week. We had contemplated Friday and Wednesday. Mary is gone at 2 o'clock on Fridays. And Wednesday usually coincides with planning board, which a lot of packets and everything have to be out. So sometimes she's running around, like today, she was trying to get some of the stuff done. and out to the planning members and took away from her ability to get into the office. And as far as I would need somebody just to make sure if they could streamline the permit process for me, and also to look at trees, tend to see they eat up a lot of travel time for me. And if I could get somebody that would be interested in going out and just, even if it was just a recon, to go out and look and see what they have, come back and report and decide whether or not the tree permit would be issued or if any replanting would be needed. Software stayed the same, and we are looking at seeing if other towns have updated their software. We're trying to figure out, trying to get Mary to do some field trips to see Wyndham and Gray use the same software and see if that would be a little more an advantage to us, where we would have people that could fill out a permit online, which we currently do not have. Everything else kind of has stayed basically stayed the
How about building activity?
Well, we're busy. I don't have any numbers exactly permit-wise on that. Just by judging what we went through before, usually you get a lull. I've had a lull of about 2 weeks, and I'm starting to pile drive again on permits. And right now I'm getting a lot of shorefront. You know, we're looking to do something this spring or this summer. What can we do? We just bought a lot. I'm getting a lot of office time with that right now. Commercial, we have a very limited commercial zone, so there really is not a whole lot of action on that. We do have a couple of them that should be coming back up in the spring for Aroma Joe's, and I think we had a couple expansions, but nobody seems to be kind of waiting for financial reasons not to do anything at this time. But other than that, everything kind of just stays the same. So with that, if you have any questions.
Scott, you're recommending an increase in staff, how many hours per week?
It's 16
hours
hours.
a week. Okay, thanks.
Joe?
So that 20,000 is for the 16 hours a week? Because you have an increase of 20,000 in your personnel line.
Yeah, 20,000.
Well, some of it's gonna be a catch-up with the wages that came from the merit pool, and then the other half is that line. It's a administrative type position. I think it was in the $15–16 an hour rate range.
So 16 hours a week, full-time, I mean, yearly, like?
The whole year, yeah.
52?
Yep.
Yes. Not just the summer, just.
We did have this in prior to me being here a couple of times, and then I roughed it out a couple of years, but it was more important that it was got to the point that I needed to bring it back.
I know we have a hard time hiring part-time code enforcement officers.
Well, that's going to be, I was just going to make
That's
that
what I was
point.
gonna say.
There's one thing to say, this is what we're going to do. There's another thing to find that person. So, I mean, that's a valid point. But what happened before, I'm not sure that we, made as diligent a search as we could have. And we're going to do it differently and more aggressively this time. But I can't guarantee. I mean, with the labor market being what it is and the unique nature of this job. But what we hope to find is someone like Scott. I think Scott, at one time, came to us as somebody who was looking to get into the business. And didn't you work with Chris Hansen on that?
Yep, job shadowed him.
And so that's the kind of, we're looking for another Scott, somebody who's looking to get into this business.
I'm almost ready to retire.
Yeah, that's.
Well, there you go. I mean, perfect.
Oh my God, that's gonna be on your bucket.
Sign them up now.
By the way, I've been told by several that this is a good gig when you get too old to pound nails.
Yes, I will. Sure it is. My shoulders thank me. Yep.
I think one of the things I'm worried about is like what Joe said. I know when Chris was here before, we were looking for somebody to help out, and it was $10,000, and we couldn't find anybody for that. So to me, I guess I would ask for more hours and possibly more money, because the way it is growing and the way right now, and this is just me thinking this, is Wyndham, I think people are going to start pushing away from Wyndham because Wyndham is just getting inundated right now with it. And so I think they're going to start looking as close as they can and start coming out this way. But I think you might be undercutting what you're looking for here, and I guess I would ask to maybe look at that number again, because I think we've tried it a couple times and it didn't work at those numbers. People don't want just those low numbers. I think they're gonna be looking for a little bit more. That's what I've seen in the past, that we've tried to find.
Prior to, though, the application was just for assistant code enforcement officer only, so I don't know if we might be able to find somebody who's like has been a secretary or administration for another town, is in retirement, sometimes they're certified in a couple of areas.
Yep.
So they'd be, something that they'd be willing to do. I know Casco just hired somebody, but it wasn't full-time, but she was a part-timer in Harrison.
Or maybe even put it up, and if we have to cut back, maybe go that way. Because I would rather go higher than lower on it. And then that way where we can, just my 2 cents.
Don?
Well, my hope would be that we could find, a retired tradesperson who could earn some income but wasn't looking to, have a full-time job. But I mean, her point is a good one. That's another option, but I mean, that would be the ideal candidate, would be somebody who has some of these certifications, some of this training, and would be willing to come on this basis or some other basis.
When we were transitioning between Chris and Scott, we had 3 or 4 people that were willing to put in a day here and a day
Yes.
there. So I'm a little bit more optimistic about our recruiting. I think we've really punched it up, and
But that was at like $50 an hour.
was it?
Oh, it was a lot,
Yeah.
that's what I was just gonna say, it's a lot more than
Those
that,
were
$50,
retired code
$60
officers
an
who,
hour.
I think it's 50 an
Yeah,
hour.
about
$50,
that.
$55
$50,
an hour.
$55 an hour, that's the hired gun rate, but yeah, we had people who wanted to do that.
But
Joe will do that.
Okay, Ralph.
you come down, I mean, essentially what you're looking at is opportunity cost. Okay. So the question would be, how much development is not coming in because we can't keep up with the load? Versus you bring that in, now you've cut your queue down, but what are you picking up on that? So I mean, that's kind of that balancing that you got to look at that. I mean, if people are not coming here because we just can't process things quick enough, that's one thing. If it's a fact that the field of dreams, if we have the time, they'll come. That's that's not as winnable in our.
I don't think that's it, because he gets everything done. But I think what the issue to me is that timeliness and efficiency, and the people have a reasonable expectation of a workmanlike and even semi-speedy process, not a bureaucratic holdup. And then the other issue is some of the things like, we were talking about this in the office, but the idea of shoreline zoning. I know her joke is anyone can tell a dead tree in the shoreline zone. I don't know if that's true. I'm not sure I could, but so he's got to go out and he's processing these higher level things. But there are people who care about, well, I got a dead tree that's going to fall on my house. You got to come see it, and so you have to do that. So I think there are environmental and regulatory and legal things that need to be done, and those want to be done quickly too. So there's lots of things pulling at him, but I don't think anything's getting undone. We're not missing any development. Is that right?
Just kind of the way I look at that too is at some point you have some sort of an offset too, because if you built up your capacity and you're now attracting that, and you've got some additional income that's going to come in and new permits and things like that. So I mean, the two tend to work together there. But where I was trying to get a gauge is, are we getting a lot of complaints because things are not getting done in a timely manner? So that
You don't wanna get those.
No, I know you don't, but I mean, it gets to the point of what's the timeline on when do you need to have something in place too.
Well, I mean, there's nothing set in stone, but I mean, the rule of thumb is you try to get it out as, basically, I mean, the contractors out there will talk. They know how other towns are. If they're slower, they have a tendency, some of them will kind of back off a little bit, not too much, because if they're going to build, they're going to build no matter what the delay is. For me, as far as getting the permit on, I mean, when they come and they give a permit, I feel it's my obligation to get that thing out as quickly and as possible. And sometimes in the summertime, we're hitting 3 weeks, which can, they get a little angry. Then you run into the issue where they have subcontractors lined up, and now they've got to push all that back. And the way market is out right now, if they can't keep who they have, it leads to more delays. So in the end, I mean, we're kind of we're trying to make them a good company as well as working for the town.
Joe?
Just understand, Mary is gonna continue working her hours, and this person just fills in when she's not there.
For on a Friday, she would be,
Right.
the other day would be, that's kind of where we're trying to get that person to do both jobs. Wednesday would be an ideal day for whoever it is to do, we could have one day a week that they can do these tree permits or wherever else I'm needing help in on the code enforcement side. And then on Friday, when Mary's gone at 2, he or she can do the administrative part of it. Yeah, I mean, it may be interesting.
I kind of agree with Rolf on this, though. You bring someone in, you hire them, and then all of a sudden things dry up, and then you go, sorry, we don't need you anymore, or...
I don't see it drying up. I don't see it even, I really
I don't know.
At least I would hope not, and we figure out something else. Yeah, with the way things are pushing right now.
I'm
But-
gonna build a place.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, it all
Sam's
depends
gonna
too.
go
I mean, yes, we have a couple subdivisions that they haven't started. They've done rough cutting. One of them is, we had them put off paving. So they've laid off on the building permits. Right now, I mean, if you look at what's out there for sale in Raymond, a lot of real estate agents will tell you there's not a lot out there that we offer. But again, yes, you cannot look in a crystal ball and say, we're gonna be busy for the next 3 years. That is true.
I mean, have we seen a huge uptick on permits? Because
Not a
it hasn't
huge
been-
upticks
Yeah, like, what, 20 permits a year?
for
That's
housing.
kind- Yeah.
Oh, I mean, we're over that, but I don't know. I don't know the numbers. I can't give you an actual figure.
I mean, I guess the other thing you'd have to look at there, are you seeing a higher number of complex situations that are essentially taking, you're having to devote more time to that situation, whereas someone that can do knockoffs can get those taken care of?
Well, Shoreline is like that. Because there is so many issues you have to deal with, setbacks from water, are they putting the BMPs out, you make triplets on that, sometimes that they have a permit for cutting trees within the 100-foot zone, you gotta go out and take a look at that. You try to combine it for inspections, but it doesn't always work that way.
Well, how many times have you been out in the water checking it, or have you had time to do that?
Well, it depends on the house and what
Just
all they're
break it
doing. If
down
there's a
short.
lot of structural engineering things on there, I'm usually out there more.
I mean, on the actual water, Chris used to go up and down the
Well,
coast. just to
I don't
see.
have any way of doing that. Well, I mean, as far
Well,
as
we do
driving.
have a way of doing that, and we've talked about that, but that's a good point too. That actually you pick up a lot of things that
Yeah, Chris found a
are
lot of
not
things,
permitted.
yeah.
But to answer your question in dollars, I mean, you're looking at, we're projecting 8 million in new value, but that's a conservative number if history is our guide. And so, there are, multi-million-dollar houses, and then they're not all, I mean, there are some that are greater than that for a, for a single development, but they don't all come to fruition or finish in a single year. So you have what you have new ongoing, and then, everything from outhouses to multi-million-dollar mansions, conversions on the lake, and then you have the inspections that are attendant to that. You have the expectation of people do that, and they should, that they can come in and meet one-on-one with him and can do that at will. And I mean, I was there this morning, guy waiting for him. Time to talk? Yeah, I got a half an hour. I got a meeting in a half an hour, but you got that in. So he's busy. He's pulled in a lot of different directions, and I'm maybe more getting persuaded by Teresa's idea than this one. But anyway, I don't think the issue of having enough to do is going to be a problem.
I would assume that we've got cross-training opportunities and all that stuff too.
Yes.
To keep a person busy. I don't think keeping somebody busy is a problem.
We
As long as we don't restrict that person to, filing A to C.
Correct.
The name of the game in the town of Raymond, and hence the low staffing level, is cross-training
Cross-training.
and multitasking. I mean, Kayla serves 3 different departments. Mary today, I mean, she was really busy getting out her packets, so I blow in and say, oh, by the way, I need 500 more ballots, and so we drop everything and get that done between the front office, which was understaffed because we had people at the polls, plus Mary. It's a challenge at times. There's always stuff happening.
Any questions?
Good.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Recreation, please.
Recreation.
Joseph Crocker. I do live in Wyndham. Thank you guys for having me. This is my third week here, so I don't know how much help I can be on the budget side, but I have been asked to kind of present my background, my credentials, and talk a little bit about going forward with recreation. So I do have 10 plus years of experience in recreation. Went to St. Joseph's College, graduated, exercise science degree, came right in and got pretty much a internship into as a program aide. Worked my way up to there. Decided that I needed more business skills. I got my master's in business administration and sports and recreation at New England College, and then got my certification in Parks and Rec professional through the National Recreation Parks Association, which is the national governance of Parks and Rec. I also sit on the Maine Recreation and Parks Association board as treasurer there. That houses about 270 rec professionals with conference training, other type of different educational sessions, everything like that. So that's a little bit about my background. Going forward, the last couple of weeks has really been gathering information, a lot of community outreach with different organizations, volunteer groups, some people popping in, saying hello and meeting them. Also, the other priority is Hasseltop, making sure that is staffed, creating a operations manual, staffing, organizational chart, really kind of going in and making sure this beautiful 30-acre park is up and running. So those have been the two main priorities the last couple of weeks. Also, we're looking at recreation software that can help with efficiencies, reservations, future program registrations, and a lot of data collection that we could present for hopefully future capital improvement projects, other type of projects that might be pushed through. So.
Figured out yet.
And significant improvement in cash management.
Who did that?
Correct, yes. Online payments, no more cash handling, as much cash handling as before. So yes, that's all I have.
Thank you, Joseph.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome to Raymond.
Thank you very much.
Hang on a minute, hang on.
Okay, sir.
We do have
You
some
can't go back to Wyndham yet.
Right.
What is your personnel count? Just you?
Yes.
Is that the 60,000? Yes.
Well, you know, under salaries, we're showing 87,000.
Okay, that must be combination with Tasseltop.
It is.
That's, you get
Tassel-
27 at Tasseltop and 60.
Yeah.
Yes.
So by way of background, Tasseltop, of course, as you know, is governed by and managed by an independent board of directors, now be absorbed as a department of the town under the rec department. So, you know, whereas in the past, the board of directors would do the, you know, recruitment and hiring, you know, retention of the employees, that sort of thing, management of employees directly. That's something we're gonna do, he's gonna do, I'm gonna do.
So that 27,000 is to hire someone to run the place in the summer?
That's all the people.
Staff.
That's
That's
all
all
the staff.
staff.
Yeah.
Right, he's not, we had a head ranger, we're not gonna, I don't wanna try to quote the organizational chart.
Let
but
me,
Go ahead.
the staffing, when I built the budget for Tasseltop this year, I included in staffing a maintenance person, two at the gate, and 2 or 3 at the snack shack, because those people are very, you know, okay. So, I think we need one more person down there as kind of a beach monitor, trash pickup, fight stopping, that kind of person, okay? You know,
I could do that with my 16 hours
sure.
as CEO.
There you go. There you go. You know, you're gonna get them. Okay? Keep the ducks out of the water, that kind of, we need somebody to do that kind of stuff. So we were looking at it, I think 6 people. These people don't start until like May 31st anyway, so it's a very short, I think it was 13 or 14 week budget we built in for that, okay? The income stream from Tasseltop is sufficient to offset this. Okay, and hopefully I was vague and yet pinpointed at the
No,
same time.
you did good. Something else that we've been working on too
Yeah.
down there is Mill Street, as we all know, has been sinking
Right.
back. So we have a great big playground unit that we have bought, and we bought a small one down there. So we are looking at utilizing what we have down at Tasseltop to put a playground down there with some picnic tables with their trails. Owens is doing some the work on it right now to do it up, and we're filling Joe in as we go. But what happens is that the state wants that land utilized more. The good thing is we're working with the State of Land and Parks and Rec, Doug Beck and David Rodriguez. And Joe knows Doug Beck really well, and they have grants, big grants, that they have matching grants. So he's going to be working and doing that.
Yes, he also
so we can
sits
get
on the
money
board.
for work that's done down there.
So you're gonna move the playground from Mill Street to Tasseltop?
No, what happened is they had a big unit down there on Mill Street now,
Yep.
and it just needs a couple part pieces. The swing set needs to be redone because it's technically out of date. I'm gonna say that. The back one was tore down, the small one back there, because it was just not any good. We bought a big one and a small one with the $35,000 that we budgeted before. The small one they put there, but that back corner where we were gonna put that other big one, the ground just isn't stable for it. So we're gonna put that at Tasseltop, is what we're gonna do. So Owens is finding a good place to put that, set that up, try to keep the rustic look of Tasseltop and entice people to go to Tasseltop more for the parks. They're gonna keep the gate closed during the off hours, but people can get to it to snowshoe, ride their bikes, walk on the trails. That's what the state wants us to do.
But
So-
there's no parking down there, is there?
I think one of the plans, Joe, was to back the fence off 75 to 100 feet into the park, which would allow for some limited parking, and that would be on Tasseltop land at that point in time and not Phyllis's land.
But it's also something we have to look at because we don't want people just parking down there and not having
Right.
supervision either. So it's all been kind of in the works. And when the Tasseltop board dissolved, they were all aware of everything that was going on, and we've been working with them and working together. It's been Marshall and I and
Right.
Nathan and Dawn and Joe's now in on it. So we're going to try and keep.
So now the town has control of Tasseltop,
Correct.
not this board.
That's
Yes.
right. And
Yes.
we had a staff meeting today, and I mean, this is still under development, just this morning in this room, but
Yeah.
the direction that we're heading in now, we're going to speak with Rolf about this, would be to have a discussion with the Board of Selectmen about working to develop a comprehensive plan for the facility. And a big part of that will be the ability to get significant state administered federal monies for recreational improvements. But we don't want to, at all costs, to erode the rustic quality of the park. But the state had a concern that we were underutilizing it and maybe not utilizing it in a way that directly benefited our own residents enough. So my recommendation is going to be that we look at a comprehensive plan, and that would be something that wouldn't be done, exclusively by staff or engineers. I would hope that it would involve, citizens and a long-range, view, and it isn't going to happen tomorrow.
The Raymond residents still get a discount to
Well-
go to Tasseltop?
I'm going to answer that one only because the state leases that land to us.
Right.
That's not our land. And they said one of the conditions of that is we do have to offer our town people a lower rate.
Right.
So that is another thing that we're working on too, as far as what the rates are and stuff like that. So it was good to have them come in to give us, some background on it, to let us know what we are doing wrong. And they are really great with letting us fix what we've done wrong. You know what I mean? So it's all fixable and it's good, but I think it's moving in a really, really good direction.
Right, but-
And it's another good place for Raymond to go to and
I'm just
have.
not sure how many Raymond residents actually use.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing.
Every
And what-
weekend,
I go.
Really?
every single weekend.
But there isn't a
I
resident
think it's great.
fee.
Right.
Now it's all the same.
But that's
It
the
is,
thing.
and
We
that's what
want
they're
to
looking.
improve its
Yes, that's what we have to do is change that.
That's a
So-
great-
But
visibility.
it was supposed to be discounted for Raymond residents.
Yeah.
When that was bought.
Yes, not bought, it's leased, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
And
and yeah.
the fee schedule will have a discounted rate for residents.
And that's one of the things that they said has to change,
Right,
and they
but-
said that they'll change it if we.
But for this coming year, you know, look for it to be, you know, very similar to what it's been in the past as we move in a potential new direction. The major difference is going to be a different management plan, including, you know, I think a greatly improved cash management system, computerization, and, you know, have a recreation professional who has, you know, deep ties with the agencies in the state of Maine, so we can get some feedback that way. And so it's going to be a baby step process, but I think it's going to be a really great thing for the town, and I'm really excited about it.
It's huge. We're utilizing land that is just, it's prime land. It really is. You know, so Owens has come in and looked at.
Underutilizing land.
Yeah,
Underutilized.
we are, but no, we're gonna utilize it, is what it is, yes.
We have a 100-year deal. We've gone through the first 25. A few years ago, I signed the second 25, and so we've got a commitment there.
The state's good to work with, too.
It's been 25 years.
Yeah.
No wonder I need to retire.
So you only can semi-retire. You already have your next jobs lined up.
You can be a part.
Any other rec questions?
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Look forward to meeting you guys.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Technology, please.
And save the best.
Kevin Woodbury, 20 Egypt Road. Operating budget staying the same. We've got some costs going up gradually. Software never stays the same year by year. You know, they want to get a little more out of you, so, especially on the security software. But we didn't need an increase this year. The thing we like that we're working on to get towards our goal is, like we talked about last year with the initial installment, was the fiber optic network backbone to run from the sand and salt building all the way down to the public safety building and pick up all the municipal buildings all the way along. We have another $50,000 this year, and then one more year we should be able to complete that. We also have in the budget, and I put it in because we have a lot of laptops that are in the fire department, public safety, that are really, really old and need to be upgraded. And we're going to put in for 6 of those this year, so I put that in capital versus in the operating budget. Because those are hardened laptops, which cost about $2,700 a piece. Any questions?
Any questions for Kevin?
Do you still deal with Spectrum at all? They're awful. They're absolutely awful.
That's one of the reasons why we need this backbone, is because Spectrum is the.
Oh my God.
We're paying, what is it? $1,100 a month for 100 megabit service, and it's just not. It's not. What we have between the building here and the town office, we have our own link, which is a gigabit link, which we put in, I don't know, 15 years ago, whatever. So we can do our backups and have off-site backups for the town office. And that's what we use. So we have servers in the other room here. What we want to do is we have no off-site backups for the servers down at the public safety building. And we really want to get this backbone in so that we can just have 2 places. We'll remove the data center, or the data cabinet out here, and we'll have just town office and the public safety building, and they'll be backing each other up. And we'll be able to get rid of 3 or 4 firewalls and 3 or 4 connections to Spectrum. We'll only need 1 connection at that point, just the one at the town office. And we're hoping in the future that that we can get some community-based, municipal-based fiber project going between all the communities around, so that we can get away from Spectrum and get some decent service at a decent price. But I don't know where that stands now.
Well, we have multiple initiatives that are underway, and the progress has been
Excruciatingly
slow.
Not as
If
fast
I
as
talk
it's
of all
been.
deliberate municipal speed, I would say much slower. So, but we're still optimistic. I mean, we have change in the administration. There's a different view from the state on it, and hopefully there may be at some point a different federal, view. And so, I mean, we're doing what we can do. It's a daunting task. It's expensive infrastructure, but it's essential infrastructure to the future of the state. And so, you know, we're working on it. We're working on it with the county. We're working on it as a group of towns. You know, Wyndham having the transition of their town manager has slowed things down, and so we've kind of been the, I would say, the lead and most interested community by a significant measure. And so I'm also working with GWI. They had some grant applications in. I think they're going to try again. But what kind of blew us out was, you know, what the CDBG would call the LMI factor. We have, you know, we're not an impoverished town, and so that counts against us. But we're working the levers of opportunity as best we can, and it's difficult for us. It's difficult for everybody. So.
When I moved here in 1994, one of the reasons we came here is because at that point Time Warner offered the highest speed networks in the state. I mean, we were one of the few in the country, we're like the 3 in the country that had that service.
Right. And
but it stayed that way. Nothing's improved.
But I found out why that was. I was saying that at a meeting at GWI, and the CEO of GWI said, well, that's of course because the then CEO of Time Warner had a place on the lake in Raymond.
Does Time Warner used to pay a fee in
Yes.
town? Does Spectrum pay a fee?
Yes, they do.
They do.
Yeah, and that is a great question, which I'll give you the Reader's Digest version, and that is that the agreement we have with Time Warner, like every other town around here, expired. Spectrum, now Charter, that expired, you know, years and years ago, and we're not optimistic or very optimistic that we can negotiate a better deal. In case folks haven't noticed, that industry is kind of going away, and so, but they have honored the original deal, although we're fighting like cats and dogs now to try to get them to give us the essential infrastructure that we need, you know, under that contract. I think, you know, so yes, we get that, but
Well, the franchise fees actually is going to be going down because that's not internet service fee. That's just cable TV service fees,
Right.
and people are going
Switching.
away from cable TV service.
but we still get it under the contract, you know, what we agreed to originally, and that's why renegotiating with a dying industry may not be the best. Right.
Kevin, this loop between the schools, the town, sand and salt shed, that's a closed loop?
That would be a closed backbone for
And that would be the fire department, public safety, public works?
works.
Two schools.
Two schools.
And the cemetery.
Yeah.
Because they have a lot of usage.
I get the point.
Yeah, I mean, anything that's on that route, any municipal, you know,
And now we're just looking for somebody to connect to.
well, yeah, and the basic connection, and it's part of the thing, we also, and then we may go with, for a backup, I do this in my business, I back up to Verizon, so when Spectrum goes down, I automatically connect
Yep.
to Verizon. But
I was just curious.
they're putting up, you know, a bunch of satellites. SpaceX is in orbit. I don't know if you've seen that, and they're going to have internet service available there. We may be able to use that for our backup, which would be better than, because you know the Verizon service here isn't that great. But that's coming online in the next year, and they're supposed to give high-speed internet, low latency.
Can't wait for that. Any hiccups interfacing with the LEDs?
Really, that's not even part of our technology. We just have to have web access for that. So,
Been very, very happy with the real-term energy and with the installer, and I mean, I can't speak to the web interface. What do you think of that?
well, we haven't had much dealing with that,
But
so.
we just got that online, but the lights, I think, went in, was it December, I think?
Yeah.
So the, you know, I haven't got any complaints. I have got people say that they, you know, think that the lights are improvement in terms of the light output and so forth, but the big thing is, you know, good light output with lower costs, and then a municipally owned network, so you're free from the utility and their charge system, so everybody's doing it, and it seems to be working out.
Any other questions? Thank you, Kevin. Animal control.
My audience has dwindled.
You got a TV on you, so.
No.
Play to the cameras.
So am I just here to answer questions or?
State your name.
Jessica Jackson, Animal Control Officer.
And how your responsibilities are split between 3
Casco,
towns.
Naples, and Raymond, yeah.
Okay.
How's the new position? I mean, we went to a much enhanced position in many ways. Tell us a little bit about that briefly. How have things been?
Wonderful. I actually appreciate my days off. This has been great, so thank you for supporting me on that last year. I'm doing 5 days a week.
Nice
Lynn is covering weekends and evenings for emergency basis, and it was a little bit of a change for some of the residents, but once they got used to it and they realized that some of these emergencies weren't quite emergencies, everybody seems to kind of get on board with that. So, yep.
Call volume?
Call volume. Okay, so last year for the calendar year, because that's how I report to the state, we had 252 calls altogether for the town of Raymond. 205 of those came in through dispatch. The rest of them were all out from outside sources. This year I have not yet completed, due to a medical issue, my final report, but we had 197 calls that came in through dispatch, and I'm going to guesstimate that we had probably 30 or 40 others that came in from outside sources, because that seems to be about right. So we're even.
What's the most common call you get?
You know, it's always changing. I can tell you that it's dog at large, and then next thing you know, it will be a missing animal. It's really seasonally. Yeah, during the winter we get a lot of welfare checks. During the summer we get a lot of loose animals, dogs at large, stuff like dog fights, things like that. In the fall, we get a lot of livestock complaints. Fair time, everybody thinks that the bunnies and the chickens and the pigs are cute. So they all come home, and then I end up chasing them. You know, we just had a 6,000-pound bull the other day that I pulled up in front of and said, well, yep, that's a bull. So, I mean,
How many, I think a better question is most unusual call. How many white rabbit calls have you gotten?
One. Oh, no, this year, none.
I called for a white bunny once.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You got an immediate response from our
I did, and we found the bunny back.
State
Bunny got back to his home.
Have you had any calls on
You did.
rabid animals?
Huh?
Had any calls about rabid animals?
No. Nope. So last year we had 2 dogs that had attacked 1 raccoon that did turn out to be rabid, and those dogs were quarantined, and nothing came of that. We haven't had any issues in any of the towns actually with rabid animals in contact with domesticated. We're really quick to get on that though. We've had a couple issues with hunters running dogs that are not vaccinated, and I take that very seriously too. And the last time that happened, I put the dogs under a 4-month quarantine because the animal wasn't able to be tested for rabies. So the word gets out that I'm a bully when it comes to rabies prevention, but it's working.
Good.
Yep.
Many coyotes? Many coyotes around?
Oh, typical, our pack numbers have stabilized from what I can tell, so, which is good, because the hunting, of course, increases them.
Me too.
And
Yeah.
we have a purpose-built vehicle now, which is still holding up, and so that has a aluminum, or I think it's aluminum clad interior, or
Yes, yep.
and it has an electric pneumatic door, so that she can open it and get animals in and out efficiently and have protection from them, and it's very well marked, so you may well have seen it.
Yes.
And so it's well marked.
I
And
use,
And
yeah.
it's an initiative between the 3 towns that we share.
So I use the automatic door a lot, actually, and what I'll do is I'll kind of climb in. It's fun. It's hilarious. We'll get these Cujo Beethoven dogs that everybody thinks are cute, but they know me. They just do. So they want nothing to do with me. And I'll pull up, and they're going nuts, and I'll pop open the side door from the front compartment where I'm totally closed off from them. I can throw a couple treats out the window and a couple in the back through the cage, and they'll hop in the back, and all I have to worry about is somehow securing them so somebody can shut the door. And then off we go. And we got them. Yeah, it's neat. It can be quite comical. So.
think we want cameras.
Yeah, right?
The vehicle itself is supplied by the town.
It's a retired state police canine unit, and why it has that door is that the officer, if he's down and under attack, can release the dog.
That's
So
not
what.
that's not where I'm going with
Yeah, I was
this,
just
but
telling you why it has that equipment on it, but yeah.
So then why do we also
like to
have
see
mileage
that.
in here?
Yeah.
That's the part-time person's mileage.
Yeah,
So the part-time person is not using the regular vehicle?
correct. Right.
But they're only driving 23 miles a week?
Is that what's allotted?
That's.
They're
if I-
only-
If I take that and I look at it, you get $800 in there, if you take the
Right.
IRS rate, that's $23.
So she's-
That's $23, 23 miles a week.
Mr. Wilson? Yep. So she's only supposed to go out for emergency circumstances. She's allotted 13 hours a week for that. But like I said, most of these things are actually delayed and held over till the following day for me. So we offer them a response of a phone call, tell them what they can do in the meantime, and then the following day, I'll go handle, whatever business needs to be handled. Because even for like bite reports and stuff like that, unless it's an immediate, attack or something, I would go out for that even. But I can't contact to verify rabies information or anything like that until the businesses are open that following day. So unless it's a health concern, somebody's actually being attacked or an animal is injured, we don't go out. Deputy assists, of course, if we're called out by another agency, fire department, sheriff's department, then we'll attend.
How much have you had to use the sheriff?
Hmm?
How much have you had to use the sheriff to back you up?
Oh, I back them up.
Well.
We work very well
That was
together.
the concerns at one point was that, making sure that you weren't going into a situation there too.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely.
so-
So now through Cumberland County Dispatch, we actually have access to Spillman. So we have the computer programs, and that's all loaded in the car and a laptop. We can run some of these addresses and stuff that we go to beforehand. There's always some concern because honestly, nobody has time to run every door that they're going to knock on. So something I would like to look at in the future is getting some type of protective wear or something like that. Uniforms have made a huge difference, but injuries to animal control officers are on the rise. We are visiting all the same places that the sheriff's department, police departments are, and we're rural. So, and at some point, we would like to look into getting radios, a portable radio, because we do have a radio in the car, but that's only as good as if we can get back to the car.
Any other questions?
I would just make one final comment, and that is, this has gone from something that I used to get significant complaints and citizen upset over to 0 complaints. This department. So you must
I
be
stopped complaining dramatically.
Well, you're doing something right, because I check with the other town managers, and and they're in a similar situation. So.
That's always good.
Any other questions? Thank you for being patient and waiting.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good night. Bye.
General assistance.
So no change. The biggest change in general assistance is that we have a new administrator. I did it for a number of months, maybe the better part of a year, while we were transitioning from Alice Hamilton, now Jenny Silverblade. Jenny is, I think I can say pretty much fully engaged now on it.
Oh, gosh, yes.
So but
Absolutely.
for a long time I did it myself, then I worked with her on it, but now she's really come into it. So I think we offer a very well thought out and program that is legally compliant and up to date and audited frequently by the state, as every other town. And so 70%
Is our reimbursement
is
rate.
our reimbursement on this. So I think we run a good program, and thankfully, I guess we are able to marshal resources from many other agencies, and we don't have a high level of general assistance here, but what we do have, we try to handle efficiently and compassionately, and try to get people in touch with the agencies that can help them if we can, or in addition to what we can do. Yeah.
How much is the prospect?
Any questions on assessing? Sorry, general assistance.
GA. Trying to jump ahead of GA.
Yeah, I know. Next, we'll look at assessing.
I didn't really have, I mean, the budget was so unchanged that we didn't ask her to come for it. So, what?
Go ahead.
I don't really have a lot to say. It's pretty much status quo for, well, I guess it went up like $5. We did do
$7.
the software update was completed in for the fiscal year 2019, where you can see that we actually spent $23,000, and now we're back down to our normal $9,000-ish.
I think one thing that helps Kurt and helps contain costs is that he has a great assistant, Kayla. Kayla's has been for some time now a CMA. She passed her state certification. So she is available and can answer a lot of routine questions, even more than routine questions sometimes for citizens. So although Kurt's a day a week, and then much more frequently during the time when he's picking up value and assessing properties, having Kayla and Kurt together is a good team. Once again, a place where you get a lot of complaints, we get 0 complaints.
Everyone good with that?
Yep.
County tax.
What's the favorite thing?
Did you guys get the send out? Because you sent it out, didn't you?
Did I
This
send
year's-
that? I don't know if I did or I didn't. The county tax, I think I
Yeah,
probably.
you did.
I did. I printed it.
You okay?
Yeah, so maybe Rolf wants to give this presentation.
Yeah.
Well, I noticed that they're not here to present anything.
I didn't ask them.
Secret,
I didn't ask them
tired.
to.
But, I mean, essentially, it's going down a little bit, but that does not mean that the county tax is going down. It just means that our rate of growth was a little slower this year than some of the other towns. I mean, even, they're still increasing, their overall budget's increasing 4.53%. We're going from 788,000 down to 784,000. But the only reason that we're going down is because our total valuation did not increase as quickly as some other towns. So it's still the same issues as it always has been. It's just that you have to get vested. They get what they want. Vested or no vested? You pay it. Here's my opinion.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yep, I was
Any other questions on tax? County tax. Insurance, page 26.
26. I'm budgeting, they told us to expect an increase this year. We've had quite a few vehicle claims. We had the big
Tower.
the big tower claim. We're gonna try to look at a different provider through Kai's Insurance, but we haven't worked that out. We don't have any quotes yet, so this is my estimate as to what it's gonna be. And as is the workers' comp. Workers' comp is going up. I mean, we're not claim heavy in workers' comp, but our payroll is increasing every year because we're adding positions. So, that's a modest increase from 2020. So there's really, there's a bit of a change in the regular line, but I went back and looked at this, and we're still doing better than before we got the quote from Kai's in terms of general insurance. I don't know if we wanted to do health insurance yet or employee benefits, because that's going to depend on, we added my estimates for the employee benefits, which includes health insurance, life insurance, retirement, Social Security. They're based on us adding some positions, most notably 3 positions in the fire department, and a part-time position for code enforcement. We're picking up
Public Works position.
a public works position. We're not adding it because we added it during this
Right.
current year, but it's coming into this year's budget.
What page is that on?
25. That's employee benefit. So, and the health insurance, Rolf is helping us with our health insurance now. We moved to a calendar year, the increase is gonna be limited to January to June of '21, because we're locked in now from January 1st of 2020 to December 31st of 2020. When I value this, when I work up the estimate, I look at what we think the increase is gonna be, and I also look at what I think the, what's the word I'm looking for? The participation rate of our HRA. I'm looking at that too, and we just settled up 2018, and that was, no, they just settled up 2018. The HRA people, they're a year behind, so they're just settling up 2018, and we had like about a 54 utilization rate. That's the word I was looking for, utilization rate. So all of the numbers here really flow from what's your head count. And the only other difference that I did put in was in our retirement line, currently our vesting rate goes from 1% to 5%. So at 5 years, you get 5% match from the town. And what we tried, looking at the pay rate study that was done on the fire department, one of the areas that they critiqued was was the benefit, the retirement benefit package. So I wanted to work through some numbers. So the retirement line is, again, it's based on what I think the count is going to be, but I changed it from 2 to 6, from 1 to 5 to 2 to 6%. And it added about $8,400 to the cost of the retirement system. So I just wanted to put that out there for you guys to see how you felt about it, just to quantify it. This is how much it's going to cost if we want to upgrade the retirement.
We found that through this KMA private sector study that we were offering competitive, wages and benefits, but they did say that, they gave us a number of strategies that could help us to become more competitive, improve recruitment, retention. So that's one of them. So it's a recommendation or suggestion, but overall things look pretty good, and that was good to find out from that study.
But you're asking for almost a 25% increase.
In what?
Insurance.
Employee benefits.
Right.
Because of the added positions and the
You've got added positions, and you've got, we built in a 3.5% increase in medical insurance. The retirement, like I said, that added
8,700.
What was it about? I think it was like 8,300, or we'll just say 8,500 for round numbers. But it's also driven by the fact that wages are up, position counts are up.
Why would we want to go from 5% to 6%?
8,400.
To make our package more competitive.
To what other towns offer?
What?
Other towns.
Other towns in the area, and also if we're going to merge with the school, it makes our side of the equation more competitive with their side of the equation.
Do you have a high turnover rate
In what?
in your employees?
No.
We have a hard time sometimes recruiting people. People look at the benefit package as a part of what they decide. I will tell you that when we were looking at, mechanics, we were outcompeted by the town of Freiburg of all towns. I felt certain we'd get this fellow, and a big part of it was an analysis of our benefit package to theirs. And anyway, that'll just leave it at that.
What was the deficiency in the package?
Well, in the health program was the main thing. I mean, he looked at the health program, but anything that we can do, the idea of the study was to become, or to be as competitive as we can be. And so, I mean, this isn't the end of the world either way, but we're pointing it out as something that they cited as something that could improve the competitiveness of the town. If you think it's fine the way it is, that's okay too. But it's we're trying to follow the private sector study that's giving us strategies to help us to be more competitive and to compete.
I know that.
Well, but wait
But I
a
mean, just
second
because
too.
people aren't leaving, I mean, I don't know if equity comes into it at all, but the idea of trying to pay.
We lost a mechanic pretty quick over benefits.
Yep, but on the other hand, is we also got a mechanic in that thinks our benefits are pretty good. So it really depends on the person, is what it is. It's a mixed bag.
I've seen that people come in from this year, and actually sit down and want all of the information before they accept the job. All of the retirement.
Which is something new.
Well, right.
Who's your carrier? What's your deductible? Can I see your formulary? They want to know it all, and that's not been my experience here, but it's happened at least 3 times this year. So.
Right, and I guess I'm looking at it too, is we don't have a high turnover, but we're also trying to attract people to more for the fire department and stuff like that. But I guess what I'm also saying too is, you're gonna offer it for one department, you're gonna offer it across the board. That's
Right,
the
the
way I
other,
look at it, yeah.
the big, that's a good point too, but the other thing is, you know, this is the big one, and we're looking at it, we haven't made any, you know, determinations yet, but these folks who work in public safety want main PERS, main state retirement, that's what they want. They don't want what we have. Who wouldn't want that deal? Right?
Right.
Right. So anyway, it's an optional thing, and that's I think that's in part our job, is to say, here's these are ideas. You can say, that's not a good idea.
We can say yes or no, and we
But
can,
so we understand that.
we can certainly, this is the one that needs to get fine-tuned the most, based on decisions that you make in
Right, and if you make a set of different assumptions, decisions, whatever, it'll change significantly.
Are you talking about main PERS and Social Security at the same time?
No.
So
If
it's
it was-
one or the other?
No, it can't be one or the other. It has to be both.
Really?
Yeah.
I think once you're in the state retirement system, you're not eligible
Right.
for Social Security.
No, that's not true.
No, it is, well,
It was back in 1984, the town made a decision as to what to do, and we have a Section 218 agreement that says your employees will have Social Security, period. You can get whatever you want in addition to that. It all happened in the 1980s, and if you look, like South Portland, they do both. Westbrook, they do both. City of Portland, they don't do Social Security. That's why they have a hard time getting rid of people, because when people retire and they don't have Social Security, they don't have health insurance if they don't have in their quarters of Medicare. And but anyway, it's an all or nothing. It's not, you can't change your mind once you've committed to Social Security.
So it's variable by town, or can be, to some degree.
It was, everybody made that, every governmental entity made that decision
So it's
at
variable
the
by
time.
town.
Well, even the state, I mean, the state
Right.
doesn't have Social Security. They don't have Social Security yet. They made their decision. Everybody made their decision based on the information that was, and it was irrevocable. You can't change it.
so let me ask.
Is it true that the employee has to have enough quarters in Social Security in order to earn it?
Right.
Yes.
I think it's 12 quarters.
No, 40 quarters.
40, yeah, 10 years.
It's
So let
more
me
than
ask
that.
you-
It's actually 30 years.
Let me
Actually,
ask-
to
well,
have
actually it's 35.
unreduced benefits.
Yeah.
And then if you want the absolute max, you wait till you're 70.
Well, you can get Social Security and PERS.
You can.
Wow.
The problem that I don't, the thing that I don't know is that you guys once had PERS at the town level, did you not?
Way before my time.
Maybe in the 70s.
So I don't know what the ramifications were of that particular decision. That I have no idea. But I do know how Social Security works.
Well, I'll tell you personally, I have PERS and I have Social Security. And the only reason I have Social Security is because I had my 30 years on before I took a PERS job. There is an offset.
Mm-hmm. The offset comes in.
And it's a pretty big offset, if I remember right.
The offset is in PERS though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could be saving and saving and saving and wind up with 1% in PERS if you load up your Social Security.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So I think, that needs a really clean explanation for somebody that's gonna make that jump.
But anyhow, that's the point is, that's the thing that the young people are looking for.
Yeah, benefits, in
Correct.
general, benefits.
And because it's such a competitive market, I mean, it's a
You
solid
think young
market.
people are looking more for benefits than pay?
I think pay.
Well, no, I'm saying they're looking for that benefit. When they're in public safety, they understand the value of that
They want the
benefit.
family.
They want both.
Yeah.
And we're in a market where there's.
And they want flexible hours too.
And they want flexible, then they want the, you know, the.
I want everything.
True.
Right.
I don't wanna work.
That's right. But no, I
Here
wouldn't
comes
say
Bernie.
exclusively that, no.
Moving
Are
on.
we done? Are you taking a shot here tonight, Kathy? or-
Any other questions for insurance?
We have revenues and we have TIF.
All right, let's move on. Let's go to
Alright.
revenues on page
Revenues.
6.
Page 6. We didn't build anything into the budget in terms of surplus. We kind of changed it up a little bit last year where we put in the warrant article to say, to give you guys the flexibility of when you get down to the wire, how much you want to put in instead of trying to put in a value at this juncture. So this has no value. We have the tassel top revenues in there. We are gonna have to set the tassel top revenues pretty quick so that they're in effect
I'm sorry, I was being interrupted over here.
for when the park opens.
Yeah. I was
So that's, I believe that that's in the works with Joe to get, so that can get approved by the Board of Selectmen before the park opens this year. And those estimates of revenue came from Marshall.
Yes, they did.
That's what I was asking him. Are they accurate? Because $80,000 for entry for a summer just seems like a lot of money.
Wow, it's under. It's under. And what I did is I took a magic formula: 13 weeks minus 10% rainy days at $5 a person, and got all that stuff. Got all the numbers. And I think 80. I think 80 is a little low, especially if we put in a cash control system.
What is the designated fund balance right now?
Go over 100 easily.
200 and
It's,
256, and that's on page 7. My calculation's on page 7. You guys just voted. Oh, I'm sorry. I just like, what's the excess? That's where my mind was going.
The balance is 2.4.
2.4 million.
2.5, actually.
Right.
But
So
that's
you
at
see
the
the-
end of June 19. What's the current balance?
I don't usually look at, I mean, you'd have to look at what's the budget utilization so far this year. I'm gonna say we're probably, I mean, it's been my experience that we usually have between 100 and 200,000 that we ends up going back in.
Because it looks like revenues are exceeding budget.
Where are you looking?
I'm looking at 2020 year to date.
Oh, that's as of, that's as of December, I'm sorry, it's as of December 31st. The 2020 year-to-date is December 31st, so yes. So if you look at that, we're exceeding where we are in the budget now, yes. I increased excise tax by about 50. There was no other really huge increases that I booked into this that I can see. I mean, most of these are based on, our interest on taxes is going down because we're collecting quicker. Let's see, what else we get in here? Yeah, I mean, there's no significant increases in any line item. I mean, the budget on interest income, that went up because we have been doing better. This is the first year that we've had at least 2 years to look at in the new computer system. Remember back when I first started, we were transitioning over, and now I can actually get, because I like to look at a budget with actual instead of, because before it was just budget, 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 budget. I like to look at budget and actual because you learn things by doing that. So I don't really, there's not like a huge, I mean, it looks like if you take out the surplus that's in the 2020 budget, you're looking at a modest increase in revenue for this year.
How is Public Works going to create a revenue?
We have been, it's like, there's three components to it. One is we're plowing for the school. Another one is that we're renting out.
Equipment to other towns, and
And the third one is that we're sort of employee sharing one employee, so we're booking.
we've entered into an arrangement with the town of Naples where we share an employee. They have a summer employee, we need an extra winter employee. So one of our goals in a local cooperation, so it's a 50-50 deal, split that cost, because they have virtually no equipment up there. So we've come up with a schedule for equipment rental for the utilized primarily by this employee. And so, you know, it's on a priority basis. I mean, our priority, first priority. They were, you know, used a one-ton dump truck that we used in the wintertime, and so we were getting you know, paid for that. The road grader, other things. If we're not using it, we would make it available.
Mower, wasn't it?
The mower that we mowed for that town, with the, you know, so we have these employees, you know, and so we're trying to get better utilization of both the employees and the equipment through creating revenues by working with neighboring towns. And then now I think in this year's budget, you know, they're looking at purchasing a piece of our surplus equipment. So we're trying to form relationships with some of these lesser developed towns to our mutual advantage. They are happy about it, we're happy about it. You know, it's been a good thing. So it's really kind of innovative. Not many towns are doing that kind of thing.
Why am I not seeing anything for property taxes?
That's sort of like the final calculation. So it doesn't. So I don't usually put in a number for that because it goes from the.
Generally, the revenue schedule is the non-property tax revenues.
Right. Because that's what you're going to vote for revenues. When we go to page 4 and we look at the net assessment for taxes, that's where you're going to see what the number is. Where it says 14,396,406.
That's the grade leveler. Anything that's not non-property tax is going to be that.
That's why you want to see the growth in the revenue schedule, not on the front of the schedule.
Any questions on revenue? Let's move on to the TIF. TIF is on page 29.
The changes in the TIF this year, we're going for another 100,000 for our revaluation reserve. So we put aside 100,000 this year. We're going to add to it another one next year. We hope to get it up to about 350 was Kurt's plan, and then we're going to revisit how much we actually need to actually do the deal. Well, then we'd start looking at going out to bid.
Where are we on state valuation right now?
Well, that's a good question. Do you
Yeah,
know that?
on
I don't know.
state valuation, we're $1,175,550,000.
I mean, as a percentage.
That I don't know that, but I can get.
Because we were at a couple of years ago, 101%, 102%.
Yeah, we're still. I think Kurt would say that, you know, unlike prior years where we say we're still within the range, we're dropping to the lower end of the acceptable range. You know, we're working towards that goal, and you know, by the time we get to the, you know, we're getting closer to needing to do it, I guess is what I'm saying. I can't tell you the precise year, but that's why we're doing it in this way. But the quality ratio is dropping.
I can get.
We'll
I
get
can
that.
email that number out tomorrow once
Yeah, we'll
Kayla's
get
in.
that.
Playground improvements, I want to keep the 35,000 in their place. Because we had that meeting, did you put it somewhere else maybe?
Yeah, I did. It's in CIP.
Okay. I looked back on rec and I wasn't sure. I know Nathan says that he used it the other day at the meeting.
No, I put it in CIP because if you don't use it all, you normally want to carry it forward. So I want put them all in the same spot.
Okay.
But what I did this year is because there was some excess capacity in the TIF, I took some of the pavement money out of the CIP and I put it in the TIF so that we could fully expend, or we could absorb some of the leftover TIF money, basically. So those were the changes. Was 2 years ago, before we started on the assessing, we had put some of the appropriations. We put some playground money, and we also put some of the paving money in there. And this year, in order to use up the balance, I put some more paving money in there. It was easier to put in one thing than two, or nickel and dime things along the way. Other than that, we didn't really have any major changes here. I mean, we used to contract out our ordinance updates, and we really don't do that. The ordinance update expenses are usually split between legal and also our planning money. So I got rid of that $5,000, which wasn't anything. The cable negotiations,
Well, we've decided, because we were working as a group of towns on cable negotiations, and then GP Cog swallowed that effort when the consultant that we had proposed to work with ended up taking a private sector job, so he went off and did that. So then GP Cog swallowed the effort. We're not a GP Cog member, so they hit us with an assessment, or proposed assessment, that would have, in my view, been equal to greater than dues. So I went back, negotiated a deal with this consultant. Should they get something out of their negotiations that will be better than what we have now, I have a plan in place to replicate that, program with my consultant and save the cost. So I'm covering it, but I'm not part of the GP Cog consortium. I have a plan, but I'm not part of the consortium. I'm not paying that extraordinary fee because we're not a member to be part of the consortium of towns. That's a kind of a complicated answer to say we're on it, but we're not with the rest of the towns.
and we are gonna realize substantial streetlight reduction. I've got $5,100 in there for next year, as opposed to our current year budget of $21,000. That's my estimate based on the maintenance fees that Realterm has, and just the electricity that we actually need to purchase for them.
We shouldn't have any real maintenance with the lights too. I mean, these things last and last. So, and of course, the company that's doing the maintenance work, because they have so many towns, they have set up shop in South Portland, and so they're here. We'll call them and they come take care of it.
Are the ornamental lights done yet?
Are they what?
The ornamental lights.
They're not
No.
part of this.
We looked at the
expansion.
cost of the ornamental conversion. It was really expensive, but I'm looking at options on doing that in the future, but not at the cost point we're at right now. And so, no, they're not part of it right now. There's 69 of those.
The other problem that we have with the ornamentals is that all the wiring is beneath the ground, and gets eaten by little rodents.
Right, but we're if I told you what I was thinking, you probably, I'm thinking there's going to be another alternative for those that's rodent-proof, technologically forward-thinking, and energy efficient. I got a plan, but it's not ready. Are we done with this?
Not with the TIF. Is there any other questions for the TIF? Now we are.
Okay, so Kathy has suggested to me that less is more, so I got a whole page of things I wanted to say, but I'm not going to. But I want to make 2 points. 2 points, ready? The 2 points are, this is more of an evolutionary budget that's in keeping with Raymond's budget goals and spending priorities. So we're evolving, I think, as a town, and we're going in a good direction, is what I want to say there. And I say, look at the graph on page 3. That tells you the 10-year budget story of this town. And I would say it says municipal spending and performance goals set and met. That's what I would say, set and met. Take a look at that graph. So anyway, obviously I want to thank everybody who was involved in, doing the budget. It was a real team effort, and I think everybody really did a great job. And, we're ready for amendments, of course. That's the nature of the game. But things are going well in the town of Raymond.
Any public comment from Budget Finance Committee?
Just a question, Don. It's a 2.64% increase in the budget. What does that equate to in dollars?
About 35 cents on the mill rate and dollars, I don't know.
And that does not include the school budget, though.
That's putting the school in at zero increase, which isn't gonna happen.
Which I looked and I haven't seen anything that they've put out there yet.
They haven't processed it yet.
They haven't.
My guess is gonna be 4.5 to 5%.
The point is, the part that you can control, I think you've controlled it. And I think we've gotten good results as a town. And I think the directions that we've moved in have been, wise and good directions. And so that's all I can control is what we're doing.
So what is the dollar increase in the budget?
You mean just the municipal budget?
Yes.
$341,000.
Okay. Thank you.
That's, of course, as we say, dependent on all those things that you have to decide. The staffing's a big piece of that.
What about public comment?
Whoa, slow down. She's last on the schedule.
I want Kathy to say something.
Any other
She's been
public
here all
comment
night.
from Budget Finance? Public comment from Select Board? Public comment.
And of course, I also want to thank the Select Board and the Budget Finance Committee, obviously, too. So, team effort.
I still have 3 books. I don't.
I offered public comment.
Might as well say something.
Yes.
Kathy Goslin, 11 Eagles View Drive. I just came to support you guys tonight and support Bob, but I do want to say, when Joe asked earlier, are employees leaving? The fire department lost 2 of their paramedics last year. And it took us 4 months to hire a full-time person, who didn't work out, but then we were lucky we turned around and hired somebody else. But we've had a part-time position, a 24-hour-a-week position that was open for 7 months that we just filled this month. So we do have turnover there. And you say, well, 2 paramedics aren't a lot, but we only have 5. So we did lose 2 last year. And why did they leave? Because bigger towns and more money. And they said that. So just wanted to point that out.
And I would say probably also in terms of retirement benefits.
Oh, one of them really wanted the peers, and he got it.
Right.
So, thank you.
And we did have a mechanic that didn't last too long.
But I don't know if that's related to anything.
That's not related.
Well, he left us.
Well,
I'll entertain a motion
You
to
got a new
adjourn.
job.
I'll make a motion.
He left us for more
Have a
money.
motion and a second. All those in favor? Thank you.
Okay, welcome to the March 10th Board of Selectmen meeting. First order of business is approve the minutes of the February 11th meeting.
Motion to approve the minutes?
Second.
All those in favor? Motion is carried. Next item, under new business, is consideration of opting in on Maine adult use marijuana program. Sean here.
No, he sent a note in saying that I would be here, he's out of town.
Oh, okay. So he did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Phil, just identify yourself and your...
Sure. My name is Bruce Riley, and I'm Vice President of Rody Technology.
And you're residing?
I was just getting to that. 17 Hemlock Drive, Northborough, Massachusetts, 01532. So, here tonight to, in lieu of Sean and Alyssa Brody, who are the owners of B&B cultivation on 302. And they've been in business for roughly a year and a half, and they've, by all indications, built a nice little business for Raymond and for themselves, and have been successful generating a decent, multiple thousand clients to visit their location on a regular basis, because they do the things that need to be done in any retail. Good service, friendly people, clean environment. And so those are the tricks of the retail business today, I think. And if any of you are in retail, you probably know that to be true. The idea is that going forward, they want to consider to see where the board is in terms of expanding into the recreational cannabis business. The landlord is interested in building a new facility next door, but it's all dependent on getting the approval of the select people. So that's pretty much where they are. They've had a good relationship, I believe, with the town, and have been successful in the business. And I don't know if you have your 3-minute limit or not, but that's pretty much all I have to say in terms of the business. Any questions for me, or anything I can help you with? Or?
No.
So the idea is just to see where you are as a board and what next steps we could proceed with.
Is there anybody else speaking on behalf of this issue?
Yes.
Hi there, Selectman. Thank you. My name is Larry McWilliams from the town of Westbrook, 04092 if you need to know that. I am the owner, and my wife owners of Potluck Joint Relief in Westbrook. We are a medical cannabis caregiver dispensary, growers. We do it all. And what we're looking to do here is working with Sean as well. I do work with Sean quite often because he buys most of my products in the medical industry. And we do get to see a lot of what the benefits of marijuana has done, not only for the citizens of people, but for what it can do also for the town and what it can do for you guys as Raymond. We travel to Raymond quite often. We have friends that own a Mosquito. I have friends that own Webb's Mill Variety. We go to Casco Bay. We have Camp at Coffee Pond. We're in the area quite often. We've been here for quite a number of years. So we do a lot of activity in the town of Raymond, and we look at it as an opportunity as a tourist town, as first off, as Raymond is bringing customers in or bringing revenue into the city, on why possibly you might want to opt in on doing an adult use program would be, first off, employment. We employ local people. We pay at the starting rate that we pay our employees is $16 an hour, which is pretty high wages. The amount of taxes that we're paying is also pretty high. I do now sit on the planning board of the city of Westbrook, so we're all learning this together, as well as learning these rules and what we can and can't do, or why we can do things. But we're looking at the benefit of what's going to bring into the town to people coming in to see. And not only if we opt into recreational stores, which you can limit. I know Portland's doing it, and they're limited to 20 stores, and Raymond's not that big, so we're not looking to do anything like that. But we like to keep it, limited. But if you do opt in on the recreational, as far as even the growing aspects, there's the information on the realty, the opting in on people coming in to grow the product, the amount of jobs and the amount of revenue that's being developed in the state of Maine right now is astronomical, and it's only going to continue to grow. And I think with where you're located centrally from the Lakes region, you have a perfect opportunity in the city and area to possibly think about something like this with the revenues. The state of Maine, with the OMP office, the Office of Marijuana Policy, is really working very hard to diligently. They're working great on testing. The products that are out there are safe. They're regulated. They make sure that they know what's going on. There's legislature in now. If you opt in, possibly, it hasn't passed yet, but they're talking 2 to 3% of the sales tax could possibly go right directly to the municipalities. Now, even if it, hopefully something like that could be worked out where it does benefit you directly, but even indirectly with the sales of marijuana on the recreational, with the 20% sales tax that they're looking to bring into this industry, is only going to help more taxpayer pool money to come into revenues for every town to use in the state of Maine. So it's coming no matter what. We're just hoping that maybe you guys can listen to us, opt in think about what recreational marijuana could do. I know we're already doing the medical because I'm selling to Sean, and we have a great business relationship with him as well. And we have all of our tested products, regulated, so forth, labeled. We're trying to do it the right way, be transparent, and open-minded to what can and could possibly be the great possibility, what it can do to be for where it can bring revenues to your town. And also the tourism industry. The tourism that you bring in here now is only going to increase. And the revenues that people come in from out of state who are using recreational marijuana are going to spend a lot more money than what they're paying in now from Massachusetts or what have you. So it's only going to help regulate more state income as far as where it goes to you guys. And like I said, with the other businesses that are in play, our friends at the Mexicali Blues, they're also just another business that can benefit from people coming in directly through the marijuana industry. Same with Mosquito, with the ice cream. People love to eat after smoking marijuana. It's definitely one of those things that's always been a joke. We do a lot with beginning education. We educate people a lot. So people who are coming into our store, we teach them how and why to use this product. And rather than getting somebody that's coming off the street and just giving them something that they don't know what they're taking, we want to make sure that they do know what they're taking. We know how to dose our products, and we know how to educate people on why and how to take them. So it makes a big interest in when you're educating it properly. So we just want to let you guys, see how you feel on it. Again, my name is Larry McWilliams. I own Potluck Joint Relief. I'll be more than happy to give you my business card. I'm in Westbrook. If you feel any questions that come up that you don't think of, or you do think of that you don't understand or want to understand, or you want to come visit my facility down in Westbrook, you're more than happy to come down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I don't necessarily have a question. I just have more of a statement for us as a board. I know when this first came up months ago, we sat on our hands trying to figure out what would be the best recourse, the best way, how we felt Raymond should sit in this industry or whatnot. But as time developed, I know we have Sean here as well, which is an owner of another business of that sort here in Raymond, Highwire Hydroponics or something to that effect. So we definitely, if we don't want this to happen, then we need to take a stand. If we do want this to happen, we need to set a presence of what we're looking to do, because there's businesses in the town right now that are waiting. I don't really feel that's fair. I think we should take a stance somehow, some way. I'm not saying it tonight, but we need to move forward with more information and be able to establish how we want to portray that subject in our town.
Do either one of you know where this stands legally in the state of Maine? You can revisit the microphone.
I don't know if it's on camera. I know
Yes, it
we
is.
have to do that.
Yes.
I was a councilman in
not
Westbrook
standing
also
there,
for
we
the
can't
last
hear
time,
you.
so that's
People at home can't hear you
that's
without you
fine.
standing there.
That's the same way we always are. Yeah. So the state of Maine is finally trying to figure out the laws of what's going on. They still don't have it all down to the science yet either. We're working with the state of Maine as well as they're working with us. The laws are not written in stone, but the cities have to opt in first. Then we have to get a license as a person of interest to try to become a partnership into the recreational market. So we have to sign a license, we have to get a license, but it's only good for a certain amount of time. So once we get our license, and if a town opts in, then once the full rules come into play through the state, which they're coming, they have them listed. It's just takes a lot of time to get a lot of legislation. The laws are changing every single week. Every time you turn around, it's in the news, something else is changing, whether it be on the medical or the recreational, but it's coming soon. And they're really working hard to get it down. They look into OMP, into their website. If you have questions with the state, they're diligently trying to get this passed through. And it's what the citizens have wanted. We voted for it, I don't know, since January 17 now. And we're trying to do it right. We're trying to do it in the right way, and we think we have a great relationship working with Sean as well with B&B, and a location that's suitable for. We're already in business now, and the location where it would be something that especially with, like I said, with the recreational that's coming into play, it's going to opt the businesses for growing, and I know with Highwire, I'm sure that's what a lot of these places are looking to, even if they're not having a store. Not everybody wants a store. A lot of people just want to grow it. They want to be the silent partner to have it, but the industry's there. It's going to generate the economy. It's the amount of money that's being lost by the state of Maine not implementing this for the last 2 years is ludicrous. And millions. I mean, we're already saving $1.6 billion in Medicare costs in the medical industry in the 33 states that are listed as medical. So that just shows you where it's going. It's already been opted into the state. It's now up to the towns on which towns is going to want it to bring it into their jurisdiction. And I can tell you now, with being in business in Westbrook, where Sean is in Raymond, we're not doing anything wrong. Highwire Hydroponics, we buy from them, same with anybody. And it's all good consumerism, capitalism. We're here to make money as well, but we're giving back just as much. We're paying our taxes, we're paying our fair share, and it's going to be something that's definitely here to go. So it's that close with the state pulling the trigger. It should have been in March, but it wasn't. Now they're talking June before they first implement the first store. Where that's going to be, I don't know. It could be Portland, it could be Winslow, it could be anywhere USA, Maine, but it's coming. So just let you guys, look into it. I mean, it's big money, it's big industry. So, any other questions?
I'm not done. I have no other questions.
Okay. Thank you.
My concern is, I have two concerns. One concern, and the overriding concern, is that this is still in legal flux at the state of Maine. You can have all the faith you want in the legislature, but we don't.
Right.
And if their plan is to have it implemented in some shape or form by mid-June so that they can meet their budget deadlines for July 1st. So on that basis, my recommendation, and I'm going to make a motion now, that we table this item for 90 days past the date the state allows the legality of the instrument. So what I'm suggesting is that you're looking at September or October before we take another look at this. And that's my logic.
I'm gonna second that.
That is the motion. Is there a second?
She
second.
did. She did. Be fair to everybody, right?
So the motion is to table this item until 90 days after
After
the
the state law becomes in effect.
Okay, thank you, that's the part I missed.
Discussion?
Can you discuss it?
You
No,
can-
not if you
can
motion to
discuss
table it.
tabling. You can't discuss taking off the table.
No. I think it would just be the reasoning why. But,
I said what the reason was. I don't think that we should.
no, I'm not questioning your reason, just was, never mind. I'm just gonna second it.
I think the state of Maine is such in legal flux right now with this that I would not want to be in the town of Raymond or any other town where they decide to lobby test case out there. We're gonna sue the town of Raymond to stop this. I think that's a real jeopardy play for us. So I think caution, erring on the side of caution, the safest play is to table it until we can get a better grasp. And I think that that's 90 days out from the time we can actually touch and feel the laws that are in effect. So that's
And
my
the
logic.
reason why, I guess I would too, call me old fashioned, whatever, you're educating people on the medical part of it,
Right.
which I'm okay with, I get that. But also, you've got people out there, I do a daycare on 85, and every day, kids will say, oh, what's that smell? Gone by in a car. And you know what I mean? And they're like, oh, it's a skunk. Do you know what I mean? What else do you say to them type thing? And I've got kids that are out there driving for people that are doing it recreationally. So what happens if they get pulled over because of an accident? That is a fear of mine right now, because there is no regulations as far as testing people, or am I wrong? Do you know what I mean? So that to me, until we have some laws in effect as to how to be able to test people, that's why I want to wait. And that's just my 2 cents.
Step up to the mic, please.
They still have under the influence law. So I mean, if you're impaired enough to not be able to drive or be able to do a state limit exam while you're there, then you should be arrested. Granted, they can't do blood tests for it, and as they shouldn't. I use it every day. I can do multiple tasks. I'm an amputee of 33 years. I don't do opioids anymore. I can go through my whole story as well on why I use marijuana, and I see the benefits of it working. The alcohol industry is 10 times worse than the marijuana industry is.
You're right.
And the recreational law, with us educating people who come into our shop, whether they were young to adult, most of the people that I deal with are my age or older, and I help educate them on how to use it and what not to do when they're using it. So that's a big thing. And again, I understand your concerns, especially with the way the state is running. They're not. I'm up at Augusta too, and I'm standing in front of DHS committees, and we're trying to get the laws and hammer it out, and we don't have all the answers, and they don't have all the answers. And
Please understand me, I'm not trying to pass judgment.
No. I get you loud and
Trying to
clear.
get some time in there to see what the state's gonna do so that now we can react.
I'm perfectly happy with that answer. I really am. Thank you for the consideration of it. And in the interim, check in and look into OMP too and see what they're doing. If you have questions, like I said, I'll be more than happy. I'll leave my business card. You can contact me, and maybe we can help with the laws and getting it together. So,
Good, thanks.
thanks.
Can I jump in real quick too?
As Mr. Jones
Name.
introduced me
Name.
slightly before,
Name,
Sean
address,
Haggerty
date
from
of birth.
Wyndham, also co-owner of Highway Hydroponics. I know the town of Wyndham and South Portland have set up subcommittees to deal with moving forward with this. Specifically, I know it might be something that might be a good idea to get in the works before the 90 days, just so if and when it happens, you're a little more up to speed. It could potentially be a more seamless transition. I don't know if it was even a once-a-month thing where you sat down with a couple of these gentlemen, myself, would be happy to be part of it, and some people in the area that are concerned with helping this move forward, as well as helping educate you guys as to where it is, lawyers perhaps, whatever it is, just to kind of make sure you guys know what's really happening at the state level as well, because there is some confusion for sure. There's a lot going on. So.
Exactly. And I appreciate that, and I'm trying to stay up as much as I can in the information loop on that, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rather than forming a committee at this point,
No,
I would say our best bet is to have town manager stay on top of what's going on and be able to report back to us where things are going on.
So I just want to be absolutely clear. My motion is to table for 90 days beyond the state limit. When they authorize it, and then we go 90 days, and take a look at it.
So we know what they're actually authorizing. in
Right.
this, right? Okay.
Right.
And I second that.
Lonnie?
We can discuss it still.
Yeah.
I agree with everything that Mr. Bullock said, except the 90 days. We wait 90 days after this because it's coming. Don't care if anybody likes it or you don't. It is coming, and it's going to be in Casco. It's going to be in Naples. It's going to be in Wyndham, and then we're going to be surrounded by it. And we're going to create 0 jobs from it because we sat on our hands. You're not going to need as many in Raymond. I mean, if we need to be at the forefront of it if we want to maximize it. This is the biggest growing, in my eyes, the biggest growing industry / moneymaker that we've seen in years. It's going crazy. So for us waiting 90 days after they make the law to move forward, we might as well not even bother, because at that point everybody else are going to be monopolizing the businesses, and our businesses in the town of Raymond are going to be SOL. So I agree with everything that is said except the 90 days. So when we vote on it, I will not vote for it because of that 90 day.
But I think
30
there's-
days, I'll go with that,
I
but
still
90
think the
no,
kinks
too
they
long.
have to work out though too.
Yeah.
And there's
But
going to
why
be a lot
can't
of
we be
these.
part of the kinks that we're working out? Why can't we be part of the pioneers? Why can't we be? And it's not because the more you're on top of it, the better you're going to be able to regulate it. If you're sitting on everybody's coattails, then you're not going to be able to move forward and regulate it as good as you could. That's my feeling. And I'm the type of person, I want to be in the front. I
Yep.
don't want to be in the middle. I don't want to be even second, because second's the first loser. So moving forward, that's my mentality, especially looking at the town of Raymond to create that kind of revenue. 20%, I mean, come on.
But that's not definite.
And I'm not, and you're right, but it has been, there is states that are already doing it, and the 20% might even be more. So and that's my 2 cents, and I'm not saying
respect
you
that.
guys are wrong, I'm not anything to that effect. I'm just looking at the business opportunity and not having all the pot still being in our town, but all the surrounding towns making that revenue from it. That's the way I look at it.
Not
so.
to set up an argument with you, Lonnie.
No, and I would not argue with you because I don't feel real strong one way or real strong the other. I just, again.
We debate really well.
Yeah. And I hear
Yep.
this amount of money and this amount of money and this amount of money, and where is it? In town of Raymond, what would that generate for us?
True.
20,000 a year?
Right. I'm not sure about
I have no
that.
idea. That's why we want time to
You look at
consider
real
it.
estate.
I'm sorry?
The real estate alone, just even with the growers. I mean, the growers that are built and growing these warehouses, I mean, we grow in a
Well,
65.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you need to understand that there's a very, very limited commercial zone in Raymond, and
Is
I
there?
don't see that.
You blink
Okay.
as you go up 302.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
And then,
it.
yeah,
All right.
So
two
we're
right
not
there.
looking at
So
expanding.
that piece of it, no.
So that right there limits.
On the agricultural part of
Yeah,
it, okay,
exactly.
that's
Okay.
fine.
Not, again, not to be rude.
No, that's
But
good.
we
I mean,
have-
I don't know. Like I said, I drive Raymond all over, and it's vast. It's open. You
We've
know,
got,
there's places that you can put in
Yeah, we have some shops that never been able to survive. There've been 10 other things.
Yeah.
But we also have other places that have lasted the whole for years and
Yeah.
years and years. So I
Yeah.
mean, there is spots for on a retail. There is spots
It all
on a,
depends what it is.
on other than a warehouse size. So like you said, commercial piece with.
Right. Well, I know Travis and Darcy and Mosquito. I mean, we come there all the time. I mean,
Yeah,
they're
that
has
they're good.
always
They're good
lasted.
friends. They've
I
always
know,
lasted.
right?
They're good
Yeah.
people. And
Yep,
yeah.
exactly.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But
That's where the commercial zone is, right
Okay,
there. You got an
okay.
ice cream shop, you got a gas station, you got a Dunkin'
And that's
Donuts, and
it.
you're in Wyndham.
right. Okay. And what's going on all the way up to Casco? Anything? What is any of
I
that
have
zone?
no idea.
Next town over.
No, nothing zoned on up on all the way up as far as on 302.
Okay, so,
Yeah,
Right.
That's where we are. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
we
you.
have a motion, we have a motion on the table, a motion to table till 90 days after the state is finalized.
Finalize there.
Yes, sir.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're gonna need more from you.
That's
Yes,
fine. Can I leave a business card?
please.
Sure.
You giving out samples or?
If you have your medical card, you have to have that for me to give any samples.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who asked for samples?
Lonnie did.
No, I didn't either. I don't need samples. Oh.
You're a little
Yeah.
different from West.
Thanks.
We are a really good group that talks to each
Okay.
other and respects each other's opinions.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for listening.
Absolutely.
Thanks for coming out.
Then I'm fine.
Trying to be fair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you,
Okay,
Sean.
moving right along. Item B, consideration of salary study to update pay structure. Rita.
Thank you. As you know, we did a KMA study on salary survey for public safety, including recruiting and retention. We'd like to do the same type of study without the retention and recruiting, because we don't have a problem with that, for the office staff and the public safety department, just a salary structure.
Public Works.
Public Works. I'm
We've
sorry.
done
Yes,
public
I said
safety, yeah.
Public Works, I'm sorry. The data that we have is 5 years old. It was last done by Dawn Tyler from HR Partners, so that's old information. Like to update that. And we were very,
What do you look, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have.
Yeah, I was first too.
we were very pleased with the work that Carrie did from KMA, and we'd like to be, have her on board again and have you folks authorize her to do a pay study for us.
And we don't have to update the benefit structure because
No.
that carries over,
Right.
you know, substantially.
It's just the pay
substantially
study.
or identical, actually, with the exception of some specific work rules for, you know, public safety, unionized employees. So we've learned from the first pay study that we offer a competitive benefits program. So we're talking about the pay tables only, and the proposed funding source would be from the surplus merit pool funds that
From the
weren't
merit pool.
utilized last year, and order of magnitude cost is about
10 to
a
11.
little under 10 grand.
If you use the
Give or
8
take.
hours, it's 10,800.
Yeah,
Well, we think we can shave some of
yeah,
that
we're
off.
gonna try to shave that down a little bit.
Okay,
She
so,
won't need to come and do a presentation, I don't believe. I think
We told her we
can
didn't need
handle
that,
ourselves.
and we think we can shave off some of the, we think we can shave off some other costs through negotiation with her as
Yeah,
well.
and I'll be willing to help in any way I can that'll help her
so if we,
have less
so if we
hours.
authorized the study up, for funds up to $10,000, that would be acceptable?
I think so.
It should be, yeah, should be good.
Can I, wait a minute, no, can I ask a question? Okay, so Rita, so I read on there 70, 80 hours, I'm sorry, we could not hear at this end.
Couldn't hear you.
Yes, you were very late voice. So 70, 80 hours, and they're, I mean, it's 135 an hour, and they're thinking it's gonna take 70, 80 hours. Isn't most of that job description stuff already done? And I know Don Tyler had to do that before to put the descriptions, and I know we had to change that and stuff like that. So that part's all done. Do
That's
you really
all
think
done.
do you really think they're gonna need 70 to 80 hours?
I hope not.
Well, that's what we're gonna talk to them about, is we're
Yeah,
gonna
we
see
want
how
her
much
to-
of this can staff do? That's a good point. How much can we do? You know, how much, I mean, I think there's an element of negotiation still. And
I
I'm
think a
willing-
lot of our time will be spent on creating the salary survey that she'll send out to the towns, and then gathering the data.
You're gonna create that?
I am not.
No, they are?
Karen.
Okay.
And then there's the analysis. I think we're gonna
Yeah.
get a higher view analysis than we got with Don Tyler, and,
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, I agree with you, though. I mean, if there's a way to get it to be less, we
yeah,
should do
we'll
that.
definitely shave it as much as we can.
Okay, so the
But I also wanna make sure we have the funds to do it, too.
Right.
So the motion that Marshall has made is to authorize the study not to exceed 10,000.
Second.
Well,
Now a discussion.
hold on a second, because, sorry, if they're doing, if they're doing even $75 an hour times 135 for 75 hours, that's 10,100, so.
That's close enough.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're saying that, so that's what I said, we're authorizing up to that, so
Yeah,
they
not
have,
to
they have,
So they can do
they have
about
they have to
68
negotiate, they
hours.
have to
Right.
negotiate them down into that range.
It can go to black and white.
I just have one comment.
Yeah.
And that is, when we did the original one, we went out to bid. We got, I believe, 3 or 4 bids. They ranged from order of magnitude, maybe 14, 15, up to around 20.
Yeah.
So at the time, I remember I think Joe was the chair, or he was involved somehow, and said, go see what you can do. So I took the low bid and I negotiated, significant amount of money off the low bid, which is not typical, but it's something that we have and can do. And I think if we can look at the scope of work somewhat, see what it is that we can do that doesn't get into their area, professional work, see what we can do to be of assistance. But I think you do want their level of, them designing the survey, their level of analysis, their conclusions, not our conclusions. That's what you're paying them for. I think we can work with this.
It'll also make us comparable with public safety, so we'll all
Yeah.
be on the
Right.
same page. All
And it's been
all
5 years.
departments. Yeah, it's been 5 years.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rita.
Thanks, Rita.
Consideration of issuing tax abatements. And I think you're gonna pick up, the tax abatements plus the assessments.
Plus
and-
the supplemental.
So we can do, C, D, and E.
Yes.
First
E?
one.
Yes, yeah, I can do E as well. So the first is the tax abatement. And evidently, there was a house where the Raymond Casco line went through it, and we didn't have it assessed properly.
Seriously?
Yeah. And there was some sort of a discrepancy of where the line went. So Kurt went out with the landowner, and I believe with the assessor of Casco, and figured all of that out, and came out with a supplemental tax bill of, tax abatement on $95,200 in value, and which is an abatement of $1,280.44 in taxes
Showing you.
for
This is-
2019.
This is a stupid question, so they pay to both towns, then is what they do?
Yes. Mhm. Yeah, they
Who's
pay,
cheaper?
I don't know.
I said,
I
who's
have no
cheaper?
idea.
I said, they're paying taxes to both towns, who's cheaper?
Well, it depends on the footage. I mean, the way the line, the way the line went through there, it's like 2/3, 1/3 type.
Oh, okay.
Type setup,
Right.
so it's, depends on which, where the house fell and what the acreage was in each quadrant.
And which outbuildings are on which parcel and whatnot. And it's 12 Emerald Cove Lane is where the property sits.
there a motion?
A motion to approve tax abatement.
Is this the same piece of property that's coming in later on
No.
Emerald Cove?
No, it's a different.
No.
All right.
Yeah. I know, it's just a lot in that area, but
Yeah.
it's two separate.
I think I missed the second.
Oh,
Was there a second?
I don't think there was a
Oh,
second, but
sorry.
I'll make one.
Yeah.
I was second, yeah.
We moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? None? That motion carries.
Okay, here we go. This is, I got that one.
You want to go through the,
Assess on the supplementals.
yep,
You'll have 3 sets of paperwork coming through, but there are 3 parcels that are involved. One is for Daniel Plummer, it's land on Meadow Road, map 46, lot 27B. And there was an assessment of a building on the property that was omitted in error in the original tax bills. And Kurt's going back 3 years, so for 2017, 2018, 2019. That's why there are 3 sets of paperwork you'll see come through. And David Plummer's is on that for each one. His tax amount for 2017 is $130.38. 2018 is $98.28. And 2019 is $142.57.
That's weird. I thought
That
they all
is weird.
go
I
up.
wonder if I
130, drop down to 98, then jump back up to 142.
I wonder if I miskeyed. Don, do you have the
Sam has
supplementals?
it.
Sam has it.
Yeah.
And then the second is Marjorie Plummer, map 46, lot 27. It's equally land on Meadow Road. And it's the same sort of thing. There's a building on the property that was omitted. And Kurt's suggesting going back to the 3 years, 17, 18, and 19. And this one does go $95.94, $98.28, $104.91.
Yeah, that other one makes more
Mhm.
sense.
So I'll double check those figures after. I'm guessing my 98.28 is not correct. Then the third is David A. and April L. McElhenney. Map 3, lot 34B, it's 58 Mystic Cove. And their homestead exemption was granted in error. So that's going to be a $20,000 value and amounts to $269 for 2019. And Kurt's only suggesting the 1 year for that.
These are
Yeah, wait,
supplementals, not abatements.
These are
going-
supplementals, yes.
Okay.
These are in addition to.
Do you need individual motions on these?
Wait 1 second. So the 52 and the 58, what is that again?
Because one's 52 Mystic, the other one's 58 Mystic.
The first one was 12 Emerald Cove.
No.
That was the tax
Nope,
abatement.
The map 0334, Mystic Cove.
Is 58 Mystic Cove.
Okay, you had 52 Mystic Cove on the first sentence after supplemental tax number 1.
because it was transferred from 52 to 58.
Yes,
That's what
because,
we were
yes.
just questioning, is what we were doing.
Okay.
Yeah, what happened was I can't remember which order it was, but the exemption was given on 52 and it should have been on 58
Yeah.
or vice versa.
Or vice
Okay,
versa.
sorry.
It's in the
It's
wrong
just-
place.
It's just
Okay.
moving it from the one that it shouldn't have been on to the one it should be, and
Okay.
then flipping it back, so.
We just thought it was a typo, so I'm sorry.
Okay, no, there are 2 parcels. And since Kurt split it up into 2017 warrant, 2018 warrant, and 2019 warrant, that's probably the way the motion should go.
So what you get to do is, are you gonna make the motions?
Go ahead.
Well, you can, all right. So here's your first motion.
So, if you can read it.
I've written them out if you'd like me to read what I have.
All right, so the first one is supplemental tax warrant, a motion to approve the tax warrant for Daniel Plummer, person in possession. All right, and map and lot 046-027B in the amount of $130.38
For the year.
for the year.
It's up at the top.
Saying September 13, 2017. And do you want me to Marjorie Plummer also?
Yep.
Map and lot 046-027, the amount of $95.94 for a total of $226.32 for September 13, 2017.
Second.
No, it's saying
You can
17.
do these individually.
Yeah, it's saying 17, yep, September 13, 2017 for both of those.
Here it is.
See?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Second. Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
All right, where's the next one?
We'll have her all set by reading by. Yes.
All right,
Okay.
I'm gonna go into the next one, Ralph. All right, a motion to accept the supplemental tax warrants for September 12th, 2018 for Daniel Plummer, person in possession, map 046-027B, in the amount of $133.56, and Marjorie H. Plummer, map and lot 046-027, in the amount of $98.28, for a total of $231.84, and again, that's for September 12th, 2018.
This is the one that's in question, the amount is in question. The
It was only in question what I typed into my minutes. Not on the documents that Kurt has.
Okay.
So second that.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Okay. Number 3.
They are all the same. Okay. There's one. Thank you for that. My God, out your red stickers.
I'm glad they're usable.
Okay, next one is motion to accept the supplemental tax warrant list for, September 18, 2019 for April McElhenney, trustee David McElhenney, trustee April McElhenney, Living Trust, map 003-034-B, and the amount of $269. The next one is for Daniel Plummer, person in possession, map and lot 046-027B, in the amount of $142.57. And Marjorie H. Plummer, map and lot 046-027, in the amount of $104.91, for a total of $516.48. And again, that's for September 18, 2019.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried.
Just Jitterbugs. Oh, sorry.
I'll get the second one.
We pass that one? Any more?
That's it for
That's it.
supplements. There's a quick claim deed still.
Okay.
We have, I'm sorry.
Marshall, you signed in my spot.
I'm sorry.
All right, and we did this one.
Yeah.
It is a lot of signing.
Yeah. A lot of signing.
I got one more for you.
Oh, good.
Did you sign all of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Give Mark a feel it.
That was a little confusing.
Yeah.
I like the red stickers just signed.
There we go.
in here.
Now we've got the, someplace in here we probably signed it already.
Quick claim deed.
The quitclaim deed.
And one more person has paid off their taxes, who's been working hard to get that done. So Gwendolyn Acquisitions LLC, map 2, lot 24B. It's land on Quarry Cove Road.
I remember seeing that.
So she's requesting that you issue a quick claim deed.
So a motion to accept the quick claim deed of
Gwendolyn Acquisitions LLC.
there you go.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Okay, Next item is RSU 14 Withdrawal Committee update. The update is, we're in the same position we were the last meeting. We are waiting right now on the lawyer from the RSU to finish up the work that he said he was going to get done on adding those other items. Once we have that, then we'll be able to finalize the separation agreement and then move on to getting the budget, getting that draft budget finalized and things like that. So hopefully the last communique I had from on that was they expected that in the next couple of days.
And when do you expect your draft budget to be completed? 2 days after that?
Well,
Yesterday.
realistically, I would expect that. I expect the draft budget in 30 to 60 days, plus or minus.
My position on a good portion of the budget depends upon Randy's budget work. Once I see his documents, then I can, with all due speed,
So in other words, no stress on Randy, huh?
I'm going on vacation in April, so Randy better get it done.
Oh.
I know they're working on getting theirs buttoned up for that. So.
It's a process that's going to take
Yeah.
some time.
Okay, public comment.
Due to a lack of public.
Selectman comment.
We got one.
Me? I just want to say, as a board, it's funny to watch some of the people's expressions that come here to listen to us. Did you see these people out there again tonight? They look at us and they do say that we are totally different from the big boards, from the big towns, because we do debate
Hopefully in a
things.
good way.
It is. She said, you guys are nothing like Westbrook, and Lorraine has said that too, where we debate things and we talk about things and we respect each other. So
There is sanity to the process, yes.
there is. So I want to say thank you to a great board.
Make that motion. Let's take that off the
Thank
table.
you as well, young lady.
Yes.
We can make that at any time, so, but let's do it before we get into the town manager's report.
Are we ready to make that motion?
Yes.
I would like to move that we take from the table the discussion that we had started on, and I cannot read your writing.
Yeah.
I know what it was, but I forget the wording.
Yeah. Remove from the table consideration of the financial impact of the Cumberland County fiscal year change. That's what I heard you say, right?
Yes, you did.
Okay,
Yes, you
is there a
did.
second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay.
The reason I tabled that was so that we could take a look at other issues developing in the town which have been resolved. So I suggest that we go forward, and I would move that we look at the Cumberland County tax 5-year payout plan.
It's 5-year, no interest.
Right, 5-year no payout plan.
Second?
I agree. Second.
All those in favor? Okay, so
Thank you.
moved. So you'll
Yeah, we
take care
just
of that,
kind of
Dawn?
threw that one in there.
You'll
between
pass that on to
select and
Kathy?
comment.
Yep.
All right, town manager's report.
Okay, confirmed date for upcoming regular meetings, April 21st and May 12th. Good?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I am.
When do you
Okay.
go- When are you when are you going away?
You're gonna be on vacation, eh?
Oh.
I was just trying to get out of doing some work.
Reminder of upcoming holiday schedule, Monday, April 20th, Patriots Day.
Teresa's birthday.
Upcoming budget schedule,
Is it your birthday?
March 17th will be the second department review. March 31st, a budget workshop. April 21st, select board warrant review and approval.
You got a joint meetings?
The budget workshop is a joint meeting,
Yeah. That's the one on the
31st.
Yeah.
The 31st.
Yeah.
So next.
Yep.
Well, the 17th is the joint meeting and the
Right.
31st is the workshop.
Yeah, they're both, those
Yeah.
are both joint meetings, yeah.
Yep.
Treasurer's warrant.
Read that.
Make a motion, Sam? Move it first.
Move the motion, not the elastic, Sam.
You gonna make a motion to accept that?
Yeah, I make a motion that we accept the treasurer's warrant,
An amount of?
Yeah.
3,000,
No, 83,000.
$83,241.37. So moved.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Boy, she'd be in trouble if you only did
Boy,
3,000.
You talk about you can't read things there.
Yeah, I could read that.
Next item is to consider moving into executive session. Is there a motion?
Motion to move into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA Section 405, 6A.
Second.
To consideration of Spirit of America Award.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, we are into executive session. Is there a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? The charge would be to direct Spirit of America Award as recommended in the executive session.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Very good. There's nothing else. The meeting is adjourned.
Second.
Good evening and welcome to the February 12th, 2020 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum. We'll start with roll call. Mike D'Arcangelo.
Bruce Sanford.
Greg Foster. Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich. Kevin Woodbury.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have first a tabled application from the Port Harbor Holdings, and then a public hearing for proposed ordinance changes.
Excuse me, just for the record, you said February 12th, so you might just want to say March 11th.
Thanks.
Just for the record.
Update, it's actually March 11th, 2020. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application, either for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address the chairman. Any conversations must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because of the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decision must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual right to file any such appeal, You must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis of your opposition. Actually, our first order of business this evening is the minutes of February 12th.
I move that we approve them as submitted.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor? All right, that's done. And our next is the old business, the Port Harbor Holdings application. We would first need a motion to remove it from the table.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? All right, the application has been deemed complete at our last meeting and is moved from the table. Before we start the introduction of the project one more time, I know that there was some confusion on the addresses or that went out as notifications. So we're going to hold a modified public hearing to start with. I would just like to, before we do that, run through what was done so far as specific concerns at our last public hearing. The public hearing then would be open to anybody that did not have an opportunity to speak at the last one due to notification. And for the board, if I've missed any, if you would please add in here. But the specific concerns that we took away from the last public hearing was the impact to the beach area, the possible impact to wildlife on the Rocky Point, the view of what is being proposed from Indian Point, the possible impact to property value, possible impact to safety due to the proximity of the pier and the boats to the roped off beach area, the possible impact to water quality, and what the boat traffic pattern would be. Based on those comments, did I miss any that anybody feels we captured that? Based on those comments, we decided it would be prudent to go on to a site walk. The board conducted the site walk on February 22nd. All board members were present. We looked at the pier area that was identified by the applicant as to where it was proposed construction. We looked at the beach location with respect to the proposed piers, noted the wildlife areas that were addressed at the first public hearing, and also the proximity of the rocky outcrop that was also addressed as a specific concern. So that's where we stand. If there are any, I'll open the public comment at this point. If there's anybody that would like to speak that has not had a chance to do so because of our notification problem, could do so now. If you would stand to the podium, state your name and address, affiliation with the project.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Keith Richard, and I'm an attorney. I'm here on behalf of Indian Point Owners Association. I would like to just begin first. This is there are some visuals that another person will be talking about after me. I'm just here on behalf of one of the owners of Indian Point, but her presentation uses these visuals. We asked the secretary before, and we're told that we can get your permission. I'm not getting his audio.
Oh, yeah, you have to stay at that.
Do we have permission? Just permission to give
Sure,
these?
yes.
Thank you. So as I said, my name is Keith Richard, and you folks have before you a proposal to install what is a very large docking system in a pretty tight and sensitive spot. It's going to impact a pristine lake, the people and businesses nearby who use and love it, and the very character of the area. My interpretation of the last public hearing that happened here was that the board believes that because DEP and other state agencies are reviewing this proposal, that the scope of the board's responsibility and authority is limited. That besides issues such as parking and fire safety, it's really not your job to police what goes into the water. And let me be very clear about that. That view is mistaken. In Maine, we operate under what's called home rule, meaning that local government decides matter of local concern. And that's especially true of land use. Whatever the DEP or any other state agency decides, you always have the authority to vote something down, including this proposal. You shouldn't be looking to follow the state's lead. Instead, you have an independent obligation to apply your ordinances to protect the public interest and the people that you serve. And I want to begin by highlighting the mandatory standards that apply to this proposal. And this application is a site plan that has been submitted to the town. And your site plan ordinance, and Article 10A, states that the purpose of site plan review is to ensure suitable development that will not harm the town or the environment. And it sets forth some objectives for what site plan review is about, what you should be striving for in applying the ordinance. To conserve natural beauty, that structures and development be harmonious with the surrounding areas, that any proposal improve property values.
Are you just going to read the ordinances to us now? Is that?
Mr. Chair, I've prepared a presentation, and I'd like to speak to the legal issues that this board is considering.
Yeah, as long as you can do it in a rather succinct manner and not read us the ordinances, that would be
Well,
fine.
well, respectfully, Mr. Chair, I'm not reading directly from the ordinances.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And to protect the environment for the health and well-being of residents. So Port Harbor submitted a minor site plan review application, but this planning board should consider this as a major site plan review. Article 10B6 states that this board has the authority by a vote for a minor site plan review application to be reviewed as a major site plan review application. Three grounds in which that might occur. If you have conflicting technical information, there is significant public interest in a proposal, or when you have a high level of interest in the immediate vicinity. I would submit to you, members of the board, that all three of those are present here, and therefore you should consider this as a major site plan review. It's important that one of the differences between major and minor site plan review is whether you're looking at only the proposal, the change in use, and limiting your review to that area, or whether you look at a proposal as a whole. You look at the existing uses, structures, and the entirety of a site. Given that it's not clear what review, if any, was undertaken for the existing slips and marina uses at this property, this board at the very least should vote to have the proposal undergo full major site plan review to get a full picture. And I want to emphasize that there are a number of issues for a board to consider, even in minor site plan review. As the chair stated at the beginning of this meeting, the burden is on the applicant to prove that this project meets each and every standard, and that should be based on credible evidence. A failure of an applicant to prove they meet each standard is alone a basis to vote a proposal down. At the last meeting in February, this board was discussing section 16D of your shoreline zoning ordinance. I want to emphasize that's not the only applicable ordinance section that you can consider the concerns of the public on this proposal. You also have Article 10E and 10F of your site plan ordinance. And your ordinance says that applies to all site plan applications. So this application as a minor site plan application, Article 10E, Article 10F both apply. You also have Section 15C of your shoreline zoning ordinance, and that sets forth a number of standards that I want to emphasize a few of those here. Section 15C has 12 subsections for the board to consider when you're looking at a dock project. And I see the most relevant here as C3, the location shall not interfere with existing developed or natural beach areas. C4, the facility shall be located so as to minimize adverse effects on fisheries. Section C5, the facility shall be no larger in dimension than necessary to carry on the activity and be consistent with the surrounding character of the area. Section C11, that permanent structures undergo review by the Department of Environmental Protection. And that C12, that vegetation, if removed, can only be removed or disturbed by a permit from the planning board. I have reviewed the January cover letter from Sebago Technics to the application that they filed with your code enforcement office. And I have to say, I was pretty surprised to read the rather cursory and conclusory application of your ordinance standards, because one would think that the marina was proposing a change of use that was so insignificant, there's really nothing to see here. But based upon site plan and shoreland zoning ordinance, I see 6 areas that are deficient in this application. The first area is traffic and parking safety. This applicant has not provided credible evidence of traffic and parking impacts. We heard in February that they couldn't find a good traffic study for a marina and essentially made up assumptions based on what we can assume was questionable data. That's all guesswork, and it's pretty unreliable, and there's no plan for parking overflow, which we know is a possibility. This board has authority pursuant to Article 10.3b, minor site plan review submission requirements, to require that this applicant commission a traffic study during the peak season for this site. And even if this application is not voted down, or if the application is not voted down, that study should be ordered, and a review of this specific use at this specific location should be undertaken. The second deficiency is the impact on beach areas. Now, in order to meet Section 15C3 of your ordinance, this board would have to conclude that the docks shall not interfere with existing, developed, or natural beach areas. The applicant's January letter addresses beaches and states, the location of the proposed dock expansion does not interfere with existing, developed, or natural beach areas. Members of the board, I would submit that is completely unsupported by the evidence. This proposal is directly on top of the beach situated at Indian Point. There's another beach at St. Ebos across the channel that would necessarily be affected by boat traffic. You also have another beach, the Raymond Town Beach, further north. So there are 3 beaches potentially impacted by this proposal. The evidence establishes that the proposal will interfere with a beach area, and that failure to meet that standard by itself is a basis to vote this proposal down. Third, the impact on health. You heard it from people, and you will hear it again from the folks that live right down there on the top of this marina. They're in the best position to tell you what they've seen. And they've seen trash, they've seen fuel, waste, pollution, and those are all things that impact public health. The most credible people that can speak to what impact the boats down there have are the people who are right next door. Fourth, the impact on visual and scenic features. I understand that the planning board has visited this site, and we have a graphic that depicts what the boats will look like from the Indian Point Beach, which is in the packet of information that was just handed out. I'm not going to get into that packet, but one of the depictions you will see is a rendering of the view of the docks based on the specifications of the proposal, standing on the Indian Point Beach and looking outward. There's no question that the views in the beach there will not be the same. There's a significant impact to the property owners, not just on the Indian Point side, but also to St. Ebos on the other side. And the fact that the docks here are constructed using wood, because the application states there are no anticipated impacts to scenic area, the site is already used as a marina, and the improvements associated with this project will not greatly impact existing scenery or natural beauty, as most building materials are made of wood and are natural looking. You know, the fact that the docks are made of wood is irrelevant. You have to look both at the structure that's going in as well as how it's going to be used. How about the boats, canopies, gear, coolers, other visual impacts that this activity will bring directly in the view of the people on the beach? Fifth, the impact on fisheries, water pollution, erosion, and sedimentation. This is a highly invasive project and proposal that's going to disturb the lake bottom, and pile driving will create a lot of sedimentation in that area. I actually spoke with a rep over at Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, and they had recommended that this pile driving not occur until after the spawning season had finished, which is, I understand, to be sometime in late July, towards the end of the summer. But my understanding is that Port Harbor wants to go ahead as soon as possible, and my understanding is that they anticipate they want to start in April. The sixth consideration, and I think this one really sums up what this controversy is about, is that the proposal be no larger than necessary to the use and that it be consistent with the surrounding area. Port Harbor already has a number of slips, and this expansion is not necessary to their operation as a marina or to do their business, but they want more. And the problem with that is that it goes too far, and it puts one property owner's use over the many. I've been on both sides of these issues. I've represented a marina installing docks before. There are good projects and there are bad projects. It really depends where and why. For many reasons, this is simply a bad project. Sebago Lake is not Lake Winnipesaukee. And each new use, expansion, or development takes things in a direction, and there's really no going back. I think we recognize that these are pretty modern times, but that doesn't mean we can't give each proposal thorough and careful contemplation. We need to consider both the present uses and how new uses will impact future generations. This board is called upon all the time to balance the rights of competing interests, owners, and the public. And this proposal, if approved, would put the interests of one above dozens and dozens of people that make reasonable use of their property. And they've been doing so for decades in a manner that's respectful of others. I urge the board to vote this proposal down and to deny the site plan application and requested permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak who does not have a chance? Yes, sir. Back or front? Doesn't either one.
Hi, I'm John Salas. I'm 13 Flying Hallway, Indian Point. I oppose the construction of this dock. Some of the imagery that you're going to see in the pamphlet and stuff that's been handed out to you has some of the stuff that I've worked on and looked at how this is really going to impact not only the visual but the rest of the area around there. Page 2, you can actually see where a lot of the new construction is going on. The current dock that you see in there in yellow, that's closest to the land, is the stuff that's currently sitting on the just off the shore. All the red docking is the new proposal. And to give the other indications, Indian Point Beach right there with the yellow lines, they have buoys already out there where the swim lines go to, how they encase or encompass the swim area. You can also see the swim raft that's been out there for decades. And as you can see where the red docks actually come into play, they're actually falling right on top of one of the buoys that's indicated for the swim area. So obviously that's not going to be an area they're going to be able to drive a boat in and out of on the bottom half of all these slips that you're seeing. The boats that they're talking about putting in there are 25 to 30, 35, or 30-foot boats. If you look to the left in the bottom section, you can also see existing moorings for sailboats that have been there for decades as well. And that's, again, right in the path of anything that they were talking about putting in for their new proposed docks and the slips on that side. There's no way you're going to be able to get power boats in and out of there safely with swimmers, existing buoys, existing moorings, and such. those are a couple of the major things that I could see right off the bat when I see this. The other things that I have, it's like more of the heartfelt aspect of it, is the visuals you're going to see. Everybody that's been on this beach has been able to see the wide open expanse of the lake over all the years that they've been able to come out here. Putting all these boats in here, if you go to the next page on there, which is page 3, there's a visual of standing on the beach just a few years ago with the addition of the current dock that they've set up, and then the proposed outlook of what the visual is going to be with all the new boats sitting out there. That is horrendous to look at. Nobody's going to want to see that. It's going to devalue the properties across the board. Everybody in Indian Point is going to lose valuation on their property. The next part is just talking about the impact of like the wash coming off of these boats. They have about a dozen bib outlets for washing each one of the boats, and not everybody comes through and has the wherewithal on how to use the proper materials to wash off boats. They'll wash off with whatever they have, and there's another study that shows that has been going on for years on Sebago Lake for as far as phosphorus matter that gets into the water and how it affects the fishery, or excuse me, not the fishery, but the water and the fish in the water. You add all of that right into this one small spot, that's going to pollute this entire beach. All the oil and everything else, anything you wash off a boat, whether it's all the fish that you may have caught on this lake and you basically washing off all the chum off the back of your boat into the waters, it's all going to land right on the beach here, either side. There's no stopping that. There's no way to do it. And who's going to clean that up? We haven't seen, anything on how they're going to take care of this possibility and inevitability. It's going to be all over there. I've come up here for years and taken kayaks out from this very point right along the shoreline, and just almost to the peak of where they are with their proposed dock is where I've been, watching loons pop up in and out of the water right in the same spot, the same area. That's not going to be here if this goes through. You're going to lose that wildlife. You're going to lose the scene and the sense of why people want to come up here. Those are, heartfelt things that everybody here, what most people are here to really stress why they don't want this to happen. And that's what I really want you guys to really think about there. I know there's a lot of legal matters of why this shouldn't or should be looked at, but as far as like the heartfelt part of it, this is the majority of the people here. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Paul Cody, and I'm the president of St. Ebo's. Our property abuts Jordan Bay Marina and this project. First of all, I want to thank the Raymond Council for the opportunity to address you. St. Ebo's has the following concerns, some of which have been reviewed with the owners of Jordan Bay, and we look forward to working with them in the spirit of being good neighbors to both St. Ebo's and our beloved Big Sebago. Light pollution. We are concerned that having light fixtures on the new docks will be shining toward our property and illuminating those adjacent areas. Noise pollution. We are concerned that all these additional boats and owners will potentially make for very noisy evenings and nights. There's another marina where parties go well on into the night by the boat owners who utilize their docks. That is a concern for us. Environmental concerns. Additional boats and motors could definitely affect the quality of water adjacent to St. Ebo's North Beach, which directly abuts Jordan Bay. Wildlife could also be adversely affected, such as loons and fish. I'm not sure what the solution is, but these concerns should be addressed by this council as it considers what is best for our beautiful Big Sebago Lake. Thank you.
Paul, does your property go all the way up and up to actually the marina itself, the slip?
There is land between St.Ebo's and the channel. So
Land
we're
between,
not actually totally abutting their.
okay.
Well,
But say,
we do abut their.
you
we
do abut,
their
but
land,
there's property in the
there's a
center.
strip of land there.
Got it. Thank you.
Where the channel.
Right.
Hi, my name's Bill Hartley. I own the property right next to the marina. It's actually between Indian Point and the marina. It's approximately 7 acres with about 550 feet of frontage between Indian Point and them.
And who's, I'm sorry, and who?
My name's Bill Hartley.
Yeah, I didn't, where is your property?
It's at 1326 Roosevelt Trail. It's
Between-
right next to the marina.
Can you
so
point it
the-
out to us on the aerial view here?
Well, here. Yeah, I brought pictures too.
Oh.
But I'll point it out to you.
Thanks, Bill.
It's this U-shaped driveway right
Yeah.
here.
Okay, but,
And so basically, it goes down to this red line. I'm assuming that's what this all this
Give him that
area
mic.
is my property.
Yep, you need a
okay,
microphone, please.
we got it, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right, Bill, it's
That's
not,
a mic right there.
we're okay now.
All right. But anyway, now you know where I live.
Yes.
Or where the property is
Right.
anyway.
Thank you.
I've lived there, or I owned that property. Oh, you're not gonna get me to do that. I shake too bad for that. But anyway.
I think we're okay, Bill.
All right. Basically, I've grown up there. I know the area in the Indian Point area very well. Knew it the previous owners. And I was listening to the attorney talk about the natural beaches and all that. That's all filled land. A guy named Jervis filled that in back in the 60s. And it was a swamp. I got a picture of it right here in front of me. The marina had docks out into the water at that time. The town stopped this guy Jervis from filling that in, and all during the 70s it was never allowed to be used. Indian Point Campground couldn't even put a tent out there. Now sometime when I went into service, I came back and all of a sudden there was all these houses out there. All right, stuff changes, I don't care. I mean, I'm glad these people found a nice little place that they can afford to have a nice on Sebago Lake. But my point is, the Port Harbor Marina employs a lot of people in the area. There was docks there prior to Indian Point condominiums or whatever they call themselves before that. And if Port Harbor Marina is willing to jump through whatever hoops legally they need to do, there's no reason to stop them from doing this. And I know my neighbors are all going to be upset with me. And I know the lawyer here, the attorney, was saying what a bunch of great people they are, and they probably are for the most part. But I know I had to pay $3,500 to chase one of them off my property because he had been squatting on my property without us knowing it, because I own a pretty substantial chunk of land there. I don't walk it every day. So, I don't think it's right that you should be able to stop them. And they talk about the beach and the wetlands. Well, they didn't seem to care when they were putting their houses there that weren't there as late as probably the early 80s. I'm not sure when the condominium thing showed up. But like I said, it's a damn shame that the economy's not looked at. People in the town work here. All these people are just summer people. And it'd be just wrong to allow that. And I would like to, I don't have a nice big portfolio like this, but I would like to let some people look at these pictures and see that that was a swamp. So, and the other side, St. Hobie's, Pierce Flynn filled that in. That was all swamp. And we all know that Raymond Beach, that was done when they put 302 through in around 54, 55. I've lived here all my life. I know the area pretty well. And I don't think it's right that they should be not able to have this just because these people all think they own everything. When they're just a bunch of summer people that come up here and they own little scraps of land and they pay their taxes, I'm sure, but they shouldn't control the whole world.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I would like to
Yes, we will take
submit
pictures,
that.
definitely.
Can I,
Okay.
who do I
Yep,
do it to?
Certainly, you can give them to me.
These are old pictures that I left back when I get them.
Okay.
Yeah.
We will do that. Thanks, Bill. Oh, really old pictures.
I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Allison Sarna, 13 Flying Hulls Way at Indian Point. And just to address a couple of the comments, I understand that you feel that a lot of people are out-of-towners, but a majority of the people up there at Indian Point are Mainers. They may not live at Indian Point.
Allison, we're not going to go back and forth.
Okay, but I did want to also make a point of overall that the benefit and profit to one should not impede upon the many. Indian Point is a group of 71 taxpayers that in total pay $72,000 in taxes, whereas Port Harbor only pays $34,000 annually in taxes in that. And so making a profit over that, over the enjoyment, the space may have been a swamp in the 50s, but I have been coming here and swimming and sailing since I was 11 years old. And this is a place that's very important to a lot of us. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Paul Del Nero. I'm at 13 Flying Hulls Way, and I've been looking over a lot of the things here. And one of the things that I see with this whole marina, like the way that the operations go, is it seems as though I'm dealing with item 5 on this large packet, parking and traffic. And it seems as though there's not much concern for how many vehicles really will or could possibly show up there. On page 9, there's a thing that says that in Port Harbor Marina's advertising, it lists over 700 boats stored on the property, quote, with room for more. That's a lot of boats. That's dry storage. But those boats can come out of dry storage, and people do drive in with their cars to use those boats. Back on page 4, the calculations, which were being disputed, I think, at the last meeting, were of 0.6 cars, parking spots per slip. That's not just the slips that are available. There's also boats, 700 plus boats in that place. People can come and use those boats. I added the 700 to the, I think, 120 docks that I could kind of count, including the stuff that they're proposing in the lake. 820 total. That's a big number. So I said, well, let's cut that in a quarter, just a quarter, and let's take that down to 205 cars. That's a lot of cars. And I wanted to point out that one more back to the page 2, there are 13 boats out of the existing slips, not right in that picture. 13 boats are out, and there are 24 cars parked there. That's not 0.6 per boat. That seems like there's, even in this one picture from, it says it's a 2020 picture, but in that one picture, there's twice as many cars as there are boats. And that's just the ones that are in the slips. That's not even counting the ones that could have possibly gone out from the 700 that are stored at that place. It just seems incredible that the parking and the traffic concerns would not be outrageous with this. I'm not in favor of this. I'm against this project. And the parking and traffic just seems totally out of control. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anyone else? Okay, I am going to close the public hearing and ask Will if you would start us off with any changes that have occurred since the last time.
Okay. Will Haskell, acting as a kind of interim town planner on this project. So we received the updated revised application documents. I received them on March 3rd, I guess. I'm not sure when they came into the town, but so I had basically prepared an update to the original technical memorandum. Kind of went down through the new information that they submitted. So I think at the last meeting, we had some discussion around the parking generation rates and the use of 0.6 spaces per wet slip and 0.2 spaces for dry slip. The applicant has presented information based on their research in terms of, they came up with those numbers based on their research. There really isn't a lot of published, again, typically we would go to like the Institute of Transportation Engineers, ITE, Parking Generation Manual for that information. The challenge with this is that for marina use, they have one project that they've referenced in there. It happens to be that the rate that they recommend based on that one can be around 0.6, so it kind of confirms that number. The question is whether the 0.2 for the dry slips is a reasonable number or not. So we had a little bit of discussion around that. I think there was some discussion from board members about potentially wanting a traffic or a parking study done, but so that's still kind of an outstanding item, I think, that needs to be discussed. The new plan also updates the ADA parking spaces, so they've added 4 additional parking spaces for accessible use down the driveway along the docks. They have 1 other existing space up by the store, so that equals a total of 5, which based on their total number of parking spaces would be adequate. There was some discussion about the parking spaces and potential conflicts with boats being stored. And if you look at some of the aerial photos that are around, there's a fair number of boats that are stored in the area that they're proposing new parking spaces. The applicant has submitted information or a statement basically saying that a lot of their boats are stored on blocks rather than trailers, with basically saying that there aren't going to be a lot of trailers sitting in that area during the peak season when people would be parking there most likely. And then they also say that they lease property over in Casco where they can actually store trailers when they're not being used. So basically, again, my understanding from the last meeting was that the applicant indicated that all the boats and equipment in that area would not be stored there during the peak use of the boating season. They had updated their calculation, or the parking calculations from the first submission. There was some discrepancies in terms of number of slips and that type of thing, so they've got an updated parking calculation in there. There was some discussion, or I had some questions relative to whether there was going to be some additional grading necessary for some of the new parking spaces. They basically confirmed that there would not be. However, there would be some grading and potential clearing to run the fire service out to the new docks off the end of the point there. There's a wooded area, and they're going to be running a fire line out through that wooded area. They've added that to the plan.
Okay, welcome to the May 20th Board of Selectmen meeting. Based on where we are in these times, we're doing this by a Zoom meeting, so couple of points of order. the default mode for people is you're on mute. So if you're, if you're going to want to speak, you need to unmute yourself, and then to try and save on bandwidth and feedback, when you're done, if you can remute yourself. A quick way to do that, if you are muted, if you press your space bar down and hold it down while it's held down, you'll unmute yourself. As soon as you release the space bar, you'll be back in mute. So it doesn't work so well on phones, but it does on the computers. So we've got a couple things that are going to be happening tonight. So first order of business is we'll move the minutes from our March 10th Board of Selectmen meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? None. Motion is carried. A second item, we will move into a public hearing regarding proposed ordinance changes and proposed town meeting warrant articles to be voted via secret ballot during the primary election. For the proposed ordinance changes, what I would say we want to do there is we'll bring those up and have Scott give a brief on what the changes are, why they are, and then if there are questions people can call in from the public, can call in, and Sue Look will field those, and we'll see what those questions are. So if we want to start on that, the first one is, which will be Article 24, which is what? Section 16 of the Shoreland Zoning Provisions, Section G, Appeals. Scott, do you want to give us a brief on that?
Basically, what that one is, there was no specific time for meetings. This kind of narrows it. I mean, it was a specific time that they would more or less, if you read it, they had to meet monthly, whether they had to anything on there or not. This just basically puts it into their court that they can meet as needed.
Actually, I think this one is in reference to existing residential dwelling, adding existing.
It was, there was some speculation that it wasn't clear enough that appeals cannot be granted the way it was worded. It didn't really specifically say an existing principal structure. This kind of just clears it up a little bit. It was a little bit of a gray area to some of the zoning board of appeal members. So we just decided to kind of clean it up and be a little more specific that it can't be granted unless there is a principal structure to begin with.
Is there any questions from anyone that's in the Zoom right now? And well, Sue Look has. I'm not sure how that's working with call-ins.
So far, there have been no call-ins.
Okay. So the next one is it's Article 13A, 13B, 13C of the land use ordinance, open space subdivisions. Says new policy language for road connectivity under Article 13A. New proposed under 13A2, item K, describing road connectivity purposes and safe turning curves.
Yep. The curve one was kind of more self-explanatory that the radii had to meet the current, what the fire department needed at this time. I think we had to update that. The continuity was basically something before it was not in, and it wasn't in the ordinance before, is to look at if a subdivision was to come in, that we look at the possibility that the road from that one subdivision could possibly join another road in the near future. It was not in there, and the planning board and the planner felt that it would be a not a bad idea to have that in there to look at future subdivisions. Again, we haven't had one in quite a while, but just to have that ability that if there is that, if it butts another property, that they keep a right of way that they could connect in the future if possible.
Questions on that from anyone? Okay, the next one is, section 4, application procedures, and section 5, street design standards of the Raymond Street Ordinance is adopted May 18th, 2002, be amended through June 4th, 2013, be amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language and strikeouts. That's regarding section 4 is to add on using LiDAR and satellite. Section 5 was revising and adding standards and tables.
Okay, the LiDAR was, we had run into several occasions where people have come in for a private way and or backlot driveway where the elevations were not correct, and it made for a little more, had to go, basically they'd have to go back and recalculate some figures for phosphorus. This was, rather than having to go through that all the time, we decided that it would be better if we had more than one form. That way we could be more accurate with our elevations to avoid that situation. Let's see, the other one was, that was for the LiDAR. And you have to forgive me, what was the other one?
The other was road design plan should be provided with a site benchmark for construction posting elevation information meeting NABD 88 datum.
Yeah, I mean, it basically has to do with the same thing, that they confirm what the elevations are prior to a planning board approval. Again, just to make sure that the elevations are correct, as we, like I said, we have run into it several times that the elevations were not, they were off quite a bit. And this just gives us a little more accuracy for the roads.
Scott, what is LiDAR?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
Yes, sir, I am.
Jim could probably explain it a lot better than I can. Basically, what a lot of them do now are just use this GPS. And it is okay. The LiDAR is more, I'd have to check, but I believe it is more satellite related, a more accurate form of a measurement.
Okay, I'm familiar with the process. I just didn't know it applied here. Thank you.
LiDAR is a radar technology, so.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Yeah.
It also appears that in that there was also some things under item 5 in regards to paved shoulder width and depth of or thickness of pavement.
Yep. Yeah, we had noticed that on a couple of occasions that was 1.5 inches, which is severely under what is the town standards now. So we came up with the 2.5 to bring it up to date. Same with the shoulders. It was just more or less an update, bring us up to more what's really in our current town standards and state standards on some of that.
Other questions in regards to that? So look, I'm assuming if you get a call, you'll chime in that you've got it.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, next is Article 27, which is Article 1 of J of the Town Raymond Subdivision Ordinance as adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 4th of 2019, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language and strikeout. And this is in regards to add the purpose and review criteria section under Article 1J to include compliance with net residual area for determining allowable number of proposed lots.
That was, I think it was just a movement of that. It was in the ordinance before, but it was not in the where we're moving it now. It was kind of in a separate article, and it should have been brought over with that. That's just so it makes it a little easier when we're going through the process of a subdivision, that everything is kind of neat and together. It was like more of just kind of bringing it over where it already existed. It was in a different section that really didn't, it would made it hard. You had to look for it rather than making it easier and putting it with the current section where it is going to be at. It just made it more, it seemed logical to put it there.
Questions on that? The next is, shall Article 4A, C, and D of the land use ordinance be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in strikeouts as in addendum 6. This is in regards to add timber harvesting as an allowed use under section 4A on the village residential district. Add timber harvesting is allowed in 4C rural district. Adding timber harvesting is allowed under Article 4D on rural residential. And striking out the language in the paragraph under 4A under village residential, bulk regulations.
Yeah, the timber harvesting, even though it was kind of, it's one of those things was always assumed allowed, but was never mentioned being allowed. And there had been a couple towns where they were actually denied the ability to harvest because it was not listed as a permittable use, permittable use. So it was just decided that we should put it in there just to clarify that it is allowed, rather than going under the assumption that it is.
Questions on that? Okay, Article 29. Shall Article 12, applicability, definitions, and terms and use in the ordinance of the Raymond Land Use Ordinance be amended, or be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in the strikeouts. And this is in regards to adding a definition of accessory apartments to include a single family lot density shall not apply to single family homes, adding one accessory apartment. So I think this is the one we were starting to talk about before.
Yeah, this is actually a clarification, because under accessory apartments are allowed, but it doesn't specifically say that they don't come under a definition of another dwelling unit, which would require more land and more acreage and more road frontage to put that accessory apartment in there, that was not the intent of the accessory apartment to begin with. It just was the kind of more clarifying that it's not under any kind of, it's not subject to any standards, land use standards for an accessory apartment. Because otherwise, if they were to do that, they would have to have, some of those were required to have double the road frontage and double the lot coverage. And originally that was not what the intent was of the accessory apartment.
Questions on that?
Do these accessory apartments need to be attached or detached to the main building?
According to our ordinance, they are allowed, it specifically says they are allowed to be detached or attached. It does not specify which one they have to be.
So that would bring in a sewer system and a driveway, is that correct?
Possibly. Usually on those accessory apartments, we wouldn't allow for another driveway. You're only allowed one driveway per lot, so they would have to come in off of their existing driveway no matter what. And again, it gets kind of different because it is another address for 911, but it's not considered another dwelling because of it's restricted by size.
On a detached unit, how do they connect to the sewer?
They can connect to, as long as they have the ability, they can go into the tank of the existing system, or they can have their own system under the regulations, as long as that existing system can handle the addition of the accessory apartment. There is a statute in there that a accessory apartment is considered to be a minor expansion. Therefore, a system has to be designed, but it does not have to be put in ground. but it has to be designed and given to the office saying, basically it just says if the system was to fail, you have the ability to put a system that would meet everything that you currently have.
My understanding of sewer systems is they're based on the number of bedrooms, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so if somebody brings in a mobile home and a 3-bedroom house and brings in another 2 bedrooms, they need a 5-bedroom system, is that correct?
Correct. Or if they have their own separate system, yeah, but yes, they can have more than one system per property. There isn't anything stopping them from that, but yes, I would have to look at the full bedroom count of the accessory apartment and the dwelling.
And that assumes that they are distanced from the water lines and all that.
Yeah, I mean, the water lines, it's the septic system. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing that they have to be separated from the well a certain distance. The septic system does, and that's the whole thing behind getting a new system designed that it can fit on that property. Sometimes they may have to move it from an existing system now. You can go where an existing system is. If that malfunctions, you can dig that up. It's a little more labor intrusive to do so with materials. More materials you have to dig out, but the separation rules and everything follow through with that as far as how far they got to be away from the septic, and they have any buried water lines you can't go over a septic system and stuff like that. But yes,
I'm all set, Scott. Thank you.
Other questions on that? Next is shall section 4 definitions of the Raymond's Peddlers Ordinance adopted May 21 and amended through June 4th be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in the strikeouts. This is in regards to add mobile unit vendors to section 4B, revised under section 4C, size restrictions, strike out 150 square foot for occupied space and revised to 200 square feet. And let's see, strike out the revised language for license section 4F, to say revised to licenses shall be issued by the Board of Selectmen, and an application must be submitted at a minimum of 30 days prior to a regularly scheduled Board of Selectmen meeting.
Yep. So this was added on because we had several inquiries of a food truck. However, they had gone beyond. They had always come in way beyond the date required under the existing language. It just made it harder. You basically had to apply, I believe, in April at that time. And sometimes some of these things can take place. You know, they usually will know a month in advance if they wanted to do it. This is mostly spurred on by Mexicali Blues had a very high interest in it. And this is just to kind of make it a little easier. If they do want to come in, they're going to have to do it 30 days prior to. They're still going to have to come up with all the other insurances and stuff like that before they're issued a license, but it just kind of allows them to not apply so far ahead. We still going to keep the 2 per licenses. I mean, we don't expect anything big, but it usually, like I said, it's just been one business expressing wanting to do that. And like I said, being the time restraints that are on there, a lot of times people don't know they're even going to do it. And by April, it's usually May or June. They figure they're going to have somebody there July or August. This just allows them the ability to do that.
Questions on that? Okay, next one is Article 5, Section K, fines of the Raymond Land Use Ordinance adopted May 21, 1994, amended through June 4th, 2019, be further amended by adding the underscored and language and strikeouts, and this in regards to strike out the current wording and replace the language as consistent with the language in the shoreline zoning relating to fees for consistency.
Yep, that was brought up by the town attorney when I had some questions on some fines. Our language in our land ordinance was outdated. It mentions the word misdemeanor, which they aren't anymore. He suggested that we basically use the language that refers to the state statute for fines, and that way it can be adaptable and just to basically update for the fines.
Questions? Okay, next one is referendum question AD, dealing with, okay, appeals procedure for the Raymond Land Use Ordinance. So strike out current wording describing scheduling of meetings on the last day of the Monday of the month, and replace it with Board of Appeals to schedule meetings as necessary.
Yep, that's the one I was talking about at the very beginning. It basically made it sound like we had to meet no matter whether we had a appeal or not. And this just basically gives the board the ability to meet when needed, just to kind of clean it up a little bit.
Questions? Okay, next is Article 33, question AE. Shall the ordinance be amended? This is the sign ordinance, the section L, 2 signs permit an application, and strike out the word content with types of messages. Section L, sign 3, remove the word political. Section L, remove the entire bulletin board, reader board, connection with churches, etc. Section L, signs, temporary signs and temporary advertising fixtures, remove the entire temporary political signs and content under that subsection. And in L, signs 11, non-conforming signs, remove subsection E, sections about as outdated appears irrelevant.
That's, again, that was from the town attorney to reflect recent, or I say recent, Superior Court decisions on signage. They have to be, they cannot separate them into different categories. It has to be a general fine. You can't put religious signs and real estate signs. You can't put them in their own individual categories. They have to be under one in general.
What are you doing, or what are we doing with political signs?
Well, I mean, they still fall under the guise of the state as far as how long they can stay up. But there isn't, I mean, as far as us, I mean, we're still using that. It's just that we don't mention it in our ordinance. We just use the state statute for that.
Okay.
Other questions? Okay. Next is Article 34, question AF. Shall a new ordinance entitled Town of Raymond Business License Ordinance be enacted? So this is a whole new ordinance. So
this is spurred, like I had brought it up before the Board of Selectmen a while ago, just to make sure that we were on track on that, as far as getting some kind of input as to what you would be interested in. But again, this came about is that we issue business license. However, there is no teeth behind it if someone refuses to pay their personal property tax, or if they aren't compliant with fire safety. I had talked to Phil about this. Basically, this allows, it would be, as we talked, it would be a multi-year license. However, they would go in front of the board. However, they'd get reviewed. They get in front of the board to get their original license, and then be reviewed every year by the clerk. Would have to sign off to make sure that the fire department and the building code, or they are okay with them to continue business. In other words, they've been working with them whether to make them more compliant. Another reason for it is to make sure that they are compliant, because Wayne could probably speak to that. We have run into it before where a new business will go in there and there is a backlog of years of issues of not somebody bringing their building compliant. This also would help us that if we renew it yearly, and it'd be up for debate. If it is denied, or we feel that the fire department feels they have not lived up to their obligation, or we have a code issue, they are allowed to go to appeal to you as to, if they feel that they are wronged by our decision. This just kind of like I said, it kind of helps the fire department, gets our businesses up to date, keeps people to pay their personal property taxes, which we did not have in there before.
So can I ask something then? So how would this work? Would you take the businesses that are already there? Does their license run out? Would you have them come in under a new program as to the town? How would this whole thing work?
Yeah, that's one of the things that we're trying to figure out is when they would we stagger people coming in? Would we do it all at once to say they have to reapply? We may work out, again, they might have to tweak it a little bit, but we're trying to figure out exactly how we can get everybody in and up to date with that. It may be something as simple as sending out notices that existing businesses require to apply for a new business license and have to pick a date, whether it be May 1st or whatever. We don't have a lot of businesses out there commercial wise, so it wouldn't be an overwhelming thing, but I think Sue would agree that she would rather have it probably a little tapered if we can, as to bringing everybody into compliance with the new ordinance.
Would there be a fee for this then?
Well, that's the other thing. We had discussed as to whether or not we should up our fee. Currently, it is $25, a one-time fee, but that is also mean no inspections or anything else. I talked to Wayne, and they do not charge for they charge for their occupancy permit, but they don't charge anything after that. Again, this would probably be back in your court as to what we would set the fee at. We had contemplated whether or not $50 would be something, with a portion of that going to the fire department, where they're going to be conducting these yearly inspections anyway.
So when you say the occupancy, who charges money for the occupancy permit? Is it the town or is it the fire department? Who is that?
Well, the town doesn't. I don't know if Wayne does something different. Is Wayne?
No.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Hi. Do you guys charge for it? Who charges for the occupancy permit? Or is that something that they just get, the businesses get without a charge?
Currently, for the business inspections that we do, there is no charge.
Okay. So then a business comes in, they get the application, they set it up now, but any new businesses, if we do go forward with this, any new businesses would have to have it renewed. So we, like you said, so we have some kind of teeth in on them, is what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Do you know of any buildings in town that are out of compliance now with any ordinances? And if so, would those be grandfathered under this?
Well, I'll let Wayne answer that, but I'll let Wayne answer that one.
As far as non-compliance, there wouldn't be any grandfathering. If they're non-compliant, they need to be able to bring their building up to code. We have on occasions tried to work with businesses, have them submit a written plan of correction. Say there's a hardship, or they're not able to fund the repairs immediately. If they propose a plan, we review it and try to work with the business to get them in compliance over a relatively short time frame.
As far as current businesses, I know we have gone into a couple last year. I don't recall anything this year, but where a gentleman has basically prolonged, shall we say, his wanting to be hooked up to a fire alarm system. Again, this would what happens is sometimes these things just get dragged on. Basically, it's a kick the can theory. They just deal with, somebody else deals with it later. And we have run into it a couple years ago. One was a gentleman moved into the building behind Ray's Barber Shop. That one was definitely lagging behind. And I think we had another issue with where the tattoo parlor is too, bringing that up originally to compliant, I believe. And I think there might have been something with the small bakery right on that same, right next to the tattoo parlor. I mean, it does happen, you know, this, but not very often, but it does.
So if you guys were to pass, if we were to pass this, and there's still questions to it, when do those questions get worked out?
Well, after talking to attorney, he says we had talked about if something comes back that they want, that you would wish to have more explained, as long as I can't. Sue, you and I had that talk with the attorney, and I can't remember exactly how all that went, but you recall that I believe it was that we would have the ability to tweak something as long as we had it before it went out to ballot. I'm not sure on that.
No, we would have to have another public hearing if we were going to make major changes to it. So
Okay.
as it is now, what it would do is help some of the office staff, because there are times when folks aren't as forthcoming with personal property taxes or with the personal property declaration forms that they're supposed to fill out, I believe, every year. So that's going to help the town staff immensely. Scott and I did discuss $50 every 5 years. The license right now is $25 lifetime, but then we never know what happens to the business afterwards, because we never hear from them. There's no follow-up to see, are they still compliant?
But we're not being business friendly though either, but that $50.
Well, it's not a very big fee.
Exactly. That's what I mean. I mean, we're not charging them an arm and a leg, just to
Right.
try to keep them compliant, be easier to keep up with things this way. And $50, yeah, that's nothing.
Well, the fact is, fees are not in the ordinance. Fees would be picked up in the fee schedule,
Mm-hmm.
which
No.
is reviewed annually. So
And it's reviewed later tonight, yes.
Scott, would you take me down the road a little bit on a worst case scenario? Where are the teeth and how would they be applied?
Worst case scenario, I'd say, well, we could do two. One would be non-compliant with life safety. I'm sure that would be, if they're reviewed yearly, let's say the first year we have several issues, they do not comply. Second year, we decide to say that you either get this complied or come yearly review, we will ask that your license be revoked until these issues are cleared up. Then usually that's enough to get people going to get them compliant. Like, again, they may appeal to you as the board to say that we're, whatever they may say, whether it's unjust or it is not, they're trying to do what they're supposed to do. The backing is that, legally this gives us the opportunity to do that. You can take them to, you can eventually take them to small claims court if you wanted to for the personal property taxes. That's where it can go for that. And then as far as the state ones, we could basically, if we do not, we can tell the state that we have revoked their business license. If they serve anything, the state itself will usually follow through and revoke it until it is cleared up.
well, if I read section 8 correctly here, the actual suspension or revocation of a license is done in most cases by the selectmen, unless it's an emergency or it's something that requires immediate, then it can be done by the code enforcement officer. But essentially, it comes back to the select board to revoke or suspend a license. So I mean,
Correct. It'd be, basically, we could just recommend that the license be from you. I mean, yes, because you did issue the license to begin with.
Yeah.
So at that
Yeah.
point,
Yeah,
At that
and then that would require a hearing and whatnot, so.
the overall authority is now the select board and not the fire inspector or you?
That's
As
for
far as-
suspension or revocation, unless it's in a life, well, you know, a life-threatening event, then they have the authority to go in and do it, to suspend it immediately. But other than that, you know, if I'm reading section 8 correctly, then it has to come, you know, it gets recommended to the select board reviews it and renders a decision.
But those guys are out there trying to make it work, trying to get them to comply. And then when they don't, then they come back to us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions on that? And the next would be the layout of the voting of the warrant articles, which typically are done at town meeting, but because of where we are now and the fact of not being able to get town meeting done any other, you know, in a reasonable way, was to lay out all the money warrant articles and things like that into voting articles. So if there's any questions on how, I guess it would be a question of how it's laid out, or if there's any general questions on that, we can address those at this point. The actual numbers that are in there for the purpose of the public hearing right now may or may not change depending on what the select board votes are on the individual warrant items when we take that in the second part of the meeting. So right now it's more looking at that from a layout standpoint and from a, you know, if there's any questions at that level and as far as what it is and what's in any of the articles and things like that, those can be addressed at this time. Seeing no questions and no phone calls.
No phone calls.
Okay, at this point, then I will close the public hearing and we'll go back into the regular selectmen's meeting. First order of business is item 4A, consideration of renewal liquor license for Fisherman's Catch. Who's speaking in regards to that?
I will. Fisherman's Catch has had an inspection. There's one item that needs to be addressed for them to be totally compliant. Our recommendation would be, as you have done in the past, to do a conditional approval subject to them completing the deficiency and the fire department is sending you a notification through Sue that's been corrected.
What is the deficiency?
The fire alarm system every year is required to be inspected, tested, and maintained, and then submit that report to the fire department. The testing and maintenance and the report hasn't been completed as of today, so I don't expect that would take a very long period of time. He's working to get his fire alarm company in to get that taken care of.
So what about, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Teresa.
No, I was going to bring up, so it's my understanding that he still owes personal property taxes. So where do we stand with that, with holding a license until that's paid?
When it comes to the liquor licenses, we can't withhold our end right now. We'd have no teeth, which is why we're going after it through the business license. We've been told that the Department of Liquor could possibly do something with their liquor license. However, we've had a bit of a difficult time getting in touch with them, I believe, haven't we, Sue?
Yes, I've had a very hard time trying to get them to answer the phone or call me back.
The liquor license or the fisherman's catch?
The liquor license.
Okay. Well, then if we can't do anything, this would be one of those examples that Scott and Wayne are talking about. Okay.
Don, I
we
know
have
that
here-
you were, yeah. Don, I know
think
you
we
were
have
trying
here-
to get hold of them, so.
I think we have a 10-year delinquency here, order of magnitude about $1,200 or thereabouts, $1,200 some dollars. Is that correct, Sue? I think I sent an email out about that today. So to me, a 10-year delinquency for that amount of money is akin to the $50, business license over 5 years. It's a de minimis amount of money when you're in business. And I don't know, is it something that is actionable with respect to withholding the liquor license, but it's certainly not the way you want to operate a business in my mind.
Has he given any explanation for this, Sue?
He just has told me he's not paying it.
Oh, okay. We'll see what
So
happens
Dawn,
next
you're
year.
saying, sorry, Marcel. So Dawn, you're saying operate a business like us, the selectmen, to enforce that, or coming from the fisherman's net?
I'm saying that, he's been noticed by the town that he has this obligation under law. He has not met this obligation. It may not be actionable related to the liquor license renewal, but it's, not, in my view, good business and, contributing to the public charge in the way that a business is required to under law. And so that's what I'm saying.
Nope, I get it. And all the other businesses are paying up and keeping up with stuff, so.
So I mean, essentially, if we look at this, in kind of a different slant, that if the business license ordinance passes, then in subsequent years, when he comes, that would then be something that in the renewal of the license or the granting of the license would be something that could be taken into consideration as far as the granting of that, correct?
Right. That's the way I'm looking at it.
The other point, I don't want to unreasonably withhold licenses, but Mr. Coppersmith was notified of this meeting, correct? And so he's elected not to be here. Normally, normally people do attend unless we tell them that we have no outstanding issues. He has an outstanding issue, and so just a point. Although I guess the Beacon's not here either. Is that correct?
That's correct, but I also know they're open tonight and they're only using family to run, so it could be they aren't able to attend.
And they don't have any outstanding issues
That's correct.
Exactly.
related to this.
Right. They may, I believe they're still awaiting an inspection. Is that correct, Wayne?
Okay, I don't want to get off on them, but I'm just saying that, he could have a reasonable expectation. There might be questions about this.
Well, so let me ask this question then. You're saying it goes back 10 years, so are we talking $120 a year is what he's not paid, or was that bill from 10 years ago that was $1,200?
I would have to defer to someone in the collections.
That'd be too far.
He owes, it's roughly $100 a year. So the total would be that 12,000 or 10,000, whatever.
1,200.
1,200, I mean, yeah. I don't have it in front of me, so.
A whole new number.
Yeah. I'm trying to make money for you.
When I looked it up for Dawn this afternoon, the 10th year was like $57. So maybe he paid part of it or something, but after that it was like 90 something and 80 something, and then it got up to 100, depending on when the mill rate, where the mill rate was.
Okay, but if my memory serves me correctly, which it doesn't always, but it seems to me when we had this discussion last year that the issue was he wasn't going to make good for the stuff that was due in the past, but he was going to start paying it going forward. Has he paid it for this year?
He paid the first half and that's it.
So $50?
Yeah, but we apply it to the old taxes first.
I
So
understand how we apply it, but I mean, you know, when we look at from the standpoint of, you know, what is, you know, where are we going with this going forward? If he's at the point where he's saying, okay, you know, essentially, I'm disputing what happened 8 years ago, or, you know, in the time past, but now I'm on notice that I'm obligated to make this payment. If he's doing that, you know, the fact that we're applying it to the oldest thing is not germane per se to the fact of his intent of going forward, that he'll be paying it on an ongoing basis going forward. The other is, do we write off the old bad debt? But if it is, he's saying, I'm not going to pay it going forward either, well, that's an entirely different scenario.
So he said, I think it was last year was the question. So I think it would have started last year moving forward. So did he pay last year's then, Sue?
no, he did not.
So if he didn't pay, because that's when I think the whole thing came in question, was last year about it. So if he's not paying that last year, then he's not doing what you're saying, Rolf. He's not moving forward from then on. It's the way I'm reading it. So, but right now, we can't really do anything with that.
So I mean, you know, at this point, it comes down to an enforceability issue. We have nothing that we can enforce on it at this point. Going forward, if that other ordinance passes, then we have something that we can enforce.
But how does that enforce? Does that enforce starting as of now? And that that washes off that $1,200? Or does that kick in and include that $1,200? Because it's a new ordinance. So that new ordinance, I guess it might.
Because it would be a new ordinance, you can only take it from that point forward.
Right.
Unless in the ordinance you allowed for prior things to be brought in there, which I did not see anything in there that did. So you can only take that from the point of time that it started.
I would read it that, and I think that would only be fair if we're starting a new ordinance with all that. I say we start from that point and move on. I mean, it's not right what he's done, but on the other hand, this is a new ordinance that we haven't had before. So I don't know how enforceable that is to go back for back personal taxes when we haven't had anything to use to bite into it.
Yeah, I mean, in the old days, one of the things that happened was in the town reports, you had the delinquent list and the unpaid list, and that tended at times to be the shaming implement that helped people make those things up. We don't do that anymore. Why would not, you know, because we changed how we do some of that stuff anyway. But that, you know, in the past, that was one of the things that helped move people along to clearing those things up too, because they didn't like seeing their name in there.
We also got taxes.
They are still there. Those outstanding taxes and delinquent taxes reports are always there. They're required by law. So
Okay.
I think it may be the lack of reading the town report that's caused.
That could be too.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
The problem here, maybe, and I'm asking the Sues, there's no legal remedy for collection like there is real estate taxes, i.e. you cannot put a lien on, you can't, there's no enforcement provision under law to facilitate this collection, correct?
Correct.
So that's the real problem. You know, so if you wanted to fix it without a business license or any kind of local legislation, it should be somewhere in state law, some level of enforceability, like property taxes. If it's a legal obligation, there ought to be a mechanism for collection. My opinion.
Okay. Other discussion? Is there a motion?
All right, a motion to to accept the the renewing of the liquor license for Fisherman's Net Catch based on Wayne getting the report in and having him compliant.
Second?
A second. You may want to have a discussion with this gentleman to say that, you know, next year, if he doesn't pay these taxes, he could be in jeopardy. Make it clear to him then. And I agree, you can't pass a law now and then go backwards on the law, ex post facto. You can't do that. So we've eaten the 1,200, I'm pretty sure. But going forward, you may want to tip him off that you pay your taxes or you don't get your license.
Right.
Second.
I agree.
I don't.
Other
I
discussion?
feel that it wouldn't be an issue. No, he needs to pay it. Now we're just gonna forgive it, and no one else got to forgive it.
Well, Lonnie's right though. It is a slap in the face. It really is to everybody else. But that's one of the things that we've been dealing with is we have no bite. This actually gives us that bite, but it's still a slap in the face to the town. It really is.
Well, I would never, I guess, suggest, illegality or anything like that, but time is money, and a delay on the liquor license, we want to know why you're not paying your personal property taxes. But of course, in a pandemic, that may not be the thing to do, but I'm very disappointed with it. And I mean, you just don't see this. You just don't see this. So, even if you couldn't ultimately deny the liquor license, you want to ask him why he's doing this.
When it
So
comes
what?
down
So
to
what
it,
if I did withdraw my motion?
heads up. Don't give him a heads up. Let him figure it out himself. He doesn't give us any gratitude to it. So that's my only point.
So what if I do withdraw the motion then? And he asks why? What happens then? Do you know what I mean?
You can't withdraw the motion because it's a motion that's been seconded, so you no longer own the motion.
Well, Marshall can
Well,
withdraw
you have
his.
No, he can't. Once the motion is made and seconded, it belongs to the floor. It no longer belongs to the person that made the motion. It now belongs to the floor. The only thing that could happen is you could vote no on the article, and therefore you could vote no on that, and that would stop it at this point. But you cannot withdraw a motion that's already been made and seconded. Sorry.
And we can open it back up for another discussion then. Right.
But really, when it comes down to it, just go with the motion, go with the whole piece, except don't give Mr. Coppersmith the heads up that something's going to happen to him next year. Because if he isn't involved enough, then he has he's only getting what it should be coming to him. It's true. You don't pay your taxes for whatever reason, and now you get out of it. All right, you're going to get out of it. You got lucky, but we shouldn't take our time and give him a heads up.
That's $100 a year. That's nothing for what I saw what he did this past weekend, the last couple weekends. That place has been packed down there. So the driveway's been packed and the park was packed.
And I'm not down in that piece either. I'm happy he's doing great.
Yeah.
On the same token, if you don't like why your taxes and how your taxes, are accumulated, if you have an issue of about $100 every year, that's fine. Well, come up to us and talk to us and give us, the gratitude and respect that we as the town deserve. Don't keep giving Sue the cold shoulder and not even calling her back. But at the end of the day, I'm still voting for it because I want to go on.
I agree. I'm voting for it as well.
I'm a yes.
So we have a motion that's been seconded. All those in favor? Sam, you said yes. Lonnie, you said yes.
Aye.
Marshall? Yes. Motion is carried.
Yes.
Next item.
There are other good reasons for that.
Next item is consideration. Next item is consideration renewing a liquor license for the Beacon. Wayne, any issues on that one?
Yes, conducted an inspection recently. Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes. Conducted a inspection recently. there were 3 items that need to be addressed. One of those items will probably be submitting a written plan of correction so that over time they can correct an issue that's there. The other 2 is relating to the grease hood cleaning that's required semi-annually, and again, the fire alarm system inspection, testing, and maintenance and report submission. Other than that, they were in good shape.
What's the first issue, Wayne?
The first one was the grease hood cleaning, semi-annually. They're required to have their grease hood cleaned so that help not prevent a fire. You might have been referring to the one with the written plan of correction. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. The
What is
written
that one,
plan of
Wayne?
correction. They
You
have
mentioned
a
there was
storage
one that-
room. They have a storage room that's part of another business area in the shopping center, and the firewalls in there need to be taken care of to separate the storage area from any business that would be next door that would have this storage room within that space. And because of the situation right now with COVID, they're weighing how they want to run their business, whether they're moving forward the way they used to operate or make some changes in their operational plan. So they've have asked to send a written plan of correction to us for our approval on making those repairs. And the repairs he reported to me would be like $5,000. So
Didn't the issue of the firewall
that's
come
where
up
we
last?
stand.
Didn't the issue of the
did.
firewall come up?
Yes, it did. What happened between last year's and this year, there was a tenant that was planning on moving in and then didn't move in, and they were looking at sharing that cost, and of course that didn't happen. So now the cost fully ends up on Beacon. So that's why it wasn't done in this past year.
And that doesn't fall on the landlord at all of the building?
I don't know what they have for a landlord tenant lease situation. We don't get involved with that. That's not part of our responsibility. Ultimately, the owner is responsible for the building.
Okay.
But not knowing what the agreement is, all I can report to you is it's not done, and the tenant's asking to submit to us a written plan of correction to do it over a time period.
Thanks. So if they're doing it over time period, we can still do we renew this license based on that being done, or?
You do it based on fire department approving the corrective action.
Okay.
Yeah, which could be, the corrective action could say you have a 6-month period to do it.
Okay.
As long as they have approved the corrective action, it does not have to necessarily be completed. They just have to approve what is going to be done.
All right,
Correct.
so I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion then. Motion to renew the liquor license for the Beacon, but it's based on passing all the requirements from Wayne Fire Department.
Second that. Within a period of time.
Well, I don't know how long it's gonna take, and that would be Wayne's responsibility, I guess, not mine, saying that.
Well,
because I don't
second
know
your-
what's all involved. Yep.
I second your motion then.
So it's moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion is carried. Next item is discussion or is consideration of and recommendation of town warrant articles. So this is our fun and games here. Okay.
Ralph, do you want to take some of this out of order in order to?
We can.
Ralph?
Yeah.
Why don't we take the abatements and the quit claim deeds? That'll get Kurt out of there. Once he lands back in his command seat there.
Can you give me a page number on this?
The abatements are on, wait a minute.
The abatements are on page 75.
Thank you.
Okay, Kurt, do you want to, or who wants to run through the abatements?
Sorry about that. You caught me moving around. So I have two
Okay, so the first
tax abatements that oops, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
So I have two tax abatements that came in by application near the deadline. The first one is the applicant is Robert Guy. This was a bank foreclosure property that was purchased by the applicant. The property has quite a substantial amount of damage. I've included some photos in the packet. You can see that the property was damaged so significantly that the entire inside of the house has been gutted out. So it seems like it's appropriate for us to make an adjustment on that property for this year, and then we will follow up over the next 2 years as it's restored back to livable condition. And the second abatement for Larry Willis is a pretty straightforward acreage adjustment. They had commissioned a survey, and the acreage was about 1.5 acres less than the acreage that we thought they had.
Can I ask, it says Casco on that one. Am I looking at the right one?
Yeah, the
Well,
owner lives in Casco. That's their mailing address.
Okay.
I have a difficulty on this one on the basis that he bought this foreclosure auction and he knew exactly what he was buying. So I'm not sure we should be condoning a tax decrease for him.
Yeah, it is true that being that it was a bank foreclosure, the purchase price that they paid is significantly less than market.
Exactly.
However, we were valuing the property as if it were in average conditions for its age, and it's clearly in poor condition. So it doesn't appear to me that the valuation that we have on the property is accurate.
In today's market.
Yeah, that's correct. They had to haul dumpsters of stuff out of that. It's basically peeled back to the studs at this point in order to get restored.
Again, I stand on what I said. He knew exactly what he was buying when he bought it under foreclosure. So I'm not comfortable giving him this tax abatement.
Well, what about the land that it's on? How much land? Certain. Trying to find
Land is valued, I believe, around $57,000. It's around 4 acres of land. I'll have to peek at the card. Really, the question that we typically ask ourselves is, given the current condition of the property, what could we expect it to go for on the market, regardless of whether they got a deal or not? It's unfortunate that the previous owner let the property go in deterioration so badly that it needed to be ripped apart. But, the valuation that we had on it appears to be high.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any idea on when it's going to be back up to reasonable shape?
I would expect that, if he continues to work on it regularly, then it would be mostly back into livable condition by the next assessment, which will be the April 1, 2021 assessment.
But obviously at some point Scott would have to do his inspections. I'm assuming that we are going to be, the offset would be here that we're going to be collecting fees for, the inspection fees and those things. But at the point that work is done, does the valuation change at that point? And then it's prorated for what percentage of the year it's at that rate?
In the state of Maine, all property is valued as of April 1st. So whatever the situation is as of that date is the value for the entire next year. There's no proration allowed.
So he looks like he's working on it now. And
That's right. Most of the work has been demoing. I don't know if this is going to be his primary project. I think they pick these things up and kind of work on them as they go.
How about permits? Has he pulled any permits? Town profit that way, and then be able to eat that other, but make it up in the permits?
Well, he'd have to be pulling permits from Scott for electrical and plumbing. If he stripped it down, to the what's showing in those pictures, it's all essentially it's new construction inside at that point. So wouldn't that fall under that, Scott?
Well, that's my next question was, what is the address? And I could probably tell you if he has a permit or not.
367 Webb's Mills Road.
Did you hear that, Scott?
Let me see. Yep, I heard it.
Oh, okay.
At this point, I don't recall issuing a renovation or demo permit at that property. I will check my records. If I do not have one, I will definitely be paying a visit to that address to inform the gentleman that a demo permit and or renovation permit is needed. Usually I don't issue a stop work order, never really gets to that, but if he's gotten that far with it and I don't have one, yeah, I definitely should have one.
And I typically advise these building owners to speak with the code officer to acquire their permits when I meet with them. Irregardless, that he's on my radar. He'll be visited again, no matter what.
Is it permissible to issue the abatement conditioned upon him pulling the proper permits for demolition and rework? No.
I'm looking at this now and I'm thinking, boy, he's done a lot of work on it. And it's going to be what, another year you said? I'm sorry, Kurt, that you're going to go back out again and reassess. So he's going to have this thing built and changed and sold, remodeled, whatever at that newer rate. But he's asking for that tax abatement.
what bothers me is that he knows how to get a or how to apply for a tax abatement, but he doesn't know how to apply for a permit.
Good point.
I mean, come on, we're gonna give the guy a break, but you're trying to pull one over on us? I mean, that to me is not cool. I could be looking at it totally wrong, but again, you know, if Scott doesn't have a permit and the guy's been, I mean, that's a flag.
I mean,
Well,
all I can say is memory-wise, I don't think he's pulled one. You know, I still would have to go back into the office to check his folder to make sure, but the address is not ringing a bell to me.
The other option.
I think you have a situation like the fisherman's catch. You have two different issues going on at the same time. You know, so I think if it was under bank ownership or the prior owner, I'm asking Kurt now, and they came in and sought an abatement based on condition, they would get it regardless of ownership, right?
Yeah, the real germane issue is what's the value of the property, and are we applying our assessment methodology correctly? If they have
Right.
side issues, we can't really make our decision on the taxation end contingent upon other issues that they may have.
So I think what you have to do is you would have to consider the abatement on its face, and then you'd have to consider the enforcement of the permit or lack thereof separately.
And I'm totally cool with that. That is fair. But now it just raised the flag looking for an abatement. He was granted that. Now Scott will look into his permit. Didn't pull one. He probably did it awfully or did it wrong. So he should have to pay that price. But we'll find out and roll from there, in my book.
Is there a motion on the Cunningham guy
Cunningham guy.
basement? Well, it's Robert C. Cunningham in care of Robert and Rita Guy. So it looks as though it's a corporate or business.
I'd like to make a motion to accept abatement for tax year 2019, ML number 010124, name Cunningham, old assessment 163.8, new assessment 75,700.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. Motion is carried.
I take a no on that.
Yep. So, 4-1. Okay, next is the Wills abatement on the acreage. Is there a motion on that?
Motion to approve the abatement on Larry C. Wills 002-022D in the amount requested.
Second. Sorry. Second.
Discussion? Those in favor? Motion is carried. Okay, quick claim deeds. Sue, are you doing that or?
I believe Sukar was going to do that, but do you have them with you? Sue?
That's the Sue I was asking for. Sorry.
It's quick claim deeds next.
I have them in front of me. All right, which one do you want to do first?
I'll do the first one, which is Gwendolyn Acquisitions LLC.
All right, Gwendolyn Acquisitions LLC, motion to accept the quitclaim deed. The acquisitions recorded registries deeds, book 28886, page 320, book 31729, page 55, book 34141, page 14, book 29838, page 56, book 32517, page 110, book 35065, page 27, book 300940, page 152, book 33358, page 176, book 35913, page 198. And it's map 02, lot 024B.
Second that.
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried.
All right, next one, motion to accept quitclaim deed of, I'm gonna do Timothy Davis, W. Davis, Ruby, Jean, map 30, lot 019, book 35064, page 334, book 35913, page 72.
Second.
Discussion? Those in favor?
All right, the
Motion
last
carried.
one is, all right, sorry, motion to accept quitclaim deed of plumber Daniel R., map 46, lot 27B, book 29838, page 124, book 28887, page 34, book 33358, page 298, book 35913, page 112, book 30940, page 70, book 31729, page 136, book 34141, page 74, book 27989, page 158, book 32517, page 145, book 35064, page 328.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried.
We do Tassel Top?
Yeah. Consideration of annual fees for Tasseltop. Joe?
Yes, this would be, of course, under normal circumstances, the annual fee year after year. I'll go over some of the changes. We're definitely from the state, since this is Land Water Conservation Fund that is leasing it to us. We do need to make the Raymond resident rate lower to encourage Raymond residents to use this park because it is in their town. So we've offered two rates, the resident rate and then a non-resident rate. And I try to align these up with the state park fees that each park can kind of differ, but I think if you look at Sebago Lake State Park, these are the daily rates that kind of align. So residents would be for a day pass, $2 for children, and adults $5, and then senior citizens $2. And then non-resident fees would be for children $3, adults $6, and senior citizens $3. So those would be the changes in the day rate. I think last year it was just one rate for residents or non-residents. The other change would be the season pass rates. When compiling data, out of 104 season passes, only about 13% were Raymond residents, and I kind of found that alarming. That we should entice Raymond residents to use this beautiful park. So, for a season pass rate, we'd offer for Raymond residents $75, and then the non-resident would be $100. And also to change some of the guidelines in that. So you could buy a season pass last year. And then if you had more than 4 people per vehicle, you're charged the additional day pass rate. So even if you're a season pass holder, a lot of families are more than 4 people. I do suggest that we increase that to at least 7 per vehicle. I know the main park pass, which is good for anywhere, is kind of, I think, would be comparable to this, and they have 17 per vehicle, which I think in my mind is a little probably excessive, but they probably have a bunch of buses going places. So I would suggest 7 per vehicle. And then the last change would be the cabin rental. This was actually proposed in the notes from last year. And with this minimum wage increase and I think the deal that you get for the cabin rental, a $50 increase is pretty minimal. So it'd be $10.50 per week. So those are all the changes.
Joe, what's a child?
Ages 2 to 11. So that's, I believe I kind of align that with the state of Maine park children age.
Okay.
What were the rates last year?
I believe
What
it
did you
was,
say? I think it was 5 across the board, Ralph.
5 even for 2, 3-year-olds?
No, I think they were 3.
I believe there was a discount. I think it was about $3 or $4.
So what is the cabin rate? What did you say the cabin?
$10.50.
$10.50, and it's $1,000 right now per week.
Okay.
What do you all think about the resident seasons pass? I don't know, non-resident 100, seasons pass for a resident 75. It's only, I almost feel like should be a bigger difference. I'm not saying that 75 is too much. I'm not saying that 100 is too much or too less. I'm just saying that, I live here. I only pay 75 compared to 100. It just seems like I should pay a little less. I mean, is everybody seeing that the way I am, or anyone seeing that the way I am? Or am I too far out?
It seemed to me that there was.
He needs to understand the background of it too, Lonnie, because the state gave it to us to use with the basis that we give the residents cheaper. So yeah, so I see what you're saying though, but
I think it should be less than that though. It should be.
Wasn't there a percentage, you can only go a certain percentage less for the residents than non-residents, Joe?
I didn't see that in the recommendation that Doug Beck gave us. I didn't see that.
That
This
is
was
correct,
kind of
Ralph.
based off of, did you see that, Don?
Yeah, Ralph's correct on that. I don't have the chapter and verse, but you can't have it be a percentage, difference that is, users are too great. There's some latitude there, and I couldn't tell you what the difference is. It probably is enough so it would satisfy Lonnie's concern, but it can't be something that would be, unfair, I guess, my word, not theirs, because it is obviously purchased with state funds. But there ought to be an advantage, as Lonnie indicates, for local residents, and there can be a differential. It just can't be too great or usurious. And it's all prescribed.
And I'll make a comparison. I've kind of based these rates off of Dundee Park and Wyndham as well. And it's a little bit smaller of a park as far as a beach, but their non-resident fee is $75 for the season pass and then $60 for the residents. So that's a $15 difference.
But that's a locally administered park, correct?
Yes, but it's similar
this is a
setup
state
to
facility that we're under
it's
lease to the town.
LWCF funded.
Okay.
I don't know. Marshall, you took over my spot on Tasseltop. I just thought the fees were higher for kids. That because you got a lot of 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds.
I remember a lot of discussion on fees, and let me take the one I remember first. The non-resident annual. There was an awful lot of discussion in those board meetings about not the $100 mark. So that's why it was $99. It was something matched about 100. Okay. So I think if you look, Joe, last year was 99, either 99 or 95 or something like that.
$95, yes. And the day pass rates for last year were children were $2, and that was age 2 to 10. Adults,
Right.
$6.
Okay.
And senior citizens, $3. So
Okay.
you're right, Marshall. It was under 100.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, but I'd like to see you drop the non-resident rate. 99.99.
Really?
Do you have any
You remember, Teresa, we had that go around 3 or 4 times. Keep that on
Oh.
around.
We did, we so did, but on the other hand is that was last year and that was the year before. So I know that we have talked about that. So this would kind of bring us up to par, you know, like every year things increase. So that $100 to me, it's only $1 more from last year.
Well, what percentage of season passes were residents last year?
Did you say 13 or 23?
About 80%.
No, that were Raymond residents.
Oh, Raymond residents was 13%.
Yeah, as
So
well.
I mean, if you dropped it a little, you know, from a total gross standpoint, you're not affecting the bottom line that much.
No, I think
But
we'll
all you're doing
increase.
is offering more of an incentive to try and bring it in there. So if you went 70 instead of 75, that, you know, I think that stays kind of within a reasonableness marker to say that you haven't gone way outside the whack of what the state would look at there. But, you know, you may pick up another couple percentage, but from a total dollar standpoint, it's probably not going to affect you much greatly one way, you know, that much anyway.
No, and the hope is that we haven't.
It's more a visionary things that, you know, especially where, you know, you can look at it and, you know, with everything else that's going on, if you can give them a little bit of a bargain this year, that's not a bad thing either.
And this might, you know, just to put it out there that this might change depending on the guidelines for this year on opening.
Yeah, I mean, if you're down to you can only be open 50% of the time that you normally would have been, then you probably have to do some sort of an adjustment on there from a reasonableness standpoint, I would think. You know, but that, I mean, you can have that, and then we just make an accommodation because of the amount of time it's going to be open.
Correct, and the amount of people we can allow in before closing the gate.
Remember how many passes we sold last year, Joe?
104 total.
104. So 7,500 of that came from out of town, supposedly. And I think a lot of out of town are, in fact, out of state. So
correct, yeah.
Okay.
So what am I hearing, that, you know, the day rates are fine, but we want it on the seasons pass, you want to go 70 and 100?
70 and 95.
79, yeah.
If we go 95, we're coming down.
Just for this year, because it's looming.
You know what? Well, yeah, and we can look at it again next year. The other thing is, if we keep in mind this, a lot of businesses and state and stuff like that is giving discounts to people because of everything that's going on. So maybe this might be the year that Raymond, until we figure out what's going on, gives a bit of a cut to Tasseltop, to its residents and to people.
You know, Teresa, I think I'd rather handle that with Joe giving passes.
Okay.
Rather than cutting the fee.
I agree with that.
What happens is if you adjust the fee downward too much this year, it's harder to get it back to where you want that next year.
Right.
If you do that and say, listen, because of certain circumstance, we're going to give a gate discount this year. We're going to, you know, because we're not going to be able to be open as long and whatnot. That's, you know, that's a one-time thing. Whereas if you've established a fee schedule that's artificially low, it's harder to get it back to where you want it that next year.
Yes. But I think that 99 to 100 though is on a normal good year is where I would be pushing for it, because you're just moving with the times, moving up. And it's only $1.
It was, sorry, Teresa, it was 95 last year.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, you make Marshall right then. I can't even slap him in this meeting. I'm fine on it either way.
But, okay. And I mean, the minimum wage did increase from last year too. So it's up to $12 now.
I mean, you know, the cabin rental, I don't have as big a heartburn with, because that's, you know, that's on par with what's going on in the world.
So what, 70 and 99?
I got 70 and 95 written down. Is that?
70.
What, Marshall?
I'll move. The children's rates as written, the cabin rates as written, and the season pass 70 for residents, 95 for non-resident for this year.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes, just for discussion purposes, would you, knowing that we want to move towards like a 99 or 100 for next year, but this year we're kind of giving a break for the non-resident season pass, would you put it at what we want it to be, but put some type of comment in there that this year, because of the shortened year, it is going to be the 95? So you have established already the 100 or the 99, but you are only going to charge 95 this year because of it. So we're not kind of going backwards like you're mentioning, Ralph?
Talking
I
like
would-
COVID des-
I mean, what you
I
could
would-
say, I mean,
I think that would be a little bit difficult from an accounting standpoint. What do you think, Joe? You got somebody punching
I would
in?
advise this, because I would set this rate right now for annual fee, but I think once we get more guidelines from the state of how we can open, what our max that we can allow into the park, we might not even be able to allow season pass just because of the amount of people we would have to turn away. So I'd advise passing this with those recommendations, and knowing that this could change with the reopening plan of Tasseltop based on the guidelines by the state.
So let's take out then the annual fees for this year. And then just leave in the day passes and the cabin.
I would leave them in only because it's establishing somewhat of a baseline to get you into the next year.
Right.
Whether you come to the
we're not encouraging
whether you come to the conclusion ultimately that you can't offer season passes this year because of occupancy requirements and whatnot, that's fine. But you've established where it is, and so you're not trying to reestablish something brand new going forward. All you're saying is, we've got this in the fee schedule, but this year, because of COVID, we're not going to be able to issue any seasons passes. That's fine. But you've set a marker there anyway.
Yes, I think that's a good plan.
So Joe, do we have you
79.
totally confused right now?
I don't think so. Maybe, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if there are other guidelines that come down from the state that Joe gets subsequent to this, and the fees need to change for some reason, he would need to come back with a new proposal for the fee schedule, correct?
He would, or we, but that can be done as an emergency thing if it's, I mean, because we're in somewhat uncharted territory here as far as what's going to happen on reopenings and things like that. We're good, if we have to be flexible, we'll be flexible. I mean, it's just that simple.
Could the motion be amended to add that flexibility?
I don't think there's a need to.
It would still require coming back. Coming back is going to be, we can, there's a number of ways you can do that. I mean, we can do one-time adjustments to ski, things like that. So you're better off to have it clean this way, and then if we have to go back and do something, we can do that. And there's a number of different ways that we could do that. So that doesn't concern me as much. But this is setting the stage for going forward. If if everything blows up on our face, then we go back and we retrench and we figure out what we have to do. But we can grant some flexibility there outside of this motion.
Okay.
Right. So do we need a second on Marshall's motion? I think Lonnie did, just for discussion. didn't he? Or did-
Lonnie seconded it. Yeah. So we have the motion that's on the table. Everybody's aware of where we are in the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried.
Joe, how do we stand on cabin rentals right now?
Pretty good. As far as reading the lodging requirements, I think the cabin rentals don't fall under a lot of the other requirements. I do have a couple, I think as we get more information, I'll have a couple maybe suggestions like bringing their own bedding and hiring maybe a cleaning company in between transition of rentals. But I'm not there yet. The only thing would be the out-of-state 2-week quarantine. And we have 4 out of the, I believe, 13 rentals that fall under that. One of them has a 2-week rental. So from what my understanding is, they can allow, we can allow that rental to stand because it's 14 days. There's 3 others that I'm waiting to hear if they're going to change the out-of-state
Right.
14-day requirement or different precautions going forward.
Is the, that 2-week rental, is that the one that's late September?
Correct. It's the last one.
Thank you, Joe, for your efforts.
Yep. Thank you, Marshall.
As long as we're discussing fees, why don't we knock off the annual update of fee schedule, and that way we're done with fees. Then we can get back into the regular agenda. So who wants to just, well, I guess the question is, were there any, Sue, are there any changes to fees, or are those just carrying those forward?
There were a few, but I thought we were going to do that later, so I hadn't pulled it up. I'm sorry. Let me pull that up.
Because ultimately, when the intent would be going forward in next year, we'll have the tassel top fees in the overall fee schedule so that we've got one fee document.
And I did incorporate them into this document at the end. It's the last thing. There's only been, I think, possibly 1 year, but maybe it was 2 that that they were removed. There weren't a lot of changes. I did add the business license on page, where are we? Page 3.
Mm-hmm.
And we had put in $50 for a 5-year license. And down on page 5, under our office charges, these came from Kayla because she's been kind of keeping track of the copies that she's doing on, especially on the plotter, because the paper is more expensive, the ink is more expensive. But she determined that black and white and color really, it doesn't make much difference. It's still, the ink's expensive. So she's made a few additions and changes to this, some to clarify, because people would ask, what about a 36 by 24? And we didn't have that explicitly on here for individual copies, and others just because, for one, we don't laminate things, and some of the costs she found were a little bit much for maps. I am proposing a change to the notary fees. Right now, we don't charge our residents at all. And I definitely would like to keep that. They get very little in the town office for free. And I can't tell you the smiles I get when I tell them that all it costs is a smile, as long as they're a resident. But we have, this past year, I've had several petition efforts come in, and they might have 20 different sheets that they want notarized. That takes some time. And they, on the whole, major petition efforts will hire notaries to sit and do that. So I would just assume that the town gets some money out of this and do it $1 per page. One, to kind of discourage doing it. It does take quite a bit of time to go through and do that. And I think the other is on page 7 at the bottom. I've put in tassel top, so I'll need to make a change for the season passes. Oh, I had season pass resident 75, so I may have put that in incorrectly. Is that what you just motioned?
No, we just motioned 70 and
70.
95 on the non-resident.
Yeah, so I'll need to change that to 70 and 95 based on your prior motion before I print it for your signature.
Let me go back to Don for a second. You mentioned that the is spread between resident and non-resident as a percentage. Can you just check and make sure we're in compliance with that?
I can check and make sure of that. I was trying to interject, but Rolf kind of touched on it, so I didn't. My sense would be, my expectation would be that we're fine, we're within the range.
Okay.
They were talking about something like double or triple, making it usurious and unfair. I don't think this fits into that, but I'll check it.
Other questions on the fee schedule?
I'll move the fee schedule as presented.
No, as corrected.
As corrected, sorry.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Thank you,
Discussion?
Lon.
All those in favor? Motion is carried. Okay, let's go back to.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
could I ask a 2-minute break time right now?
All right.
Where are you going next, Rolf?
We're going to the town meeting warrant, which starts on page 62.
Thank you, sir. Trying to do this with a computer and a pad. It's not working well.
I like this setup. I have 3 screens all around me. It's just dialing.
I want to know what Bruce is using for his camera, because he's nicely out of focus.
Mr. Tupper, he's been working hard the whole time.
It is, yeah, reading, little light reading. Just, I don't know, it's just the camera Unitech, cheapy. Out of focus, looks good on my end.
Well, it's either the camera or you, so I mean, it's
Either or. Maybe I got the light right here shining on me, so.
Uh-oh, Sam, are you gonna need help getting back in your chair?
okay.
Yeah.
So Sue is back. All right, let us begin. Let's see, so Article 1, which is actually, okay, so Article 1, we don't need a motion on. Article 2, we don't need a motion on. Article 3, referendum question A, to see if the town will vote to set a date for the first half of taxes due October 31st, 2020, and the second half of taxes due on April 30th, 2021. Set the interest rate for unpaid balances and for abated taxes at 9% for the fiscal year. Authorize the tax collector or treasurer to accept prepayments of taxes not yet committed pursuant to 36 MRSA subsection 506 with no interest, and to authorize the select board on the behalf of the town to sell and dispose of any property acquired by the town for non-payment of taxes pursuant to the policies adopted by the select board as may be amended from time to time. The policy to remain consistent with the state statutes and laws. In all cases, conveyance is to be made by municipal quitclaim deed. Is there a motion?
Motion to recommend Article 3.
Again.
Okay, so it was moved by Teresa, seconded by Marshall. Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the Budget Finance Committee has asked for the last several years that I include in the recommendation the vote, the number vote, and not just the fact that they recommend. I've seen a few ballots from other towns, and they tend to do the same thing. Would you like me to do that with the select board's vote?
I don't think that that's necessary because, in my opinion, when an article passes, it has the endorsement from the select board.
I agree.
Unless
Thank you.
unless I want to be overruled by people on the board.
Nope.
No.
Hey,
I can see Sue's point, but I can see yours as well, and you're my leader, so I'm going with you.
Yay,
Back up.
Article 4, referendum question B, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,729,608 for general government services, administration, employee compensation, training, insurance, and employee benefits, assessing, code enforcement, parks and recreation, technology, and general assistance. The breakdown is administration, $522,945. Employee compensation and training, $48,000. Insurance and employee benefits, $706,937. Assessing, $59,733. Code enforcement, $117,514. Parks and recreation, $94,314. Technology, $172,165. General assistance, $8,000.
Motion to carry.
Second.
Who seconded?
Lonnie.
Lonnie? Discussion?
Is this different from last year?
Is this what?
Is this question different from last year?
Yeah, what we did is last year we had each of those items was broken down. So
Yeah.
in order to be able to go and have the actual voting the ballot be of a reasonable size and whatnot, we lumped items that were logical to lump together into one article.
So what if somebody then has a problem, say Parks and Recreation, someone has a problem with the employee compensation and training, so they vote no on that because there's one issue in there. I see what you're saying, is trying to condense them, but my concern is if someone has an issue regarding one of those, are they going to vote the whole thing down then?
Yes, if you had a negative vote, you'd have a negative on the whole article.
Yeah, and that's negative on all of us.
But the option would be to have, 50 or 60 articles. You're already going to be I think you're already going to, with this particular warrant and all the referendum questions and everything else people are going to have to vote on, you're going to have voter fatigue.
Okay. No, I get what you're saying. I get that. It's just, that's a big concern of mine. But you know what? We'll see what happens. It's a weird year.
Other towns do it, and unless there's something particularly burningly controversial, it should, one can never predict, but the majority should still prevail. It should be, it's a numerical majority. So you'd have to have a pretty big groundswell of people who had a bad feeling about one component or another of that.
So the other question is, the numbers that we're looking at here are the numbers that are in the books that were given to us, correct? Nothing's been changed.
That is correct.
I have a question on Parks and Rec, and I understand what's happening here. But perhaps if Kathy Ricker is still around, did she just disappear on me? You're going to turn your volume up, hon. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, we're carrying the expense of $74,000 for Parks and Rec, which I understand. But when I looked at the income sheet, I didn't see any offsetting income from Tasseltop. Are we still carrying that as an enterprise zone?
Yes, we're carrying it as an enterprise fund, and we made it its own warrant article, and we've got the Tasseltop revenue and the Tasseltop expenses. And what you see in that article that you guys are looking at right now is just the rec department, which includes the appropriations for the Rattlers and the baseball and.
So I'm good with all that, but the public is going to see a jump from 19,000 to 74,000, and there's got to be, or 94,000.
Yeah.
And that is for the rec director and the expenses related to the rec director's office.
Okay, thank you.
Should we have the Parks and Rec, because it is new this year and it is going to be confusing? Should we have that one pulled out and put maybe with its own explanation, because it is a whole new thing?
Mr. Chairman?
That's the only new one we have this year. And people aren't gonna understand that, and it is a big jump.
One thing that, when I ran all these articles through with them, the MMA lawyers to make sure I wasn't combining things inappropriately, they suggested that since we'll be creating the town report book that goes with this, that we can have as much explanation in there as we want. So you can separate that out if that's what the board decides to do. But we also will, this isn't the only place that they will see any kind of explanation. This is what's in the warrant. What's actually going on the ballot is simply the question and whether you recommend it or the Budget Finance Committee recommends it. They won't see the breakdown on the ballot itself. They'll have to go to the town warrant book to see that.
I mean, everything else has been the same the last couple of years. That one worries me.
I'm okay with it.
You know, I mean, it comes down to what are the, you know, you have one or two things that happens. Either they have wanted to find out what's going on around, because we've discussed it in multiple settings and in multiple places. It'll be discussed in the book that they get. And so you have one or two things that happens. You know, they look at it and say, you know, yes, we want to do that. Or if they say no to that, then that department is gone entirely.
I know.
You have to understand, if they say no, it's gone entirely.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Nope, I get what you're saying. I'm good. So we've already moved it? And yep, and seconded it.
It's been moved and seconded. Further discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor? Motion's carried. Article 3, see if the town will vote to referendum question C. Excuse me. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,264,454 for public works. And that consists of public works at $847,113, town buildings at $36,350, solid waste at $337,346, and cemeteries at $43,645.
Motion to move Article 5.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Here's where the rubber meets the road on it. We're taking an increase in public works of, 70,000. And I think that in looking at what Sue Look sent out today on the anticipated mill rate, I think 14.18 is a little high, and I think that there are 4 departments that I think we need to take another look at, and I think 70,000 a little bit high is. And I'm sorry Nathan isn't here, but
I can.
Okay.
Then he's available.
No, you can defend it, can't you?
I can, but he says he's available if you want him. But go ahead.
Is there something that that's in this budget that he can really live without this year?
Well, my recommendation, and Kathy Ricker and I have talked about this at some length, would be if you were going to try to flatten the town budget out, which I'm not sure is going to accomplish the end of flattening the tax rate out because of the differential between town, school, county, so forth, and you all know that. But we would recommend that.
Let me stop you there. I'm not interested in flatlining that. I'd like to see the mill rate under 14 if it can possibly be done.
Right. What I'm saying is that I would take it from capital. I'd take a 1-year hiatus from capital, you know, take a reduction in capital in several departments if that's what you wanted to do. And that way, you know, we could get back on track next year and we wouldn't compromise any, what I would call, you know, potentially essential programs and services. I think we want to still maintain our, you know, our workforce, our ability to respond to the needs of the public in a pandemic. And so, you know, I'd be concerned if we were going to be cutting staffing and other things like that.
I'm not suggesting that. What do we got? What are we putting in capital?
What we had suggested was, we had suggested, we had sent out a list today. Did you get the list? Or did I send it to Rolf, I think? Did we send it out to the group, Rolf?
On which?
The capital list of capital cuts.
They haven't paid attention to me yet, but they will in a second, hopefully.
There wasn't any.
We were talking about 75,000 from the paving reserve. We were talking 75,000 from the public safety equipment reserve. We were talking about 50,000 from the revaluation for a one year cut from 100 down to 50. Let me see. Help me out
Wait a
here.
minute, so you're saying you did these cuts already and we're still not underneath the 14?
No.
We haven't put any of those cuts in.
No, we haven't put any of those cuts in.
This was kind of discussions. If push came to shove, we had to do something, where are areas that you could look at? The one that scares me the most is, and we've been down this road time and time again, is the likely suspect is paving. And this is why we had to borrow $10 million a few years ago, is because we kept putting it off. And we said, that's a sacrificial lamb. We can do without $75,000 this year. And next thing, we've got roads that are all falling apart. We had to go out.
But as a practical, I wish Nathan were here. As a practical matter,
I have Nathan on the phone.
yeah, as a practical matter, I don't think it's as big an issue as it would seem, because, sometimes he's not able to even get all the work done that he has funds available for. But I mean, we can debate that one. There are other places you could go to. And
The paving too.
he may be able to tell you other areas within his department that he thinks are, available. But I'm just worried about the notion of trying to, for whatever reason, the town budget is very tightly controlled, is very small.
You can't hear them? Okay.
And I'm worried about the idea of flattening out the town budget to try to mitigate a school increase, is what it looks like to me.
Yeah, they're talking about, oops,
Because, at the end of the day, Marshall, we also,
I need to mute me.
the other offset we have is on the revenue side, is to take some surplus and do it there. If the end game is really just trying to affect that, but I can tell you right now, it's going to be hard staying under 14 because of the school.
Well,
the school's pushing us. So we're talking. We're talking here. If we did basically everything in there without then we're taking some more, using some of the surplus, which right now that's not factored in here. So that's when we get to setting mill rate, then that's kind of the discussion we'll have there. But if we're looking at that, the net effect comes down to about 3 or 4 cents on the mill rate if we were to take $40,000 or $50,000 out of there. That's not where the big hit is.
well, let me just say this. When I looked at these numbers, to get it to under 14, we need to find 206,000. I think we just found it in taking the capitals out. For 1 year, we take them out.
But you're not, so what you're doing is you're giving it all to the school and saying, we're going to sacrifice the town for the school. That's where, that's the fundamental issue you got there. I would rather say people vote down the school budget and have them come back with a reasonable number that's $300,000 less there.
Wow.
And you've done the same thing, and we take care of the people in the town.
With all due respect, I think that's wishful thinking.
Oh, I know it's wishful thinking, but that's, at the end of the day, are we moving things out that are going to cost us more to fix 2 years down the road than if we keep the paving where it is? And on the capital side, we've some of that's was reduced over the years because we got the trucks and all that stuff. So you could reserve some more. You could, out of the CIP, we could whittle some down there, but from operational expense, I think we have to be a little careful what we do there too.
I'd say leave it. That's just my 2 cents.
My arm is twisted pretty bad here. I don't know, I just,
I gotta say, Nathan's budget is usually pretty tight.
I understand all that, and I sympathize with all that, but I'm thinking about old Mrs. Brown, about 4 houses down, that's got nothing to eat but cat food.
I know, I get that, but again, it's kind of like when we're doing the school budget and you've got the state mandates for, you know, for the IEPs and special ed and stuff like that. So much money has to go into that. We have this small little percent. I think our school budget, if I'm not mistaken, is like 85% of the town taxes. And we've got only like 17%, if that. So
I have pulled up the whole list, if you'd like me to read the whole list that we sent out. Do you want me to do that?
I like his budget.
No, I'm not talking about Public Works. I'm talking about the whole list of things we sent out today.
No, I wouldn't do those at this point.
Okay. All right.
Did you send it out to the select board?
No, he said it was sent to me as, you know, if push comes to shove, where are some items that may be, you know, that may have some pre-board, but, you know, a lot of it is starting to get, you know, we've already, you know, we did one, which was we plowed some money back into the excise tax, because that's something, you know, we moved, you know, the other was to use surplus to reduce. Well, that's a discussion that we'll have when we go to set the mill rate anyway. What we have in the warrant articles is to allow us up to $300,000 for surplus to be able to use to reduce the tax rate.
What's in the surplus now, Kathy?
Can't hear.
Muted.
I guess not.
I have Nathan on the phone, and the way this phone thing is set up, he can't converse with this. He could say things, but he has no idea what you've said. I was trying to catch him.
Why doesn't he just follow the link on his phone and be zoomed in?
Because he doesn't have the password to do that.
He's trying to. I gave him the password for this one, but it's different from his phone one. Is
Yeah.
what happens.
Yeah, he needs the password for the phone, and he doesn't have
If
it.
he's got the link on there, it goes by the password.
No, it doesn't if you're coming by phone. So do you want to make a statement, Nathan? And okay, he's going to call Kayla and get the password.
All right. What, am I unmuted yet?
Yes, you're unmuted.
All right, what was the question?
What's the surplus?
Surplus.
I estimated 256, and then Rolf and I went back and forth today, and I thought that we might probably add 50, so I think up to 300. This is just the amount that we can use. This isn't the base that we have to keep.
I understand.
So I was thinking about 300, and that's what the warrant article goes up to, and that's what you can look at once Kurt's done with the assessing, and we know what our homestead is, and we know we'll have a better idea of what state revenue sharing is going to be by that time also.
Okay. Has a motion been made?
I thought we were waiting for Nathan. Or do you want to move on?
The motion was made and seconded, so.
Yes.
Is there further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Article referendum question D, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $956,870 for public safety. That is $921,955 for fire rescue department and $34,915 for animal control.
Motion to recommend Article 6.
Same question here. What can you live without, Bruce?
I'm muted now. You can hear me.
I can hear you.
Good, awesome. So it works. Again, we discussed a couple things today, and I said that one of the things that we could do and still achieve our goals would be to defer that CIP. Our capital is 75,000 automatic every year roll into our ambulance replacement fund. It defers it, which means we'd have to come up with it again in future years. But we don't have an ambulance, I don't believe, due for another 2 to 3, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought there was one next year.
Is there one next year? I'm at a 2000. Maybe I get Kathy if she's still online to chime in, Kathy Goslin. I thought it was 2 years out minimally.
It's 2 years out, but we could push it to a third year if we had to give the 75,000 back or use it elsewhere.
I think you have the same argument going there that you used in the public works. You know, we've come up with a program to keep things on track, capital reserve wise and replacement wise. And so it's pay me now, pay me later.
I would agree, Don. That's really what we're doing.
I also think how much is 75,000 taking that off going to help?
Yeah.
Your other arm's gonna be hurting there, Marshall, in a second.
It already is.
I've got to leave for a second, try to reconfigure here. I've lost the battery on my laptop. Hopefully I can replicate what you did, Sue. I'll be back.
Nathan, how are you?
I'm doing good. Finally, got on the meeting. Finally, a little technical difficulties there.
You're fine now. We've moved on, Nathan.
We already passed. But
Have a good night, Nathan.
Did I survive? Did I survive?
you did. You did.
Yeah, but you,
All right.
we traded, you now have a moped.
You now have a moped to drive
perfect.
around.
It'd be all right. You can hang a plow on one of
I
them.
was
It'd be all
gonna
right.
say it looked funny plowing with that, but
As long as it can
It'll
hold
be
his
fine.
coffee.
It'll be fine. You want me to stay with the meeting, or are you all set with me at this point?
No, I think we're set there because I don't think there's anything else that's, no, the building was there, that was there. Everything that you had was,
What about the CIP for him?
well, you know, unless, I mean, it would only, it would be if in that Article 15 is the CIP article.
It would just be what we had discussed, which was just reducing
Yeah.
75,000.
Yeah, that's already
Yeah.
been reduced, right? That's
Huh?
done last year.
Say what?
No, the CIP stayed the same on public works for paving and equipment. And the 70,000 that was being discussed about the operating budget is just to cover what we've done for the mechanic and increases to the plowing stuff.
Okay.
So do we want to take 15 out of sequence? That's why he's there.
Out of what?
Sequence.
See what?
Sequence, like out of order.
Oh. Well, we can't, we're in the middle of Article 6 already.
Hey, Lottie. In the middle of it? Well,
Yeah, we
and I
gotta-
know, but take that after we do this one, and so Nathan's still on the phone.
I can hang out for a bit. I got, I don't know, 20% left on my phone.
We can burn that up.
All right, so we have what? We have that motion and we have it second it?
It's been moved and seconded at the 956, 870.
Okay.
Other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. See if the town will vote to authorize the select board to dispose of town-owned parts and property at a value not to exceed $35,000.
Motion to recommend Article 7.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion carried. Article 8, Article 8, Question F, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated funds balance surplus to meet the unanticipated needs of the community that occurred during the fiscal year, and or to adjust the tax rate at as the select board deems advisable in an amount not to exceed $75,000.
Motion to recommend Article 8.
Second.
Discussion? And that's proved to be a benefit to us this year in things that have happened and will be happening in regards to the virus and whatnot. So in the past, people have asked, does that ever get used? And the answer is yes.
Yes. Not often, but yes.
Not very often, but it's one of those you never know. So additional discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. To see if the vote, Article 9, referendum question G, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to transfer funds between appropriation accounts as long as the grand total of all appropriations is not exceeded. Any such transfers to be approved only at a properly called public meeting of the select board.
Motion to recommend Article 9.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. Motion is carried. Article 10, referendum question H, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to allow town staff to make applications for and execute any documents related to grants, accept or reject grants, donations, and or gifts of money to the town of Raymond, and authorize the expenditure of monies awarded, donated, and or gifted for the purpose specified in the grants, donation, and or gifts.
Motion to recommend Article 10.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried. Article 11, referendum question I, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balances to reduce the property tax commitment as the select board deems advisable in an amount not to exceed $300,000.
Motion to recommend Article 11.
Second.
Discussion?
This, if I can, this is not in the document that you sent out earlier today, Sue. So look. The document of.
I have no idea because I forwarded that from Kathy.
Kathy, you're up.
Which way? The 300,000 is what we're saying that we want authorized to us to be able to use to be able to reduce tax commitment.
I understand that, but there was a document sent out today, Town of Raymond estimated mill rate. That 300,000 does not appear in that document. Is that correct?
Right.
That's
That is
correct.
correct.
Thank you.
So that's what I'm saying. When we get to actually committing that's when we would exercise that and say, okay, we want to take X amount to be able to get that down to that year.
Okay, thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed? None. Motion's carried. Article 12, referendum question J, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $283,164 from the tax increment of the pipeline Route 302 TIF for fiscal year 2020-2021 projects proposed in the tax increment financing district development program.
Motion to recommend Article 12.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. Motion's carried. Referendum, Article 13, referendum question K, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund the amount of $50,195 for the administration of activities at the park, and to allocate all revenues generated by the park operations to be recorded and retained by the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund.
Motion to recommend Article 13.
Second.
Discussion?
Why is this being written this way, Kathy?
Kathy, you're muted still.
It looks like I might say something that I shouldn't say, so I have to mute myself. We wrote it this way so that all revenues would remain, they wouldn't get sucked into the general fund, they would remain as part of the enterprise fund. So it's not a raise and appropriate, it's just appropriate from a source that is a non-tax revenue. How's that?
Okay.
Yeah, so in other words, the Tassel Top is operating more or less as it did before. We had the discussion at one point whether we bring that in, show it as a revenue, and then total expense on there.
Right.
The decision was to say, okay, keep it as the enterprise so that it operates under there. But this is authorizing to take the 50,000 out of there to use against that.
Right.
Which is excess over expenses at Tassel Top.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. To see if the town will vote to Article 14, referendum question L. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $317,800 for debt service, of which $220,000 is under the Public Works Road Construction Bond, and $97,800 is a bond payment, the 2015 bond payment.
Motion to recommend Article 14.
Second.
Discussion? All those in
What's left
favor?
on the bonds, Kathy?
I'm sorry, what?
What's the balance on the bonds now?
Oh, there's a good question. Let's see. I'll get back to you in a second.
Okay.
It's on, it was in, where the heck is it, debt service? Page 27 in the regular. We've got, let's see, 2021. I think I don't have the retirement schedule there, but I think that 2013 bond should be getting pretty close to the end too, because we get the one is a 2013 and one's a 2015.
Okay.
Projects. Where the hell is it?
Did you just say where the bleep is it?
I did. I totally did.
I can read lips.
I can hear her. She's not muted.
That one.
The 2015 has 435,000, and the 13 bond has 1 million. So 1,440,000 in total.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Referendum Article 15, question M, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $698,000 for the CIP, of which $215,000 is Public Works Equipment Reserve, $260,000 is Public Works Paving and Road Reserve, $35,000 Municipal Facilities Improvement, $68,000 is Technology, there's $75,000 Fire Department Equipment Facilities, $35,000 Playground Improvements, and $10,000 for Land Improvements.
Ralph, I think the 10,000 for the cemetery improvements, is that being carried into this year?
It's in that figure right now. Is that's not needed?
Okay.
Is
I'll
that
have to
needed?
refer to Susan. Yeah, we could use it. It's not that's absolutely, but the improvements on Raymond Hill have been completed.
Do you have a second cemetery in mind, Nathan?
We've got another half of the one on Raymond Hill that hasn't been touched.
Okay.
You guys asked for the 10.
Look right there.
Yes. Well, I'm sorry.
Did-
Bill
Is-
Blood
is
came
that-
out and told me something, so I was away.
Distracted.
The $10,000 in the CIP for the cemeteries, Sue, is that for the maintenance or is that for the upgrades?
I think that was upgrade.
Okay. Oh, that's right. We get a survey too, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we doing a motion on this one? Motion to recommend?
There's a second
I'll second.
discussion. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? None. Motion's carried. Article 16, referendum question N, to see whether the town will vote to carry forward any existing fund balances in the capital improvement program accounts, the healthcare reimbursement accounts, the RSU withdrawal, legal, election, and employee compensation accounts.
Move to recommend.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Teresa?
Yep, sorry.
Motion's carried. Article 17, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $784,426 for the county tax.
Motion to recommend. Little bit, motion to recommend, little bit. Yeah, really.
To approve. Okay, all those want to vote in the affirmative? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Article 18, referendum question P, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $76,500 for Raymond Village Library and provider agencies, of which $66,000 is Raymond Village Library, $2,000 provider agencies, and $8,500 for regional transport.
Motion to recommend the amount in 69,000. I'm changing the amount.
Oh. Okay, the motion is been made at 69,000. Is there a second on that motion?
No, it looks like a polar bear.
Well, we can wait till you're done.
Nathan, zip it.
Oh.
Is there a second on the $69,000 motion?
It's 66,000 for village library, 2,000 for provider agencies, and 1,000 for the regional transport.
I'll second it just for the fact of talking about it.
Okay.
Why do you feel they should only get 1,000 instead of 8,500?
I don't even think they should get 1,000, to be honest. I think they should get zip, but I'm gonna put that 1,000 in there and be nice. Because for the last, how many years have we been asking them to come talk to us? They don't. How many years have we been saying that there's an issue, and they don't come? So until they come and they call, and I have reached out and said, hey, I saw them outside after a meeting. I said, we'd love to talk to you, and they won't come talk to us. So I don't think they deserve more than that. And they know it's an issue because we've told them umpteen times.
And they have actually said they would come and talk to us, and then they never do. The issues that, part of the issues that we have is that their fee structure does not seem proper. They're charging the same amount from Bridgeton to Portland as they do from Westbrook to Portland. And, you know, but they don't want to put themselves out to establish a proper fee structure and things like that. We've had questions with them on
Like for 4
ridership,
years?
things like that, and we get vague answers, we get things in generality. So we're not getting good feedback from them as to what service they're actually providing for us. And
We
so
keep
that's-
saying also that every year, next year, we're not gonna do it, we're not gonna do it. Usually I'm the one saying no, so I'm gonna say 1,000 this year, but I don't think they should get any more than that. And that's just to cover the riders that go on there now. But there's not a lot of riders. Joe Bruno questions this every year. You know, that fee schedule is the same from Wyndham to Portland and Raymond to Portland as Bridgeton is to Portland. So I don't think they deserve, honestly, the 1,000, but I'll give them the 1,000.
Just to be clear, Teresa, I've said no on this for the last 5 years, and I'm saying no.
That's how long it's been an issue.
Yeah.
So if you guys, someone else wants to not second me on this thing or vote it down, I'm fine to go with another $1,000 down. I
Lonnie
just
second.
figured,
It's been seconded. It was moved and seconded at 69,000. So that's what's under discussion right now.
so again, it's 66,000 for the library, it's 2,000 for the provider and 1,000 for transportation.
Okay, I'm gonna go on record to say I have a difficulty with 66 for the library. And the reason for that is they continue to sandbag money for some building project that they're working on. I don't think anybody's ever seen any plans. I know I haven't. And I know a couple people in this neighborhood over here that have stopped donating because they're not increasing their programming. They're increasing their building fund. They've gone from 105 to 235,000 in the last 4 years, and yet have not enhanced any programming at the library. So I would recommend 60,000 for the library. Keep them where they are.
I'm on their board and I have not seen plans yet, but they're not done finalizing them. I think it's what it is what I've been told.
Yeah, and that's been going on for a while. And there's an issue in my mind that they just do not have the land over there to build. I think there's too many things going on in that land. For example, there's a pipe underneath it, and there's a sewer line, and they had trouble siting that shed, I believe. So I think that for us to continue feeding that is wrong.
Well, let's do this once. Is Scott, you're still on?
No.
He's not? All right. I just see an S there is what it is.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Oh, there you go. Can you answer Marshall's questions?
As part as whether or not they applied for anything? No, I have not seen anything come towards my office.
Okay, the question is, and I'm not sure you want to be in a position to answer this now, but the question is, do they have enough land at the library-owned land, to build a building when you consider setbacks and sewer lines and pipelines? Do they have enough land?
They have land. Whether or not they can expand in the way that they wish would be something that I would need to see in writing and to look at it and determine whether or not it is feasible. They have more land available to them going back towards Main Street rather than laterally. They have to go back.
They do not own that land.
Yeah, I mean, it's very limited. They can't, and there is granted, yes, there is a very small lot. Again, I'd like to see, I haven't seen any plans to determine whether or not they could be able to expand in that area or not. Whether if they're right now they're more than what is allowed or not legal, non-conforming structure, they could stay within that, but they couldn't increase toward any more to make it more non-conforming, which they may, like I said, I don't know. Right now I don't have a lot in front of me. They may be able to expand back. I don't know.
No, they can't.
But the,
So
If they don't, they would have to come in front of the zoning board of appeals to allow for a setback on the side setback, which they would have to do it falls with the hardship clause. Are they okay to have a diminished return to what they have now? By granting this, are they giving them anything that normally they would be okay to have now? In other words, like, do they really need this addition? Does it qualify for a setback reduction?
The other thing, and then I'll stop, is if they're going to collect money for the building fund, I think they should declare that rather than people donating for just general expenses. Because they continue to sandbag the money.
but the budget that was presented to us did not include anything for reserving for building. It was that was against operational expense, so.
And that's my point exactly. They're not using the funds that they raise for expenses, as they're saying. They're sandbagging that money for building and using our money to operate the library. I don't think that's fair. And I said that last year.
Well, and you know what? It's too bad that we actually don't have somebody to even answer the questions tonight. But I guess I'm looking at it as, I mean, I questioned it too. The building, as far as saying, oh my God, they're putting this money toward this building when they could be using possibly the community center that we're doing. But right now, we can't combine the two because we don't have the community center yet. You know, and they've got to do what's best, I guess, for them. But
at this point, there has been no proposal from them for doing a building. There's discussions that they're having and things.
They
like
don't have it all together yet.
They're doing some background work and things like that, but there is no proposal for an expansion at this point. At the point that they do that, then they'd have to go through all the approvals and everything else. So, you know, but that's it. The budget that they presented did not reserve any. It was not reserving any for that. It wasn't taking any things out of that they had to reserve because they're anticipating holding some of that, but it was an operational budget,
Which I agree with.
Yeah.
But why are they taking funds that are donated to them and putting it in a building account? They should be using those for operating expenses.
Yes, they should.
Has your 69 been seconded, Teresa?
Yes.
Yeah.
I will vote for that. I've said my piece on the library.
But you know what? And then what we can do is next year we turn around and we say, okay, guess what? Hopefully we see these plans soon, but I know I no, they're not ready to be shown yet. I know Sheila has some. They're being tweaked, I guess. So yeah.
So the motion that is on the floor right now, we just lost Sam's video. Oh, there he is. The motion that's on the floor right now is to move that article at 69,000, of which 66,000 is library, 2,000 provider agencies, and 1,000 regional transport.
Yes.
All those in favor? Opposed? None. Motion is carried. Article 19, referendum question Q. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate a total to see if the town will vote to appropriate the total sum of $1,607,960 from estimated non-property tax revenues to reduce the property tax commitment together with all categories of funds of which may be available from the federal government and any other sources.
Motion to recommend Article 19.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Article 20, referendum item Q, to see if the town will vote to accept certain state funds as provided by the Maine State Legislature during the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2020, and any other funds provided by any other entity included but not limited to municipal revenue sharing, local road assistance, emergency management assistance, snowmobile registration money, homestead exemption, tree growth reimbursement, general assistance reimbursement, veterans exemption reimbursement, business equipment tax exemption, better reimbursement, state grants or other funds.
Motion to recommend Article 20.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Article 21, referendum question S, to see if the town will vote to authorize the issuance of notes in anticipation of tax collections, TANs, in the amount up to $6 million and payments of associated debt service for the purpose of funding possible tax collection shortfalls, which such dates, maturities, denominations, interest rates, redemption provisions, and other details as the select board has determined.
Motion to recommend.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. I mean, this would only be implemented if tax revenues were to fall off so that we could not meet the obligations to get us through until property tax commitment, the property tax payments came in. At this point, our property, from what I understand, our property tax collections have been fairly close to where they should be.
They're actually running above last year, but of course, all things relative, the budgets are larger. But I think we're in very good shape, and it's been, a long time. I'm not sure that we borrowed tax notes since I've been here. So the town, I don't ever want to say it won't happen, but I think it's unlikely.
I mean, it's the purpose of that being in there is in the event that were required, then the select board could authorize it for whatever term we needed to have it. But the intent would be, and the hope would be, it would never have to be exercised.
Correct.
The $6 million, is that, what time period does that cover, Kathy? 30 days, 90 days, 6 years, 1 year?
You could do it up until the day before your year ended. You can't do it for more than a year.
Okay, that's not my question. My question is what?
How many months does that pay for?
Right.
Oh, that would be 6 months because we have 2 tax payments of 6 months each. I mean, you could do the equivalent of probably 80% of your estimated commitment, but I just figured about 6 months worth would be what we'd need.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Other questions?
No.
All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Article 22, referendum question T, to see if the town will vote to authorize the use of town employees and/or town-owned equipment or independent contractors hired by the town for maintenance on private roads in special and certain circumstances wherein the public's interest.
Motion to recommend Article 22.
Okay.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Article 23, referendum question U, to see if the town will vote to appropriate the monies received from the state for snowmobile registrations not to exceed $2,000 to the Raymond Rattler Snowmobile Club for maintenance of their network of snowmobile trails on condition that those trails be open in the snow season to the public for outdoor recreational purposes at no charge, and to authorize the municipal officers to enter into an agreement with the club under such terms and conditions as municipal officers may deem advisable for that purpose.
Motion to recommend a different number. Do we want to go with the number as to what it is?
Put it this way, you can't because you'd be out of balance. You've already approved the 2,000 elsewhere. This is authorizing the movement of that money from that reimbursement to the account to be able to disperse to them.
Okay, 2,000.
I think we agreed last year to cap it at 2,000 anyway.
Their money, but I'm gonna keep us in sync. 2,000.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Article 24, referendum question Q, shall section, okay, these, now we're into the things that we discussed in the public hearing on the zoning changes and things like that. So Article 24, referendum question Q, shall section 16, administration of the Raymond Shoreland zoning provisions, section Q, appeals, 2 variance appeals, F2 as adopted May 21, 1994 and amended through June 4, 2019 be further amended by adding the underlined text in addendum 2.
Motion to recommend Article 24.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Article 25, referendum question W. Shall Article 13A and 13B of the Raymond Land Use Ordinance, Article 13 Open Space Subdivisions, as adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 4, 2019, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language and strike out text as in addendum 3.
Motion to recommend Article 25.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Article 26, referendum question Q. Section 4, application procedure. Section 5, street design standards of the Raymond Street Ordinance is adopted May 18, 2002, and amended through June 4, 2013, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language and strike out text as in addendum 4.
Motion to recommend Articles 26 and its question X.
Second.
You said Q.
Discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion carried. Article 27, referendum question Y. Shall Article 1J of the Town of Raymond subdivision ordinance as adopted May 21, 1994 and amended through June 4, 2019 be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language and strike out as shown in addendum 5.
Motion to recommend Article 27.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Article 28, referendum question Z. Shall Article 4, A, C, and D of the Raymond Land Use Ordinance is adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 4, 2019, be further amended by adding the underscored language and moving the language and strike out text as in addendum 6.
Motion to recommend Article 28.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Article 29, question AA. Shall Article 12, applicability and definitions of terms used in the ordinance, the Raymond Land Use Ordinance as adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 4, 2019, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language and strike out in text as in addendum number 7.
Motion to recommend Article 29.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Article 30, referendum question AB. Shall Section 4, definitions of the Raymond Peddlers Ordinance as adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 4, 2013, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language and strike out as shown in addendum 8.
Motion to recommend Article 30.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Article 31, referendum question AC. Shall Article 5, Section K, fines of the Raymond Land Use Ordinance is adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 4, 2019, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language and strikeouts text as shown in addendum number 9.
Motion to recommend Article 31.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Article 32, referendum question AD. Shall Article 6, Board of Appeals, Section C, Appeals Procedure of the Raymond Land Use Ordinance is adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 4, 2019, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language and strikeouts as shown in Addendum 10.
Motion to recommend Article 32.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Article 33, referendum question AE. Shall Article 9, Section L, fines of the Raymond Land Use Ordinance is adopted May 21, 1994, and amended through June 4, 2019, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in the strikeout text as shown in Addendum 11.
Motion to recommend Article 33.
Second.
Those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Article 34, referendum question AF. Shall a new ordinance entitled the Town of Raymond Business License Ordinance be enacted? I think there's a B missing.
Motion to recommend Article 34.
Second. As corrected.
All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion
Do
is
it, Marshall.
carried. Okay. That's-
Done? No.
It's all corrected.
Okay. Next item is consideration of new town name.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have found that technically we are supposed to, now that you've recommended each article, that you are supposed to approve the warrant as a whole. That's why D is in there.
Motion to recommend the article on whole.
Second. I'm on a Zoom meeting, but it's okay. I'm muted. Why?
Scott, we can hear you talking. You're not muted. He says I'm muted.
Okay. So the motion is to approve the warrant as, the total warrant as presented. It's moved. Was it seconded?
No.
I'll second.
Second. All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Okay.
Nathan's in the hot tub down there.
Okay, new road name. Who's going to run with that?
I can if you like, Dawn. It's Kayla has vetted this, made sure that it is a road name that isn't similar to anything else. It does meet the E911 addressing standards. And it's a road that's off of Fells. I'm not quite sure where.
And what's the name of it?
Lamson Lane.
All right, I make a motion to accept the new name, road name of Lamson Lane.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Item F, consideration of COVID-19 related renovation costs of the town office. Don, you're on.
Yes, so I spoke with Nathan earlier by telephone and got some updated costs from what we had spoken about earlier. As is often the case with updated costs, they migrated slightly upward, Rolf. And so we solicited bids for some renovations at the town office. I'll start with the creation of a workstation between the vestibule doors. So as you come in the town office to the left, there's a bulletin board. So behind the bulletin board is a closet, a storage closet. So our proposal would be to remove the storage closet, shelving and so forth, and create a very secure workspace with what I call a banker's window. It may, and I can let Nathan speak to that, it may have migrated slightly, but as secure a window as we can to the exterior between the two doors, which would enable us to have a workstation that we could actually shut off from the rest of the town office. And so for that project, we had two local contractors, only one was responsive, came back with a bid initially in the $7,000 range. We then found out that the banker type window was going to be more money. And so it's a higher quality. I spoke with Nathan. I'm in agreement with Nathan. If we're going to do it, let's do it right. So that added about $1,500. So I'm saying for that station, let's go with $2,000 to give us a little bit of, leeway. It's at about 8,500, but I'd like to have a little bit of, extra money there just in case something goes wrong. So addition to that, we have plexiglass to be installed on both counter surfaces once you come through the second door, vestibule door. So we would install that with materials that we have sourced. And then there would be aluminum tracks made by Timmins Machine in London. So you're looking at $2,000 for that. And then the final component would be some electrical work associated with all of this. That would be around $1,000. So the total budget would be about $12,000, and that hopefully will be just a bit high. So we should be under that.
What's the electrical work that has to be done?
Nathan?
The electrical work is to put an outlet in that closet area and add technology connections for Kevin.
Okay.
But I think it's going to result in a very nice space should we end up in another situation like this. I mean, I don't know that it will happen tomorrow, but I don't know the way the world is that this wouldn't be something that would be, able to be utilized in the future. And it does create for any number of reasons, I suppose, should something happen in the internal office area, you'd have an office that could service the public that would be segregated from the main office by doors.
So this is temporary? This is permanent? I saw the memo that went around, so.
Well, everything in that memo, I would tell you, Selectman Sadak, everything is temporary.
Yes, everything is temporary because that is what can be applied for.
Exactly. That's why I said temporary. Yeah.
It would be temporary, yeah.
Yeah. Great.
And the glass, everything's temporary. And I did just quickly, I sent out a memo just before the meeting. I spoke with Bill Diamond at length last night, and he ran down the Joe Bruno, issue the other night when Joe told us about the 1.25 billion. That is true. That money is available. It's not about to be dispersed at this point, though. It's going to be, they're going to have some authority, regulatory authority around that and how they're going to disperse it, because it's intended for cities of over 500,000 population. So the mayors are not going to be able to get that. These big town mayors, if you will, in Maine aren't going to be able to get that directly because they don't come anywhere near that level of population. So they're going to have some rules specific to Maine with federal endorsement. All of our legislative delegation, I've spoken to them all, Sue, Jessica, Bill, they're all watching this track, so let us know. And we'll be on top of that. We're keeping very good records with Kathy Ricker and Nathan and Bruce and everybody who's involved in renovations, Kathy Goslin. So we'll be set in a good position to apply for any available funding. And that's a lot of money. 1.25 billion is a lot of money. So I would be hopeful that we would be able to realize reimbursement for, these expenses. So there's two components in the motion that is going to be made. And what I would suggest is the motion to be made would be to authorize the temporary renovations of the town office not to exceed $12,000 for the COVID-19 remediation, with the funds being allocated out of the Selectmen's $70,000 emergency funds. Yes.
Yes. So moved on that motion that you just so eloquently put out there.
So second on your eloquent motion.
Well, I want to second that. That was such a good one.
You can third it.
Further discussion. Sue, you're muted.
Yes, I was still typing. I just want to make sure I captured the motion correctly.
The eloquent motion.
Yeah, the eloquent motion, that's correct. Motion to authorize the temporary renovations of the town office not to exceed $12,000 for COVID-19 mitigation to be taken from the select board's contingency fund, and I can't do it all in one breath.
That is correct.
Okay, and may I ask who made said motion and who seconded it?
Teresa made the motion, Marshall seconded it.
Thank you. I was busy typing.
Well, if I would have made it even better, he would have corrected it anyway, so I just went with this.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? None. Motion is carried. Next item would be appointment of warden for the July 14th state primary and referendum election. Sue, are you running with that?
Yes. Yes, please. I would like to nominate Suzanne Carr to be my warden. This is going to be a joint election with a state election and a municipal election. So I need a warden for the state, and we'll probably be nominating the same person for moderator on election day.
So motion to put Sue Carr in there as the appointment of warden and the moderator.
All you can appoint is the warden right now.
Okay, warden.
Second on the warden.
All those in favor? Opposed? None. Motion is carried. Consideration of annual staff appointments.
And Rolf had indicated that you folks may not meet in June, so I asked that we bring forward the year-end appointments now, out of the way.
Before we do that, do we need to move a moderator, Sue?
No, because the moderator is always elected from the floor. So
Right.
if you'd like to do that, you can come on election day and make it.
No. I meant we moved Sue Carr as warden.
Correct.
You need to move the moderator there.
No,
Okay, thank you.
she'll be voted from the floor.
All right.
Okay, so you've got the, yes, you've got the, that's what, page 108, page, Nathan, I think Nathan needs you. There we go. Appointment of municipal officers and municipal staff. So you've got the list that's there. You've got animal control officers, Jessica Jackson, code enforcement officer, Scott Dorbeck, constable, Nathan White, emergency management director is Bruce Tupper, fire chief, Bruce Tupper, forest warden, Bruce Tupper, general assistance administrator, Jenny Silverblade, harbor master, Don Willard, health officer, Kathy Goslin, road commissioner, Nathan White, tax collector, Suzanne Carr, town clerk, Sue Look, treasurer, Kathy Ricker, weights and measure inspector, Gregory Joy.
Motion to accept the annual staff appointments.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? None. Motion is carried. Consideration of annual board and committee appointments.
And these are the non-elected positions that are up this year. And our annual appointments, as you'll see by the term column of 1 or 3.
Okay.
What page are we on, please?
That is page 109.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to move that slate as presented on?
Yeah, so moved. The annual board and committee appointments.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. Motion is carried. Fee schedule we already did. Did I miss anything in there?
I looked back through and I don't believe so.
I think we hit everything. RSU 14 committee update is we are still, the RSU 14 lawyer is holding us up. Why, we don't know. So we are trying to find out. Once he stops holding us up, we can then get the finalization done to the withdrawal agreement, and then we can move on to the rest of the items that we need to do on there. Public comment.
No phone calls.
No phone calls?
Nope.
Selectman comment.
Me.
Yes.
Are people gonna be able to see this live on, like, is it gonna be ran on the TV?
It has been live streamed and it will be on YouTube sometime tomorrow morning.
Okay, so I want to put this out there. Alice Bradeen from Raymond here, I think she lives in Casco now. She has started a Facebook page and it's called History of Raymond and Lakes Region Area. She's putting a bunch of old pictures before, and it's pretty cool. She's got a lot of stuff in here started, and people are getting on it too. So if you get a chance, join it. It is really cool. It's on Facebook. Again, it's History of Raymond and Lake Regions Area.
Sounds great.
Yeah, it's really cool. They showed the Main Street, the fire station beforehand, with the building that was there.
Has she ever looked at the Ernie Knight books? Raymond Now?
I don't know if she did or not, but what she's been doing is pulling stuff from her family that they had too. Lori Brown and Dan Brown from Main Street, and information on that. They had like on the corner there, Janet Cummings' house, and how that looked and stuff like that. And she's putting a lot up. It's pretty cool.
Well, the other reason I mention that is if she's having a hard time identifying things, if she goes to those books, and both of those are in the library, there's a
And then and now the 1 and 2. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's two editions of it, and Ernie did a lot of research on that. So if she's having something she's having a hard time identifying, she may be able to find it in there.
Well, and I think what they're doing, I mean, they're putting up like old menus. They put up the town clerk stuff on here too, which was pretty cool. The Good Life Market right now in the corner of 302, they have just put up last night what it used to look like and stuff. So yeah, join it. It's pretty cool.
Okay, other selectmen comments? Okay, town manager report.
Okay, thank you. Confirmed dates for upcoming regular meetings. As Sue said, for June, that'll be determined. We'll be in touch about scheduling for that possibly, and then beyond. Reminder of upcoming holiday schedule, Monday, May 25th, Memorial Day. Reminder of upcoming election schedule, Monday, June 29th, deadline to change parties before the primary election. Tuesday, July 9th, deadline to request absentee ballots. Tuesday, July 14th, state primary and referendum elections, RSU 14 referendum election and municipal election of officers and referendum elections, annual town meeting warrant articles to be voted via secret ballot. And I think Sue has a special announcement she wants to make that makes her life really happy and easy about this whole thing, right, Sue?
Yeah, it should make it lots of fun. Governor, I found out this morning, and I don't know when the governor did this, I just found out this morning, has decided to, in one of her edicts, take away the deadline for requesting an absentee ballot. So someone can come into the polls even, ask for an absentee ballot, go home and vote it and bring it back to me, causing us to fill out all kinds of lovely paperwork. So the absentees, there won't be a deadline. For the past, I'm gonna say 7 or 8 years anyway, might be a little bit longer than that. We do have no reason absentee voting in Maine, but for the last 4 days rather, you do have to have a reason. And it can't be, I suddenly remembered I'm going to Disney. I've now suddenly called away. Suddenly is the magic word, actually. I'm suddenly going to be in the hospital. Things along that line, as opposed to, I just forgot and gee, you're gonna give me one, right? It's going to be a nuisance for us, but it's going to be potentially very difficult for places like Portland, Lewiston, Bangor, because they use those 4 days and I use those 4 days to complete the voter list. And if you're still updating absentees on it, it's difficult to do that. The system automatically marks those who voted absentee so that we don't have to go through the list manually. And that's going to mean more manual going through the list.
I'd like to say one other thing if I could. I would like to thank our elected and appointed officials, our volunteer committee members, certainly our town employees over the past 2 months, and our citizens for their understanding and patience with us. But, you know, I would tell you that the town, top to bottom, all elements of the town have worked together, worked with our schools, worked with our county, state, and so we're going to get through this thing. It's been difficult, it's been challenging, but I've really been heartened by the cooperation and just the way the town has come together, and, you know, local organizations, churches, community groups, you name it. I'm probably leaving somebody out, but everybody's worked together, and I'm very proud of where we've ended up so far with respect to revenue collections and continuity of government and business. And some towns are in really bad shape. We're not in really bad shape. We're going to come out of this, and we're going to learn some lessons. Things are going to be different in government. Things are going to be different in our everyday lives. But I'm just very happy with how things have gone. And I want to say to people out there, anybody out there who has a need, who has, you know, unmet issues, you know, we're here. We want to help you. Come forward, and we'll try our best to get you in touch with the entity, if it's not the town, that can help you. And so we're here for the townspeople, and I want to thank you all, Board of Selectmen, for your support.
Thank you too, Don.
Don, on the subject of getting out to people that may need help, Kathy Goslin has done a great job of organizing and getting the phone calls made, and she's done a great job.
Well, since you called her out individually, I would tell you that, you know, there are a number of people, but we have had a core of people who have been providing services, and, you know, leading among them, you know, would be Kathy Goslin and certainly Bruce Tupper, Nathan White, Sue Look, Kathy Ricker, you know, and then our staff people, you know, the counter people who have come in and you know, as I said, I'm going to leave people out. So I'm just saying that you're absolutely right. But I mean, Kathy Goslin has done grants and been right at the head of the pack. So thank you for that.
Kathy Goslin has always been top shelf. She's always put her other people in front of her. She's a very, very nice lady. And like, you can't label certain people because there's just so many. So
I also think I have Scott Dvorak on the line. I forgot Scott, of course, and our new Joe Crocker. I knew I'd forget people, but Scott's been coming in, making it happen on weekends and evenings, and Joe has come into a new job that it would be tough enough to start a new job, but to start a new job, build a new department during a pandemic, not the most fun in the world, you know.
Yep, I agree.
There's Kayla with the communications. You know, we've got a lot of people working together.
I think Kathy missed on the sunshine, Lonnie.
What's that?
I said, I think Kathy missed all the sunshine you blew to us there, Lonnie.
Oh, Bob will fill her in.
No, they're pushing the camera back and forth with each other.
That was Kathy Goslin. We got Kathy Ricker just returned, but a little son.
But I will, you know, I mean, there has been a lot of efforts from an awful lot of people, and we know that we ain't there yet. So there's gonna be a lot more from a lot, you know, that people, you know, we've got things coming up this summer, like with the food programs and things like that. So there's, you know, I guess the other thing is for people in the town, that if they're looking for ways that they can help, call the town office and see how they can help. If they can, you know, it could be from donations, it could be from, you know, helping out in the community, anything like that. But there, you know, more hands will make things easier for a lot of people. But you know, the guidance is, you know, the guidance is going to come out of the town hall, but it needs people to help make it work outside as well.
That's all I have.
Okay, if that, then the next thing will be a move to go into executive session, and once we do, once we do go into executive session, then anyone, all, with the exception of those invited in the executive session, will have to sign off, or we can knock somebody off if they don't, if they.
Look at them all leave all of a sudden. It's starting to go down. All right, motion to go into executive session pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 405, 6F.
I second.
Okay, we will go into executive session. So Sue, I think you'll stay on, but everyone else, I think will be dropping off.
Can I say one last thing, Rolf? I'm sorry. I forgot Woodbury and Woodbury Consulting, without whom you wouldn't be doing this tonight.
Yes.
Thank you, Kevin.
All right, a motion to come out of executive session?
Second.
All those in favor? Motion is approved. We're out of executive session.
Motion to approve as discussed in executive session, the scholarship funding and the student recognition.
Second.
All those in favor? Approved.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. Third.
All those in
Fourth.
favor?
Fifth.
Thank you all. Have a great night.
All right.
Good night, guys.
Bye, guys.
Thank
Good evening. Welcome to the May 21st Budget Finance Committee meeting that we will be deliberating the Selectmen's warrant articles. First order of business is to approve the minutes of the March 3rd meeting. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I need a second, please.
I second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion on the March 3rd meeting minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Now I'm looking to, for a motion on the May 18th meeting, which was this past Monday night. There were members of our committee that were not present at that meeting. So those that were, I entertain a motion for those minutes.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand.
If I
Any
can make a
opposed?
suggestion, the state law doesn't allow you to just raise your hand. You actually have to take a roll call. So if you just say aye, it allows you to do this. I have run a lot of these Zoom meetings for the state. So you need to take a roll call on every motion because not everyone is watching.
Right.
So just as a suggestion, just take a quick roll call or say aye.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Next order of business.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
another reason for I is I can't see Karen. She's blacked out,
okay.
so.
So we will go with aye. There you go. Next is to review the budget warrant articles. I have a few rules of the road. First, I will read the warrant article completely. Then I will entertain a motion and a second prior to any discussion. After all discussion is complete, I will call for a vote. When asking for a vote, I ask for you to say aye until the vote count is finished. I I want to remind Budget Finance Committee members that all motions are to be made either to recommend or not recommend the warrant article. That means we cannot make a motion to change the monetary amount in that warrant article. That being said, gotta turn on this device. I feel like Lonnie here. Oh, where did that go? We'll start with Article 3, referendum question A.
Bob,
Yes,
Crystal is trying to get in and she's having problems.
okay.
I just sent her the Zoom link.
Okay.
I'll continue. Article 3, referendum question A, to see if the town will vote to set the date of the first half of taxes due to October 31st, 2020, and the second half of taxes due to April 30th, 2021, and set the interest rate for unpaid balances and for abated taxes at 9% for the fiscal year. Authorize a tax collector or treasurer to accept payments of taxes not yet committed pursuant to 36 MRSA subsection 506 with no interest, and authorize the select board on behalf of the town to sell and dispose of any property acquired by the town for non-payment of taxes pursuant to the policy adopted by the select board. As may be amended from time to time, the policy to remain consistent with state statutes and laws, in all cases conveyance to be made by municipal quit claim deed. The select board recommends this article. I'm looking for a motion.
I move that the Budget Finance Committee recommend this article.
Thank you, Sheila.
I'll second.
I have a first and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. The motion carries unanimously. Article 4, referendum question B, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,729,608 for general government services, being administration, employee compensation and training, insurance and employee benefits, assessing, code enforcement, parks and recreation, technology, and general assistance. The budget figures will be signed as follows. Administration, $522,945. Employee compensation and training, $48,000. Insurance and employee benefits, $706,937. Assessing, $59,733. Code enforcement, $117,514. Parks and recreation, $94,314. Technology, $172,165. And general assistance, $8,000. The select board recommends Article 4. I'll entertain a motion.
I will make a motion to support the article.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Article 5, referendum question C, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,264,454 for public works. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Public works, $847,113. Town buildings, $36,350. Solid waste, $337,346. Cemeteries, $43,645. The select board recommends Article 5. May I have a motion, please?
I
Motion to
move the
support
Budget
article.
Finance Committee recommend Article 5.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Article 6, referendum question D, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $956,870 for public safety. The budget figures include, will be in size, the budget figures will be assigned as follows. Fire Rescue Department, $921,955. Animal Control, $34,915. The Select Board recommends Article 6. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to recommend Article 6.
Second,
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Article 7, referendum question E, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to dispose of town-owned personal property with value not to exceed $35,000. The select board recommends Article 7.
I move the Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 7.
I'd like to have a second.
Second.
Any discussion on Article 7? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Article 8, referendum question F, to see if the town will vote to authorize and select the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance or surplus to meet the unanticipated needs of the community that occur during the fiscal year and/or to adjust the tax rate as the select board deem advisable. The amount not to exceed $75,000. The select board recommends Article 8. May I have a motion?
I move to recommend the Budget Finance Committee to approve Article 8.
Second.
Second,
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Article 9, referendum question G, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to transfer funds between appropriation accounts as long as the grand total of all appropriation is not exceeded, and any such transfers to be approved only at a properly called public meeting of the select board. The select board recommends Article 9.
I'll move the Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 9.
second,
Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries. Article 10, referendum question H, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to allow town staff to make application for and execute any documents related to a grant, accept or reject grants, donations, and/or gifts of money to the town of Raymond, and authorize the expenditure of monies awarded, donated, and/or gifted for the purposes specified in the grant, donation, and/or gift. The select board recommends Article 10.
I move Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 10.
Second.
Have a first and a second. Any discussion on that? Seeing none. All those in favor of Article 10?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Article 11, referendum question I, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance surplus to reduce the property tax commitment as the select board deed advisable and amount not to exceed $300,000. The select board recommends Article 11.
I'll make a motion for budget finance to recommend Article 11, and I assume that's a typo, Sue.
Yeah, it got me.
And it got by Rolf.
So yeah, we talked about deem?
Should be deem.
Yeah. Have I, where did I
Yeah.
stand on Article 11? I lost
You,
track.
you have a motion, but not seconded yet.
Okay. Any discussion on Article 11, please?
I have a question. You know, we've separated the surplus fund, 75,000 totally discretion and or property tax, and then the 300 property tax. Why aren't we combining those and just giving the select board the total discretion for either or? It's just a question.
That would give the select board a total, I guess, discretionary authorization of 375,000. And I'm guessing the townspeople might feel uncomfortable with such a large discretionary number.
Okay.
So
So the 300,000 is
300 is just for
restricted to
tax
property?
reduction,
Okay,
property tax reduction.
thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I missed who did the original motion.
I believe it was Joe.
It was me. Chair, I have my hand raised.
Okay.
Um,
Joe, I see you now.
I think there's a difference between the 75,000, that's more of a contingency fund, and may be applied to taxes, but it's more of a contingency emergency fund, where this 300,000 is mostly just to reduce the tax rate.
Thank you, Joe. Any other discussion? Joe, you still have your hand up. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries unanimously. Article 12, referendum question J, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $283,164 from the tax increment of the Pipeline Route 302 Tax Increment Financing District for fiscal year 2020-2021 project proposed in the Tax Increment Financing District Development Program. And I don't see the addendum in front of me for that article. The select board does recommend Article 12.
I'll make a motion to recommend Article 12.
I'll second that motion.
Do we have any discussion?
Yes, can we have someone at least read the addendum into the record so that if anybody's viewing, they kind of know what we're talking about?
I actually think it's a pretty long list.
It is.
This is the TIF district for 302. So it's a long list that you could throw into the TIF. So if anybody, I
Could we
think if
just have
anybody,
could we have a general description of the just types of projects, just so that it's on the record?
I don't know,
Give me a minute.
Kathy has the list, Don has the list, but it's things like the sewer and water line that goes down Main Street.
I have it in front of me, if you oblige. There's, wait a minute, this is it. Okay. There's mapping GIS, ordinance updates, planning services, cable advertising, historical society, milfoil, street flag replacement, GP cog. I didn't fall all the way down that line. Nope.
Thanks, Bob. That's good enough. And so I can see where that money flows through to other things. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion on Article 11? Actually, Article 12, sorry. Seeing none, all those in favor of Article 12, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Article 13, referendum question K, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund the amount of $50,195 for the administration of activities at the park, and to allocate all revenues generated by park operations to be recorded in and retained by the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund. Select Board recommends Article 13.
I move the Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 13.
I second that motion.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Article 14, referendum question L, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $317,800 for debt services. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. 2013 Public Works Road Construction Bond, $220,000, and a 2015 bond payment of $97,800. The Select Board recommends Article 14. May I have a motion?
I move Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 14.
I second.
Any discussion?
Just for the record, do we know how many more years are left on those payments?
I think they're 10-year bonds, am I right, Kathy?
I think we went over, I think they were 20, no, the 13 and 15.
I would say more 15.
We had 10 years left on one, and I think we had, I want to say 5 years left on the other one. Because the 200,000 it was $1 million, and then the other one was 400 and something thousand. So the 15 one was the $200,000 one had 10 years left on it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of Article 14, recommending Article 14, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries unanimously. Article 15, referendum question M, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $698,000 for the capital improvement program. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Public Works Equipment Reserve, $215,000. Public Works Paving Road Reserve, $260,000. Municipal Facilities Improvements, $35,000. Technology, $68,000. Fire Department Equipment and Facilities, $75,000. Playground Improvements, $35,000. And Land Improvements, $10,000. The Select Board recommends Article 15.
I'll make a motion to recommend Article 15 for the Budget Finance Committee.
Second that.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Yeah, I have a question about the playground improvements of $35,000. Unless I'm mistaken, we've been carrying this now into the third budget year. Could I get some information on when or how we're going to spend that money?
I entertain the offer for someone to answer that question.
I was just going to say, Nathan, do you want to take this one? I know the schedule has slipped a little bit. We've had some issues, including the pandemic, but also the advent of the Recreation Department and the changes at Tasseltop. And we're looking at a master plan and coming up with a more comprehensive program. But and then, of course, the final decision on a location. So those are a few factors, but I know you've been working on this with Selectman Sadak, and so maybe you could give some additional information. Thank you.
You pretty much covered most of it right there. The original plan was to carry this out for a few years to get equipment upgraded, the facility upgraded. We put on new Parks and Rec director, and he has got a plan going down to Tasseltop. That's where the bigger piece of the playground equipment's going. That funding is going to be used to hopefully match a grant and do some upgrades down there.
Thanks. I'll look forward to seeing Joe in action.
Yeah, that's a point I didn't cover, and I look forward to that too. And he is in action, by the way. We saw him today. Of course, the park is now closed as of today, but because of the, obviously the pandemic and the onset of good weather, people are still encouraged to use it for walking, but the beach is closed. We're going to have an opening plan shortly, but major improvements have been made already. And I think the thought is that it would be prudent to take a comprehensive plan view of the park and come up with a long-range strategy. Whereas before, we were trying to work with the Tasseltop Board of Directors and put the park kind of at the entrance road and away from the park itself. And, I'm not saying that won't be the ultimate, outcome. It's one of the possibilities, but to have a comprehensive plan and to do it in some level of stages, and most importantly, to get that state funding, which we think, based on our meetings, that they're anxious to give us. We want to do that.
Thank you all.
Are there any other questions? All those in favor of recommending Article 15, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Article 16, referendum question N, to see whether the town will vote to carry forward any existing fund balance in the capital improvement program, CIP accounts, the healthcare reimbursement accounts, the HRA, RSU withdrawal legal, elections, and the employee compensation account. The Select Board recommends Article 16.
I'll make a motion to recommend Article 16.
Second that.
Thank you. Any questions, any discussion?
I'd just like a general ballpark figure of what kind of money we're looking at carrying over.
I'd like to refer that question to Kathy.
Generally speaking, we try to spend it all in 1 year. We try to, but it depends on what the project is. Like Nathan sometimes will save up a bit for a bigger project. So he might, I remember like the second year I was here, we spent like $1 million. And then last year, I don't think we spent even the whole thing. So it just depends on the timing of the projects involved, really.
Right. But what, a ballpark figure, 10,000, 100,000?
Oh, it's hundreds of thousands. I can tell you what it, give me 1 second and I'll tell you what it was at the last June. And I did look up the loans and they both do have 5 years left. I don't know where I got the 10 years from.
Can I add something to because I think I'm the biggest carrier of the CIP carryover. I think Bruce carries over for upcoming vehicles, don't you, Bruce?
Yeah, Bruce carries over quite a bit because he usually makes like 1 or 2 purchases a year.
Most of my stuff is in the paving and equipment line. And we save up money for equipment, try to get away from bonding it. So you could see anywhere from $200,000 to $300,000 in the equipment line. Paving is somewhere between 50 to 100,000 will carry over for spring work and get us going in the spring.
Here, at the end of 2018, we had 952,000 in capital improvements. At the end of 2019, we had 495,000. The biggest piece was, who won it? I don't see it. Yeah, it was kind of equally distributed. Like the fire department had 200,000. Nathan had 100,000 in paving. We have some little projects. There was this big snow equipment that they took from surplus for 570,000 that only had 36. left at the end of last June. So it varies by, like one thing, the signs, that pretty much went in 1 year when we did the electronic signs out front.
Right. I would just recommend the select board consider putting estimated numbers in here for the future, because what we're doing is carrying over previously gathered up funds. I think that just should be aware that, we're looking at over $1 million that we've previously given ourselves, and now we're just giving it to ourselves over time. So I just think it would be nice to have kind of estimated numbers in there, just a suggestion.
Any other questions?
Bob, I have my raised hand.
I just saw you.
Okay. Just so you know, this is a different year. Normally during a town meeting, you have the annual report, and at the town meeting, you have the breakdown of what's in the CIP. So this is a very different year. Now, I don't know if we're going to have sheets at the polling place so people can look at the budget details. So since we're not really having a town meeting, it's a different year, but normally all that information is provided at town meeting.
And we will have a town report that includes the warrant in it. Everyone who votes will get a copy of it. So I may need to print more copies than I normally would because people haven't been taking as much. Or I'll need to at least print off the details. In the book, we're going to put in quite a bit of explanation of, one, why we're doing this by secret ballot, what it means, what all of the various pieces are, and a lot of details will go into it. So people will be more engaged with, I hope, mostly because through state statute, I'm required to only put the warrant article itself on the ballot. The explanation that you see in some of these won't be there on the ballot. So for instance, if you look at Article 18, where it says Raymond Village Library Provider Agencies, Regional Transportation, those three items won't be there, the budget figures. They'll have to look at the addendum to see that and the book.
This may not be anything you want to hear, but of course, this is all dependent upon the governor issuing a declaration that will enable this to happen. And so if she doesn't, we may be back to the open town meeting. And so we're trying to be ready for July 14th in the event that we do get this declaration. That's very uncertain, like so many things are uncertain. So, and Sue's absolutely correct that we'll have written materials that will provide the details in the fashion that Joe indicates we do annually at the open town meeting.
Are there any other questions? All those in favor of Article 16, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Article 17, referendum question O, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $784,426 for the county tax. The select board recommends Article 17.
I move the Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 17.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of recommending Article 17, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Article 18, referendum question P, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $69,000 for the Raymond Village Library, provider agencies, and regional transportation. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Raymond Village Library, $66,000, provider agencies, $2,000, regional transportation, $1,000. The select board recommends Article 18.
Make a motion to recommend Article 18.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of recommending Article 18, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
before we get to the last two articles, my question still stands as to where or if Hawthorne House, Raymond Rec, et cetera, are contained in these warrant articles. I don't see any detail to that effect.
Sheila, Hawthorne House and the Historical Society, those are in the TIF. Who else were you wondering about? Oh, you're muted.
Sue, who else were you wondering about?
Raymond Rec.
Raymond Rec is in the recreation now. Raymond Rec, Raymond Baseball, and the Raymond Rattlers are all included in the rec.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions on Article 18? All those in favor of recommending Article 18, say aye.
Aye.
Already voted, Bob.
We already did that.
Okay, someone threw me a speed bump. Moving on to Article 19, referendum question Q, to see if the town will vote to appropriate the total sum of $1,607,960 from estimated non-property tax revenues to reduce the property tax commitment, together with all categories of funds which may be available from the federal government and any other sources. Select Board recommends Article 19.
I move that the Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 19.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of recommending Article 19, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries unanimously. Article 20, referendum question R, to see if the town will vote to accept certain state funds as provided by the Maine State Legislature during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2020, any other funds provided by any other entity included but not limited to municipal revenue sharing, local road assistance, emergency management assistance, snowmobile registration money, homestead exemption, tree growth reimbursement, general assistance reimbursement, veterans exemption reimbursement, business equipment tax equipment reimbursement, state grant, or other funds. Select Board recommends Article 20.
I move the Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 20.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of recommending Article 20, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Article 21, referendum question S, to see if the town will vote to authorize the issuance of notes in anticipation of tax collection in amount of up to $6 million and payments of the associated debt service for the purpose of funding possible tax collection shortfalls with such dates, maturities, denominations, interest rates, redemptions provisions, and other details as the Select Board shall determine. The Select Board recommends Article 21.
I move that the Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 21.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Can we, any discussion on Article 21?
Mr. Chair, I have never seen a tax anticipation note in the town of Raymond. Can someone explain why we are actually thinking about even doing this? Or is this just an emergency in case everything goes wrong?
This is a pandemic nuclear option emergency article. I haven't done a tax note in 35 years in two towns, and I don't anticipate we'd have to invoke this unless the world ended. We have sufficient fund balance to run for a period of months. We are in good fiscal shape comparative to many towns. We kept going through the pandemic with remote services. tax collections were actually above last year when they were looked at date to date recently. We're going to catch up on excise tax. That's looking good. I don't anticipate in my wildest dreams we'd use this, but what if we did have something completely unforeseen and didn't have it?
Well, then I guess my question would be, why wouldn't you have a special town meeting to do this?
What if you couldn't, at the time that I recommended, actually, when all of this started and lots of towns kept pushing out their due date, if we had pushed out our due date of taxes, we would have run into the zero balance checking account. And even the bank kept calling me. He's like, I'm looking at your account. I need to know, are you going to need to borrow? Well, you can't tax anticipation borrow without a town meeting vote in authorization to do that. So it was just like, if it's something, I agree, you don't see him very much anymore, but it was a good point, because if we had to, we wouldn't have been able to.
Well, we made a decision, I spoke with Rolf, and the idea on not allowing the holiday on the tax payment and interest waiver was first, not authorized under law. And secondarily, let's see what the scope and magnitude of the problem is before we push that out and caused ourselves, a financial problem resulting in possible borrowing. And as it turned out, we're very well collected. And so anybody who does have a problem out there and needs to have some, assistance in working out a plan, we're here to do that. To date, I'm not aware of anybody who's made that request. Are you, Kathy?
No.
Mr. Chair, if I can.
Yeah, Joe.
I mean, there's two things I've never seen in the town of Raymond. One is a tax anticipation note, and one's close to a $17 million budget. I think you're going to have more of a problem in October tax collections than you are, for this April one. And I'm really worried about state revenue sharing. I mean, I don't see us getting $195,000 in revenue sharing. I think that's where the problems are going to come. But I'll support this, but you have to promise me you're not going to just use it for no reason.
Definitely not going to use it for no reason.
We're not going to use it for no reason. And the other thing I would point out for the viewers at home, the town budget's not $17 million.
The total budget is. I mean, so you have to include the school
$17 million.
budget. And I know the school budget's 10.6 million of it, but still, yeah, when you look at the increases over the last 2 years, including this year, those are pretty hefty increases. And I just want to make sure that we don't start going overboard on spending. I don't think the town has grown that much, but we have two significant years of increases, and going into a year where no one knows what their job situation is going to be, it worries me.
Well, I hope that that is a point taken. The Board of Selectmen considered it, and we had a discussion last evening about delaying capital projects and capital spending. That's kind of what we did in the old days. That's what some towns are doing. They elected not to do that. So that's their decision. And we're going to do everything we can to mitigate the town increase. We have fund balance. We have just an estimate on the overall valuation. So, we're going to, blunt the town impact to the degree we can. And so they elected to move forward. And I think the other thing I would point out is that although there are increases, when you look at I think there's a 10-year chart in the budget. It's, I would say the town budget has been very responsible over that period. You were part of that. And there's been a lot accomplished. And so the message I would say would be, although the school budget's not finalized, maybe they should take a look at that.
I don't disagree. I hope they do take a look at the school budget, but I don't have the confidence in our school committee members that they will put up a fight. But, since I left the select board, I'm sure Teresa just went crazy spending money.
Sheila, do you have a question?
Just on playgrounds, though, it's for the kids.
Sheila, do you have a question?
I'd just like to say, I understand Joe's point. But when you go up to the strategic level and, look at the per capita income in our town, I've been looking for grants all over the place. And our town is too rich to qualify for many grants. And I understand, the tax rate, I pay taxes too. But if you just take out what little increase there has been for essential services like the fire department, we've added a formal recreation department that I think over the long haul will be more cost effective for the town than all of these volunteer groups competing against each other for funding and trying to go after the same grants. But that's one of the biggest problems we have, is to get outside help. Our town is too high up there to qualify for most everything. So I just, I get it, but I'd like to everybody keep that in mind.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of recommending Article 21, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Article 22, referendum question T, to see if the town will vote to authorize the use of town employees and/or town-owned equipment or independent contractors hired by the town for maintenance on private roads in special and certain circumstances where in the public's interest. The Select Board recommends Article 22.
Make a motion to support Article 22.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of recommending Article 22, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Article 23, referendum question U, to see if the town will vote to appropriate the money received from the state for snowmobile registration not to exceed $2,000 to the Raymond Rattlers Snowmobile Club for maintenance of their network of snowmobile trails, on condition that those trails be open in snow season for the public for outdoor recreation purposes at no charge, and to authorize municipal officers to enter into an agreement with the club under such terms and conditions as the municipal officers may deem advisable for that purpose.
Make a motion to support Article 23.
Second.
Are there any discussion? Go ahead, Sheila.
This is one, and I brought it up before. I feel like we're nickel and diming these poor guys. This year we might not even reach 2,000 given the situation. On the other side of the coin, $180 or $223 more coming into that fund. I just don't understand why the Select Board can't authorize the full amount of that fund. Because if we lose, they automatically lose. But to give them an extra $100 or $200 here and there, I just don't understand why we pay. That's all I gotta say.
Kevin.
Yeah, thanks. I basically had the same question as Sheila. I just was curious as to, had we taken in $2,300 in snowmobile registration, is there any way we can work in provisions in the future so that, or raise the not to exceed number so that they get all of the registration dollars? Just trying to understand that, that's all.
I can send communication on to the Board of Selectmen for their consideration. And I don't know if beyond that, it's an elective decision. They decided they wanted to do that. And, I guess it gives them surety. I mean, I don't know exactly, what would happen. I mean, there are times probably when the boom times, big snow years, when the club was more active, when they might receive significant funds beyond what they might need. I don't know. So it gives the town surety and a number that, people understand they're going to be donating. A lot of times you don't like to have an open-ended, you like to know what you're going to be appropriating. But I can take the communication to the selectmen.
Thank you. Sheila, do you have a question?
Yeah, and Don and everybody, if you remember the budget that the Rattlers produce, okay, it's pretty sad. I think it's a question of they don't know how to do it differently.
Kathy Ricker has helped. Kathy Ricker's available and has helped various nonprofits, so she would be willing to help them. I know in the past she's helped the Historical Society, I think the Hawthorne House. So if they wanted, and I think she's helped the Snowmobile Club or advised them that she would be available to help them at least.
Right. I think if we can make those connections,
We would certainly help them.
Yeah, they can submit their request in a different way. That's all.
Yeah, I don't think it was to do with the form of the request this year. I think it has to do more with the certainty of the number, but I'll take it to the selectmen. And we'll help them.
Yes, Kevin.
Yeah, no, my question was more born out of, I remember last year when we were going through, this cycle in the budget, I believe snowmobile registrations was like $2,200, or it was a little over 2,000. I don't know what the history of it's been going back 2, 3, 4, 5 years, but last year they did take in more than 2,000. So I know that we appropriated 2,000 last year as well. So I just didn't know if there was any specific reason why we didn't look at saying not to exceed 2,500 or some number. Maybe last year was just a larger year than normal. That's the basis of my question.
That's what the number that they put in their request. So we honored that and put it in. I asked him this year, I said, come in, we'll do it together. And the next thing I knew, he had sent in his request. So, I did what I could.
Well, and then there's that. That's a good point too.
That's
we generally, by the way, Kevin, we generally give people what they asked for, and then once it's appropriated, once it's approved, once it's available, probably this won't sound good either, but we make them ask for us to release it. So if you have an appropriation of $10,000 or $2,000, you need to make a formal request of the town, and then we'll release it. And so some entities, agencies, maybe aren't sharp enough to know to do that right away. So then it rides in our bank account until they do that. But that's just, I think, good process. And so that's what we do. So I guess if that was the request they made, that would be a benchmark. But, I think, I can take it to the select board. I get it.
Bob?
Go ahead, Joe.
It wasn't that long ago that we didn't even collect $2,000 back 3, 4, 5 years ago when we had some dry winters that we did not even collect $2,000. So I think you just throw a number in there, and there's no reason why it can't go up to $2,500 next year as a not to exceed number. We probably never get there, but.
Right.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of recommending Article 23, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimously. That concludes the Budget Finance Committee's review of the warrant articles. It is time now for Budget Finance Committee comment. Sheila.
I know it's a tough year, and I know we have very different opinions about public transportation. And I see we're rather than the 8,500 that all towns on the route provide, except Raymond, we're providing the $1,000. I'd just like to state my objection to the lack of support for this. We were even talking about the last mile and perhaps helping people last year. Again, I'm just very disappointed in it.